Hello, everybody. It's Saturday night. Welcome to the pub. This is that time of year where I believe it's 11:30 in the UK, and that will happen for this week, and I think next week, possibly the week after. So I have to remember that. It's a rare time because they start their daylight savings at a different date than us, unless I got it completely wrong, but I think I'm right. Audio? Good. Awesome, fellas. Thank you. Last Dance, good to see you. RW, English Bottle Cap here early. Thanks, man. Just Stevo, what up? English Bottle Cap having a little hair of the dog. Cool. Hair of the dog is a phrase that refers to consuming alcohol. It is a remedy for drinking for a hangover. Yes, yes. It does alleviate symptoms by intoxication, I suppose. Ah, good information there, Bottle Cap. I just said hi. That's all. Good to see you, everyone. So we'll see what the crowd's like tonight. Should be the same as always once people figure out that I'm live. Yeah, so on that note, get some guests in here. You guys ready? We'll start with you. How you doing, man?
Oh, pretty good. Happy Saturday.
Same to you, my friend. And look who hot his computer fixed. Good. Glad to hear it, McGrand. Good to see you, man. And Eastwind, what is up?
Computer is fixed. The keyboard, not so much.
Yeah, right. But it's been a while, McGrand. So long so that I don't recall seeing numbers after his name in the chat. So I think the last time he was here was prior to the numbers being added on, which I believe you can correct if you want, McGrand, by just adjusting how your name comes up, right? I think.
Yes, I don't know.
Did yours ever change?
Yeah, and then I had a bunch of numbers, and then I changed it to. I can't. Someone else has Last Dance, so I did Last Dance LL as a nod to my Live Leak heritage.
Or I've never had to change my name or never had numbers on it. I don't know why that is. Why it happened to everyone else and not me.
Perhaps because you're a premium member of YouTube.
Because I have YouTube Premium. Don't you have that?
No.
How do you watch? Do you have YouTube TV?
No.
Oh, you have standard cable?
I don't have cable. I have internet.
What is your streaming service?
I get Amazon Prime, and that's pretty much it.
So you're not really concerned with the regular channels?
Streaming? No.
Cool. Notice you were a bit offline yesterday, sort of this week. You weren't really doing a lot.
Yeah. I've been trying to correct a wiring problem in it's actually wires leading to an outside light. And something went wrong. I had this about a year ago. I was trying to install some smart switches, and I opened up this switch box, and there's like 7 cables coming in. It's just so complicated. And there's a three-way switch in there, and
sure,
it was just a nightmare. So I tried it for a while, then I gave up and I called an electrician, and he put everything in, and it seemed to work fine for maybe a year. But then last week I noticed the breaker had tripped, and I reset it and turned on the outside light, and it tripped again. So
Is it a arc fault breaker or just a regular breaker?
Yeah, as far as I know, it's just a regular breaker.
Doesn't have the additional reset button on it. It's just a single switch back and forth.
Yeah, it's just a single switch back and forth.
Yep.
So
you got to short a ground somewhere. Short.
Yeah. So I took it all apart and tried to wire it back together. And what do I know? I'm not an electrician, but I enjoy a challenge. And I'm not completely ignorant of the principles of electricity and so forth. So I made some progress, but I finally diagnosed got close to where the short was. And it is unfortunately in the wire that is underground. There's a wire that comes from my garage. There's a conduit right up against the garage that, kind of goes down and then it goes underneath.
Sure.
And there's a light post,
Mm-hmm.
In the front yard, and the light goes on. And sure enough, the damn thing, there's a damn short in that cable. So I'm going to have to.
Does it go under pavement?
Goes under a sidewalk.
Like a concrete sidewalk?
Concrete sidewalk, yeah.
But it's in conduit, so theoretically you should be able to fish it.
Yeah,
through.
that's my next step.
Yeah.
But where it comes into a junction box in the garage, like it goes into a hole like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It would be great if on the other side of the garage it was right there, but no, it then goes down a little and comes in through the side
mm-hmm.
of a junction box. So that is going to be hell to fish that through, because it makes a turn right there.
You might have to cut. I assume it's sheetrock.
Yeah.
You cut some sheetrock, cut it neatly, and save the pieces. You can put it back in place.
Yeah, I might do that. I do have a crazy plan, though, that might work, involving strong nylon string and pulling things and attaching the new cable to and so forth.
So you feel like you're going to have to replace the wire at the least, right?
Guaranteed, absolutely.
So here's a little tip for you. Run the wire from inside across on the regular ground, hook it up to the light, turn the light on, make sure it all works and doesn't trip first.
No,
then go through the trouble of running it all underground.
Yes.
That will take you an extra hour or two.
I'd already had that idea.
Yeah, good. All right, good.
Because I want to complete wiring up the switch part, which has been causing me so much trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I get that finished, then I don't have to mess with that. But yeah.
Well, that sucks, but at least you have time.
Yes, exactly my point. I'm using Google Gemini to be my electrician's helper.
Oh my.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
All right.
It gets lost, but as long as I'm patient, it's infinitely patient.
As long as you can get it to fish that wire through for you, so you don't have to deal with the anxiety of getting it halfway through and having it snap in half.
No, it's not going to do the fishing, unfortunately.
You run the snake from the light end back to the house, and then you attach the wire to the end of the snake, and then you pull it back through.
Apparently, there's something called wire pulling lubricant.
Yeah,
it recommends. So,
yeah, sure.
I figured just tie into the bad wire and use that as the snake and pull the wire through with the old wire, unless it's compromised to the point where it will snap.
Well, that is partly what I'll end up doing, except instead of pulling the new wire through with the old wire, I will attach a suitably strong nylon string and pull that through. And then, at least that's my plan. And then put the new wire and pull it back.
Yeah, that sounds good. They sell stuff that's made to be pulled inside of there, and it's not very much money.
Of course, I don't really know what's happening underground. It could be that the conduit has caved in and is crushed, and nothing's going to move through there, period.
Right.
So
It is
It-
kind of unusual that you have it inside PVC and something's happened to it. That's why I feel like it could be something inside the light pole. Does the wire run through a pole or
Yes.
a post?
yeah, I mean, it's somewhere between where the junction is in the garage
Hmm.
and the
The fixture.
fixture. I mean, I took the fixture off. So, and then I just isolated it to the cable that you use to connect to the fixture. So the
It turned
fixture,
on and
yeah,
it tripped. Still tripped.
yeah, well, I didn't actually turn it on. I checked to see if the black wire was connected to ground, and it is. So that's a ground fault, and that's not good.
Oh, so you did a continuity
Continuity.
continuity
Yeah.
test.
Yeah.
So you have a ground. Yeah, that's not
Yep.
good. So once you get that continuity sound, then you know you're fooked.
Yeah. I will test the fixture separately just to make sure. If it's bad, maybe I could replace everything at once. I don't know. We'll see.
Mm.
But
Do you have a strong back nearby that you could have come help?
no, I do not. I could hire someone.
Yeah, I mean that costs money, but for cheap labor, sometimes it's good. But how are those gas prices, guys? Yeah, up about $1.10, $1.20 a gallon.
Depends on where you go here, from 340 basically to 365 for regular, and
I-
around $5 for unethanol or non-ethanol.
I paid $3.79, and it was $2.79 like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, so you're up $1. We're about the same. That's not my only metric for this is gas prices. I know that seems to be a hyper focus of people. Overall prices in general are a bigger problem for me. Gas prices suck, but so $1, let's say you put 20 gallons in a week, that's $20 a week. You're up $80 a month. Inconvenient, yes. End of the world, no. But if everything starts going up like that because of shipping costs, trucking costs, whatever, all fuel costs, then yeah, that means that everything that's already fucking expensive is going to get more expensive. And that's the thing I'm dreading, you know?
Right. I assume that power generation prices will go up.
Everything, right?
Everything will go up, which means since energy is an input to everything manufactured, everything will be rising. Inflation will be high this year.
Interesting. That's not good. And the Fed just declined to adjust interest rates not long ago.
Yep.
So,
Okay, smoke wife. Hey, Brandon.
hey, the wife's here. All right, there she is. Eastwind has his mom drive him around. That's nice.
He's full of shit. So full of shit. We know you have a tricycle.
He's got an F950.
He's got a Fisher Price steering wheel that he puts in his mom's car when she drives him around.
Those things are well made, dude. They last a long time. Good investment.
Got a Subaru. There was one that they used. Was it called a Dart? Or I know there was a Dodge Dart, but there was a Subaru back in the day that was like a pickup truck, and it had 2 seats in the back of the thing that, like, in the bed. This was before the Baja, which it was like a Subaru Outback that looked like a little miniature pickup truck. They made one way back in the day.
That sounds cool. I only remember the Baja.
Yeah, this was like the pre-Baja.
Those, I think, are all pretty expensive still. They're like collector's items.
Yeah,
The
my buddy
Bajas.
had one. My buddy had one. It was certainly easy to pick them out on the road because there was not a lot of those around.
Yeah, I'm the one vehicle I am glad that didn't make it was the Amigo. What a piece of garbage.
What's that?
It goes downstairs, and even in Paris, everyone drives an Amigo. You don't remember that commercial?
No.
Was it an
Wow.
Isuzu?
I don't know if the Amigo was. I don't know which make it was. But it was like a very tiny 4x4 type SUV from the late 90s or mid 90s.
Let's look it up.
It was garbage, man. It like fall apart garbage. Which is why I'm guessing you don't see them around anywhere anymore, because they all fell apart.
Yeah, it was a little dumb looking thing, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's not as cool as a DeLorean.
It wasn't a Isuzu, Joey Suzu.
Nice.
Goofy. Looks tall. Looks like it would tip over in a second if you took a tight turn on the highway. Remember, like the SUVs in the 90s? They did the tests of people who were like, if someone switched lanes into you and you had to adjust like real quick at a high speed, right over. The center of gravity was all screwed up on those. The wheels were too close together and the weight was too high. It was not a good design.
It's nice that these multi-million-dollar corporations have testing teams, safety regulatory teams that, make sure that it's safe before they put it out.
Exactly. He thought they looked cool, he says. Crap, I never drove one. They were a big ghetto vehicle, like in Boston, so I didn't drive one. Interesting though to hear that Aphid actually drove one. Jump on here, bud.
Hey, Aphid, did you get the video I tried to get to you about the Costco guy, the CEO eating the hot dog and guaranteeing it being $1.50 combo for his whole career? I thought of you instantly when I saw that.
I saw that video.
You should have seen it.
That was cool. Afro Man won his case. I did see that.
What was his case? What was the issue or the conviction? Smoking weed, or
I think he was being sued for defamation, right?
By the police department. By
a police officer, I think.
Right.
Because he was rapping about weed, or like what? I never even heard this.
He was he was arrested for something, and it was totally bogus. So his response was to mock and belittle the arresting officer, which seems fair to me.
America, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
The officer sued him.
It was silly. It was a silly thing. Unfortunately, right now, there's a Boston police officer who's up on manslaughter charges for shooting a man who violently carjacked a woman as he drove away. But of course, the DA won't release the body cam footage. What's the point of having it? But the whole Boston Police Department's pissed off about it. It's like they're more concerned with the fucking carjacker, the dead carjacker, and the cop, a good cop. I don't understand shit like that sometimes, I would understand if, say, the guy was a shoplifter, right? And he fucking ran away with some Twinkies in his hand and got shot in the back. I'd be like, yeah, that's murder. This guy just ripped someone out of their vehicle, threw them to the ground. Police are screaming at him and yelling at him. He throws it in gear and floors it and gets shot and killed. I mean,
so why is that? Why is that being prosecuted? I don't understand.
Oh, welcome to Massachusetts, my man.
I would hate to be a police officer working for a government that doesn't have your back. It's tough enough as it is.
Right.
How you doing, chaps?
How you doing, bud?
Hey, Base. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Good to talk to you.
Can I give you a prime example of exactly what you just said there, Last Dance? In the UK, there's armed response, and we have armed response. Some Americans think we don't, but we do. But it's not front line as such, general. It's quite rare, I think, in the percentage of terms. So what happened was they were following a big intel, big gangland thing. This guy's a super gangster. He he's known to have killed people, full time into gangland shit, and there was loads of shit going on daily. So anyway, the police turned around, done a hard stop on his car, and he rammed them. And as he rammed them, they fired one bullet and they killed him. And the Met Police took the copper to court or allowed this to happen. And what I found out even more crazy is they don't get paid any more money. Yeah, they're the real deal. I mean, they've got to make real deal decisions because if they're out, there's fucking problems. Do you know what I mean?
So they take on the liability without any
Yeah,
increase
yeah, yeah.
in pay.
And the big wigs, because it was a coloured gentleman. What was it? A coloured gentleman that you were describing, Steve? That can't take orders, or
You
I
mean the
mean-
cop or the perp?
the perp, the one driving away in the car. Was it a black gentleman?
I can't confirm that, or I don't.
Well, it sounds like it could be highly probable. They do have a problem with taking simple direction when there's a gun pointed at them. Not always, but generally, I'd say.
Well, he's a bag of bones and decomposing blood and muscle right now. He's not anything. So
He
Welcome to
took
the
the
party.
lettuce. He took the lettuce cylinder, did he? The
Yep.
asphalt temperature challenge.
that's right. I mean, it reminds me of a case from some years ago in Weymouth, Massachusetts. Officer Michael Chesna, a guy had stolen a car. He was all tweaked out. He crashed the car and he was tweaking out, vandalizing a property. And Chesna confronted him to arrest him. And Chesna either had his gun drawn or was going to draw his gun, did not fire because the guy basically had a rock. And I'm sure Chesna was debating in his own head, this is a rock. If I shoot him, I'm going to fucking get prosecuted. The kid fucking whipped it at him and hit Chesna in the head, knocking him semi-conscious. At that point, the kid grabbed the gun, killed Chesna, Officer Chesna, and then in running away, a woman who was watching through her screen door, the kid shot her and killed her too. And that was a classic case of a delay by an officer that ended up getting him killed because he was thinking too much. He should have just shot the fucking kid, you know?
Steve, I was surprised when some of the panel members, when that male nurse got shot by ICE or the police, I can't remember if it was ICE, was it? And
Alex Freddie.
yeah, and they were saying, instead of like one bullet, they unloaded, clips on him. Was it? Is it clips or mags? Sorry,
Magazine.
clips is it?
Magazines,
sorry.
yeah.
Clips is what you shouldn't say. And they unloaded like 15 bullets into him, and I just thought every YouTube clip I see, and they fucking lay one bullet off, all of a sudden there's a fucking ton of them coming from every angle into the same direction. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me, and if that's what they've done again, it doesn't surprise me either. Because like you said, if you weigh it up too much, you won't be going home to your wife and kids.
That's right. That's right. And unfortunately, the guy I was just talking about had two young ones and a young wife, and they'll be forever without their father, sadly. Bullshit. Look who it is. It's Mr. Plastic African.
Greetings.
How the hell are you?
Good evening. How are you guys doing?
All
Pretty
right.
good, thanks.
All right.
You're rocking it?
Yeah.
Living your best days, right?
I don't know about that. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Exciting times, ain't it, guys?
I don't know. Depends on what information you're getting and what you believe in.
I mean, I hear there was a pretty bad missile attack that actually made it through to two separate cities in Israel tonight.
Right. Yep. It sounds like they're switching up to cluster bombs, and that's actually getting through the defenses now, or Israel is getting low on defensive mechanism, and they're going to start taking more damage now.
That's the downside of war. You don't control the enemy gets a say. You don't get the
That's
last
right.
word necessarily.
That's right.
It's all, it's all proxies, ain't it? A lot of this is just there's little webs going on here and there. Where's the end result going to be? Huh? Let's think
Well,
about
the Iranians are firing less and less missiles, but they have fired a big long one today, which is supposed to go 4,000 miles, which actually will cover really the east coast of England, and that's about it.
I
Yeah,
thought that it was
that's
4,000
full range.
kilometers. I thought it was 4,000 K. Is it miles?
Yeah, you might be right. I'm a miles person, so it's like indirectly. Sorry, I do apologize. Yeah,
It's
4,000
it's still a long distance.
Yeah.
Yeah, they took a crack shot at that island. Steve was telling me about that last night, I think.
Yeah, Chagos,
Yeah.
didn't they? Chagos, I don't know why they would do that. That was the weirdest thing ever. It clearly means, like they say, like the hierarchical empire doesn't work the same way as we do. That's why he's taken out the hierarchy first, and it's still operating because of the proxies that work, right?
Well, it seems like they're kind of like showing what they could do if they wanted to, kind of like giving people something to talk about.
Look, they might have nuclear weapons. I fucking very much doubt it, but according to all the disbelievers, they haven't got them. Even though they just announced that maybe they have.
Well, let me ask you this. So they just hit Israel pretty hard. Israel is assumed to have fucking nukes. So is Israel going to use them against Iran? And who will be the one to come to Iran's defense? Would it be Russia? Would it be China?
I don't think they'd be able to. Do that.
No one's coming. No one's come to Iran's defense. No one. I mean, China just want their oil, and at the moment they're not fucking getting it. And obviously, we're not getting it either.
I don't think that Israel can use that level of weaponry. If they use a nuke, it's not just the other allies of Iran they have to worry about. They have to worry about the optics of the rest of the world that just turned on them.
Yeah, I mean, why would they? It wouldn't be in anyone's interest to do so. That's all they've got to do is keep on firing it down. Every time they fire a missile, there's birds in the sky fucking recording the GPS, and they're sticking old bunker busters down there. So every time they show their hands, they're getting, their fingers are getting bitten off. That's basically the reality.
It depends how much you carry this on as well. Like there's a longevity clause here. Yeah?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you listen to the media, especially the American or the British left-wing media, we want they want a peace treaty and a ceasefire and stuff because they're not doing very well, and it's just not the case. I mean, every time they fire in those missiles, that's being recorded. That's being recorded. Yeah. The GPS has been, and they're prioritizing.
Who's recording who? Are we both recording each other?
I would think so.
Well, I don't know what power Iran's got. They might have a few satellites up in the sky, but they haven't got no air force, have they?
But they could have spies. Yeah, it's
they have proxies. Yeah, proxies. The thing is this an ideological issue? Because if you break it to take Persia to Iran, of why that happened with the revolution. So are we expecting as Trumpers, or is this the expectation that they will become that again? Like unify?
I think there's a hope that they will.
Revolt in what they did anyway to get that theocracy that you have here.
Right? Well, unless it's controlled, it's going to be a total shit show where they're going to be retaliations. A bit like the Sunnis and the Shias in Iraq. I don't think it would be as bad as that, but I think that will be there. But of course, all these radical Islamist Abduls are going to be coming to Europe and the UK, and we're going to lose again.
Okay. So then
that's the bottom line. We will lose again.
Hang on. Would we say that we're forcing Islam to have a reformation? Because we're now taking that into a new leap with the West.
Why are you saying Islam?
Because of the way that they haven't had a reformation Islam at all. they've just become factional problems because of their family feuds, where they don't even want to look at their own theology, let alone what we have in the West, the Western Foundation. The East is still like those heathen shit, but nevertheless they deal with us correctly.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there'll be a reform. I don't. If anything, there will be a resurgence.
Are we forcing that? Because I mean, the Americans still look after Mecca.
Oh, we got an expert.
Well, the reforms would have been
in-house.
splitting off of Shia and Sunni, right? That was, in a way, some level of reform. Now it's a split thing, which is an odd. They're both the same religion, yet they want to kill each other. It's fucking bizarre.
They've wanted to kill each other for years because of where they think the authority has been lost because of the deaths. If you look into it, you see. Family.
Doesn't it just have to do with like the uncles and like the relatives of
let me do a little caveat here. So in Manchester today, there was a disturbance. There was a guy running around with a zombie knife. I'm sure you can imagine what that is if you don't know what it is. It's like a real beastly fucking knife. About 12 inches long with all holes in the center, jagged either side, big fucking huge handle, and he was trying to poke. I'm using TOS. He tried to poke a load of royalist Iranians in the streets of Manchester, and there was like a bit of a scuffle. They managed to get the poking thing off the guy, and lucky enough, there was no injuries or serious injuries. Like I said, these problems that are happening in the Middle East, they don't happen in the Middle East. They happen back in the UK because, example over the years of where what goes on in Pakistan and India all of a sudden affect Leicester. What goes on in Iran all of a sudden affects Manchester. And this sort of shit is just going to get worse and worse. The Afghans and the Iranians were fighting a couple of weeks ago over this. The Kurds, not the Afghans. The Kurds and the Islamic regime lot in the UK were fighting each other. And it just, like I said, with the diversity comes all the shit with them, all the shit baggage. It doesn't stop at the border.
Yeah.
I checked, and Iran does have spy satellites.
Interesting.
Yeah, but what?
Good evening,
yeah,
gentlemen.
I mean, hi, mate.
Is the Sputnik being listed as one of their spy satellites?
No.
Dasha is it Dasha? I don't know. I forget the raccoon.
It is the flying goat.
Mike's not behind me, John.
I like that. Yeah. Goat 5121.
Do you guys believe Trump's post that he's going to take out power infrastructure in the next 48 hours?
I don't know. He's warning them. He clearly is saying, yeah.
I have not believed his last several bluffs, and he has proved me wrong. So I'm going to believe this one. I still hope he doesn't do it.
The thing is, Trump gives a lot of decoys. He gives a lot of false messaging a lot of the time, just so that he is quite does that quite often, doesn't he? Do you know what I mean? Says one thing, does another.
Yeah, but he's telling the American people that the war's over, and then he's basically admitting in that last post that the Strait of Hormuz is absolutely foobarred, and they have no control over the situation.
Well,
one
of those things is true, and it's not the first thing. The war is not over. Trump is full of shit about it.
Yeah, I mean, the Straits of Hormuz, I don't know the width of it. I think it's about 30 miles.
20 miles.
Okay. Now, I can understand why I'm told that the U.S. vessels are
You dropped out, Based.
dropping out.
Are you adjusting his sound settings at the same time as me?
I am not.
Yep.
I didn't touch it.
Base, you're crackling. By the way, Base, I did get the
I don't know where that is.
SIM.
And did it make a difference?
Yes,
I haven't tested it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, your mic's better.
Okay.
that's better.
Sorry, I went out then. Go on.
Oh no,
Carry
there
on, I
it
can't
goes
believe
again. It's crackling. There's a crackle.
Well, he's working that
But
out.
nothing.
I will say that this Iranian missile launch that apparently went around 4,000 kilometers kind of cuts both ways for Iran. A lot of people who are arguing that against the war say that Iran did not pose a threat to the United States, and this shows that they had their missile program was more developed than anybody realized. Now, this still is a long way from being able to reach the U.S., but it's just a matter of you keep going and it'll work.
Yes, sir. I'm with you. If you can hear me, I agree. We had to pull this band-aid off sooner than later.
What is your view of Kent's resignation?
Who?
The gentleman that was the chair for what was it, Steve? 1 second.
You'd have to get. I'll screw up the title.
Yeah.
Welshman's back.
Is this the guy that's resignated because of Trump? Right?
Well, basically because of the Iraq
the war,
their
what does he say?
actions. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was the former director of the National Counterterrorism Center under Trump, and he resigned because he didn't believe that the war in Iran is just, and he didn't believe that they were a threat.
Oh, right.
So,
okay. Well,
I just think
then
it's
he
interesting.
resigned, bro, because personally, I think Trump has enough information to say this is a threat, a legitimate one, and had to do something about it. Now, how it got to be this legitimate threat comes to what Biden and Obama, they clearly were interested in this threat. Everyone wants to rinse their money.
The funny thing is that Iran now is going to be a threat, that this counterterrorism individual would be needed in order to counter the terrorism that Iran is going to inflict upon Europe and North America. They've had agents and sleeper agents in Britain and Europe and North America.
That also gives us the right to say, okay, if you're Islamic, we can put you into concentration camps or other things.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure how far.
Bloody hell!
Together,
I mean, the thing is, I don't know the reactions of what the reactions of the Europeans and the Americans should be. But the fact is that these things are going to happen. The United Kingdom. But look, the United Kingdom has already foiled something like 20 potential terror plots. Okay.
Yeah, Banksy.
Yeah, I mean, the United Kingdom has already foiled something like 20 potential Iranian terror plots. They arrested multiple people. And the fact is that these things are going to get even worse now. This is just the beginning. This is the very tip of this particular iceberg.
Again, good. Let it happen. For it will show the truth. And people will have to respond either one way or the other.
But wait there, African, right? You're saying let people see the truth. Well, if they can't see the truth by the Manchester bombing, and they can't see the truth with Southport and the Beast Axel, and if they can't see the situation when it comes to Lee Rigby, if they can't see the truth between the London stabbing, and if they can't see the truth, they're never going to see the truth, because it doesn't happen to their family, and it's been at Nimsby, not in my backyard. As long as it's not in my backyard, it's okay. Is that what you're saying? Because that's what I'm seeing.
I am not saying that at all.
I'm not seeing pushback in the United States, which I'm glad. I thought there was going to be a lot more terrorist events and retaliation.
There was three. There was three, wasn't there? There was three.
Were they lone wolves? Does that still count? I guess that still counts.
Well. The one had property of valor on his fucking shirt, so I think we can categorize that one.
I mean, you can categorize it, but as a lone wolf, the question is, does it matter if they're acting on their own will or being told? if they're still
Well,
doing something bad.
The thing
Of
is,
course it doesn't. Of course it doesn't matter. Does it
Well,
make
is
the
based.
terrorism less because it's a lone man
Well, no, the
that
thing is
believes in
based.
believes in the same faith and the same ideology as the man that was sent by ISIS.
Yeah, but the thing is, based. There lies the issue. You see, you're making the connection of Islam amongst all these people, whilst I'm just purely talking about Islamic Republic of Iran, Iranian activated terrorists by the IRGC. I'm not even talking about other Muslims in the diaspora, in the wider sense. I'm just talking about this particular country and this particular regime is going to activate a whole bunch of their own interested things. But the thing is, if you want to link every mass terrorist type of attack by some goat humper that screamed Allahu Akbar, then fair enough. That could all be, that I would put that under the umbrella of Islam. But the problem is, no one wants to address that. No one wants to touch that. It's a hot potato. No one wants to go near. No one wants to say that the actual root of all of these issues is the religion of Islam. But nobody's going to touch that.
There's a common denominator. With the Iranians, they got sleeper cells all over the UK, and the numbers are quite scary. They're talking like up to three figures, up to 100 off sleeper cells of like one or two people. So they are all directed, whether it's the lunatic from the local mosque that is seeing that radical preacher that turns up once a year. And it doesn't really matter. It's a common denominator always.
But doesn't it say something if the sleeper cell numbers are large, or in the United States of America, there's a very large Islamic population that they aren't acting out and doing terror attacks?
Well, according to my knowledge, that's what they've been planning to do. The Islamist Abduls is that they said they're going to do sleeper cells and very small cells throughout Europe.
What are they waiting for?
That's their future MO. It's not going to do big things. It's literally to have small cells all over the place rather than big operations.
I would guess, RW, there's two possibilities. One is that they don't have sleeper cells everywhere. They just sort of put that rumor out, as just a way to scare people. The other thing is that they simply don't think the time is right to activate them, which tells me that the war is not over, not even close, despite what Trump says.
With that game theory, if Iran loses, would they even activate? If there's nothing for them to activate for anymore, would they still activate?
So I think they would activate them when things are going very badly, but they have yet to capitulate.
Yeah, but Trump said if you give up, we will. They have the right.
Yeah,
Get it straight. I will give you an amnesty, and some of those people we don't know probably have taken that deal with Trump. How much loyalty do you get being a regime like them? This is what we have. This is what the great, devil is there. Oh.
If the great devil is giving you a big cash deal, I'd go with the path of least resistance.
The thing is, one thing. Last answer, she said that if the regime is going to lose, and in their last gasp of defiance, they'll activate these cells. I'm not even sure that's even a necessary thing, because you got to realize there is a concept of martyrdom. This particular religion and cult is based around death anyway. It is kind of a death cult that you're going to get all sorts of rewards. So even if you don't activate yourself, even if you don't go ahead and do it before the regime is gone, even if you do it years after the regime has ended, every time a Muslim hits a blow against the great Satan, the non-believers, the kafirs, they consider that a martyrdom act, and they're going to go to heaven anyway. So it could be years before anyone even does this. It could be even generations that grow up and go, well, I don't have much of a life ahead of me. I just want to cut the line and go straight to the head of the queue in the seventh level of heaven to get my houris. So let's just blow up some kafirs. So this could linger for for a while, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're all going to go kaboom the second the
Everyone
regime's
here
at
can
its end.
appreciate. Everyone here can appreciate the sheer mass of land that Iran is. Correct.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a big place.
So,
Oh, yeah.
does anyone here actually think that the United States or whoever attacking them can even end their regime?
Well,
Yeah.
you don't have to. You just have to replace it with somebody that's not, that's not from the
look,
regime.
From what I can see, the only real option that the Americans have, if they don't want to put boots on the ground, and even if they do put boots on the ground, is to activate the revolutionary people within Iran, the people themselves, the Kurds, the Lors, the Persians, whoever is going to come out and go against the regime. That is the only realistic way of having any kind of regime.
In your game
change.
theory,
I-
how far into the future until it's possible to get this hope of people to rise up and do the thing?
I mean, this is where a lot of these Iranians that are online, I don't know if you guys listen to them, these YouTubers and stuff, a lot of them were expecting the military. You see, what we're all waiting on is the military, because there's two militarized groups, major groups in Iran. There's a normal army, and then there's the IRGC, which is the Revolutionary Guard. Now, they're the fanatics. Most people expect them to fight to the last guy. They're very, very fanatical. And then there's the regular army. Now, they were hoping that the regular army would turn on them by now, and they haven't. And since the regular army hasn't turned on the regime, it seems that the regime has far more support in the regular army than people had estimated, essentially.
Surprise,
So
surprise.
that's where the problem is. Yeah, that's where the problem is. If the regular army eventually, the generals in the army decide that this is now, we have to turn on this regime. This regime is done, and we have to basically position ourselves in a way where we will still be in a top position in the new administration. Then they'll turn on them. But I don't think they feel they're there yet, and so they're not.
Well, it feels like the last time that America had this sort of squeeze was in World War II with the Japanese. Huh? What do they do there? Huh? They had to clear the airway somewhere. I mean, if you're gonna put the pistol up against your head, let's do it properly.
Well, no, the thing is with the Japanese had actually popular support from all of their own people. It wasn't like
but it doesn't matter.
there was a gap between the people and the actual regime.
Regardless of that thing, you have to do it clear ways. If I was an AI, say, and I had this problem with ants, these ants were in this area, what would say to me, well, just burn them, it'll be all right. The grass will grow back. It's okay.
So you had an AI, an ant invasion, and you're going to use AI.
It's regardless of that. Look, the numbers don't matter to us, really, do they? You don't know Ahmed. We don't know Fatima, Roxana, Nur, all the names you can imagine out there that are Persian and Islamic. These things happen every day. If you're going to push this, I mean, how do you break that then? Is it that we're the problem as a society because we're not going to arm? Should we just join that fight and go there and go, yeah?
Thanks, go on. Thanks. What you
No,
say?
I was just going to say one thing that the Americans should certainly recognize, and the Israelis too. Just because the Iranian people would prefer a revolution and a regime change, and that they can start a new, hopefully democratic society, that doesn't necessarily mean that is the win that the Israelis and the Americans are going to go for. You see, our interests are aligned at the moment because both parties, or the three parties, want to get rid of this regime. But ultimately, what America's interest and Israel's interest certainly is that Iran is incapable of launching any form of serious, meaningful attack against Israel and potentially against the United States at some point down the line. And if Iran becomes just a smoldering, burning parking lot at the end of all this, or with giant civil war for the next 20 years where it just tears itself apart, that is still a win for the Americans and the Israelis. It may not be a win for the Iranian people, which is, obviously my interest, but it is a win for the Americans and the Israelis. The Israelis are not particular. Their interest isn't in a harmonious democrat. I mean, they tell you that bullshit, obviously, but it's not really their interest that Iran would come out to be this glorious, democracy with Starbucks and Burger King everywhere. Their interest is that they are incapable of attacking Israel and are incapable of funding.
I agree that
Sorry.
security is a part of the reasoning, but I personally see the United States economy as way more of a deciding factor for our being there.
But yeah,
You
but
guys,
so
you
what I'm
guys
saying
are
is,
doing it, man. You got
if
yeah,
Iran Iran is a smoldering heap of flames at the end of this, it's still a win for the Americans and the Israelis. It doesn't mean that they haven't succeeded in what they
It's
wanted
just a
to do.
reset. Just another, like what they call it, mowing the grass. This is another massive mowing of the grass.
Yeah, but I mean, if it takes Iran another 20 years, 30 years to get to a stage where they might be a threat again, then the Israelis and Americans will take that as a win because they'll just, they know they've got a 20, 30-year gap to address the Iranian issue again. 20, 30 years, this is 47 years they dealt with it, basically.
Do you see society trending towards liberal, progressive? Even the conservatives of today are much more liberal than the conservatives of before as time moves on.
Go
in
the
the
other
United
way.
States?
Do you think it's going conservative? Okay, interesting.
I think it's going to go the other way. I think the Overton window is opened up to the right. Popularist is the new far right, and
even conservative is much more liberal. Like all these Christian faiths that everybody's becoming Christian, they're not even following.
Yeah, no, not orthodox though. Not orthodox. I mean, the reality is, people in the UK in the next 18 months are going to wake up and they're going to stop calling Nigel Farage Hitler and all that because they're going to realise he's not even really that conservative at all, and they're going to have to switch to Restore. But no, because that's the only clear party that stands out. That's pointing the opposite to the rest.
for the English, for the British.
My question was based off of Iran also, because in 20 years, if say the grass is mowed and it takes them 20 years to get back to a point where they could attack again, in 20 years, are they much more liberal and less interested in Shia jihad?
Well, it shouldn't be
No,
Islamic.
not necessarily, because the trend in the West, if you're saying the trend in the West is leaning towards more liberal societies, that's not the trend with Islam. I mean, Islam has survived 1400 years, and it has
but their
had
cities
its
are more
peaks and
liberal.
troughs of liberal and conservative throughout that time. So it's survived regardless, and it's not a guarantee. I mean, the thing is with if is Iran going to go the way of Dubai? Essentially, I think what you're saying. I doubt it anytime soon, unless they have they get rid of those wars.
And Dubai is a very unique place. It's still illegal alcohol, but it's served in certain establishments.
Right.
So
it's conforming.
yeah, but it is that unique pinnacle. In the Islamic countries, I think there's 56 Islamic countries in the world, and I think there's 3 of them that
Counted for the United Kingdom.
I think there's only 3 of them that being gay is not illegal.
Are those the wealthiest 3?
I'm not 100% on. I did hear, and I heard this like not long ago, but I can't remember the countries it was. But if we just even take it like that, then in majority of those countries, Christianity will be banned. I don't know the numbers on that, but there's so many different things that they're not going liberal, no. And they're certainly not going liberal in the UK.
Okay. We'll have to see. We'll revisit this again in the future if we're still hanging out. I'm just predicting that.
But Europe is going right. Europe is going right, RW, and quite happily.
So just to comment on a few things, as of today, the IRGC has not explicitly threatened nuclear war, but tensions involving nuclear sites have escalated. Obviously, Iran's Natanz enrichment facility was hit, and Dimona, which is in Israel, was targeted, and that's a Israeli nuclear facility. So the IRGC has vowed new tactics. They've used astonished or dumbfounded as what the U.S. will think about their new tactics. But experts think it's going to be conventional ballistic missiles and global tourism targeting by Iran, which is kind of scary.
Why are they threatening nuclear though? If they don't have that power.
They did not.
Well,
has
they
not
did.
Has not explicitly threatened nuclear war.
Because they can't.
No,
Right.
because they did enrich up to 60% uranium.
Yes.
They've had up to 60% uranium. So what
Oh,
they could potentially do is some sort of a
something, by the way. Not
Oh, okay, so it's even more than that. So what I'm saying is that they could
Yeah,
potentially,
really
and this is
well,
something I think most
So they
intelligence
want it to
agencies are aware of. They could have essentially have some sort of a dirty bomb, in which they could execute in form of a
Yeah, they
terrorist.
could, they really could, but you could actually,
Yeah, but if they do that, then that sort of opens the gateway for clean nuclear weapons, not dirty ones, the kinds that really explode and don't just spread nuclear radiation. Or, if they do that, then they are really susceptible to being completely decimated and dust.
Yeah, but again, Steve, you're ruling out. You see, you're still operating on a someone who wants to live kind of a mindset. This is a European sort of Western mindset.
True that.
If you're looking at a martyrdom scenario, then as far as they're concerned, anyone who gets killed in a scenario where Israel or America bombs them, they're all martyrs and going straight to heaven. So if you're of that ilk and of that mindset, you see, this is something Sam Harris wrote in his book in literally, like, I think it was 2014 or 13, the End of Faith. He says that when you're dealing with a martyrdom cult, a death cult, them having a nuclear weapon, the MAD concept doesn't work. It doesn't apply in that scenario because it's not a mutually assured destruction when one side is gleefully willing to die. So that's the problem. If you're dealing with these idiots and these guys who don't give a crap about their own lives and they consider themselves to be martyrs, then nuking Iran after they blow up some dirty terrorist bomb in, I don't know, Tel Aviv, is not a thing. It's not a thing that they're really worried about. They're like, yeah, well, we're all just going to get martyred, and
They're not
that's
worried
the
about the
danger.
stock market.
But I guess that
I don't
would
think they're
make
worried
it
about
so-
the stock market.
One thing, other people who wouldn't have to worry would be the rest of the world that is worried about Iran. If they do that, I hear you, but I think the country as a whole still wants to exist. I don't think their goal is martyrdom.
No, but Steve, the country as a whole is irrelevant. The opinions of the people are irrelevant to the opinions of those who are willing to carry out these acts. That's
All
the
right,
thing.
let me change that statement then. I think that even the leadership would prefer to be alive and be a thorn in the side of the West forever than to die as martyrs.
Well, I mean, you see, how many of the leadership, that's the reason I have myself as an imam, because there's so many openings now for an imam position in Iran that I'm sending in an application form. But what I'm saying is that there is so many of them.
He will not survive after 24 hours of appearing in public, right? Because
Sorry, Base, you're breaking up badly.
How the fuck
You're
can I
breaking
be
up
breaking? I haven't
crazy.
got a mic now.
It's
I
a
don't know, ask
latency issue,
everyone
buddy.
else.
It's a latency issue.
It's something, but yeah, I took 3 words out of that, I swear. But anyway, what I'm trying to
new
say is,
Supreme Leader will be dead if he shows his face. I would agree
well,
with that.
what I'm saying is something like 60, 70 of these people have now gone. Like, we're whittling down to pretty much the fanatical of the fanatical now.
Let me ask you a question, Welshman. This is completely somewhat of a non sequitur, but Welshman, when you're out in the town making videos, it doesn't crackle, it doesn't pop. The sound is pretty good. When
Yeah.
you're on your phone right now, are you doing anything different than that other than being on your
No.
Wi-Fi?
No, I'm not on my Wi-Fi. I'm on my mobile. I'm on my mobile. My mobile strength is stronger than my Wi-Fi.
Mobile's stronger than Wi-Fi. That's fucking weird.
Well,
Huh.
he's stealing Wi-Fi from his neighbor 2 doors down.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
That's why.
I'm not stealing.
Reminds me of a joke I heard about
Stealing
the guy.
I'm
Starbucks
just
Wi-Fi.
giving you shit, dude.
No, I'm not. I'm not stealing. I'm not stealing. We come to like £50 a year that I pay, which is fuck all. But I only use. I basically. The best reception I get is on my phone, and I get good reception. I don't get bad reception up here for some reason. On Streamlabs, I don't know why it does it.
Streamlabs sucks, dude. The interface
Yard.
with phones and Streamlabs is absolute dog shit. So
Yard.
Don't
Yard.
feel bad.
Yard.
oh, sorry, whatever.
Well, I mean, you're on StreamYard right now, but
Yeah,
StreamYard is a whole other thing.
Two different
But yeah,
companies
they're
offer the same thing.
they're right. Actually, the guys are right. When you're out in your car and stuff, this reception seems to be so much better.
It's glass.
Then,
It's
when you're
perfect.
at home.
Yeah, here it's all crackly, you know.
It's
I,
probably the StreamYard thing.
I'm someone who believes that Iran could have built multiple nuclear weapons anytime during the last several years.
Did you
Yeah.
say you are somebody or you have somebody?
I am somebody who believes that Iran
Wow.
could have built nuclear weapons. They wouldn't be sophisticated nuclear weapons. They wouldn't be.
Believes that Iran could have built.
The hell is that?
He's looping.
Bass.
He's looping back.
Put your headsets on. You're looping.
Sorry. I'm.
So,
Um,
Welshman, are you saying they had something that they could stick on one of the conventional warheads that they have now? Something like that?
No, they couldn't stick it on a missile.
Okay.
It would be too heavy. But they could put it on a truck, or they could put it on a passenger plane. If you're looking at a suicide mission, those
Yeah.
are both ways to get it done.
Yeah.
A dirty-
Could
a
they put it on
dirty
a
bomb is
drone?
possible. Yeah, of course.
I'm not talking about a dirty bomb. I'm talking about a Hiroshima bomb.
Yeah, you low yield sort of. Yeah.
It could do a hell of a lot of damage.
Damn.
20,000 kilotons is what I'm thinking of.
I hope you're wrong, Last Dance.
It did
100,000.
turn them into masculine into anime. So
How are you,
You see-
Riddle?
But the thing is,
I'm
last
good, how
time,
are you?
Good, man.
Hello, Riddle. But
That's
yeah, no,
fine.
you're right. They, that sort of 60-70% enrichment would give them something of that equivalent. A Hiroshima and Nagasaki kind of a.
Yeah, and there's no
Bomb
reason.
easily.
There's no reason to enrich to that levels. Is it? The only reason to enrich to those levels, if you're
For a
making,
bomb.
yeah,
Well, what level do the bars need to be for nuclear power?
yeah, but
Like
I, think
5% at most.
Really?
I was going to say,
5%?
Yeah.
I was going to say
Christ.
3 to 5%.
3 to 5% is what.
I thought it was.
general.
Even more
okay.
than that, but there you go.
So,
You know what I
it's,
mean?
it's a
There's
huge difference.
they
isn't it?
are-
It's a huge difference.
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
they've exceeded their actual sort of limit for energy by a mile. Everybody knows that. It's
Oh, yeah.
ridiculous.
They're fucking lying through their teeth at every second when they talk
Yeah.
about it. Fucking
100%.
assholes.
They were just buying
How's it
time.
going, Martin?
They were just buying
Welcome to the
time.
party,
This
man.
whole thing was just the buying enough time, just like North Korea. If they could buy enough time to create the actual first bomb and then have a delivery system, then everybody's essentially hands off from Iran. They would solidify their position.
It doesn't make sense to me though, in Last Dance's view, that to have that regime wants to exist. So if they're going to do something like set off a dirty bomb, they're not going to exist anymore.
That was my point.
Okay.
But this is
Sorry.
again,
Hangover's
Uh,
getting to you.
Yeah. Sorry, man.
it's the concept of the element, the missing element compared to like Kim Jong Un or the Chinese or anyone else is
Good point, Cap.
martyrdom. If they don't care about living and they are looking forward to dying, then if they can take the head of the snake with them, that's sort
That's
of the
not
thing.
Marty. That's Martin. Marty is a different Martin, honey. Unless you know Martin Burley better than I realized, which is entirely possible. I think she's thinking Marty Fucking frog art. I can't remember.
All right. Well, so can you guys catch me up on this one? Because apparently I hopped in the middle. I'm sorry.
It's all right. We're sort of just discussing, as of now, possibility that Iran actually has possibly, not that Marty, right? Nuclear weapons of the Hiroshima Nagasaki size,
Right.
enough
okay.
to kill 100,000 people with a big explosion.
Yeah, enough to devastate a city, but not to imbalance the whole world.
Yeah, enough to devastate half of a large city, most of a smallish, medium city. Yeah,
I mean,
big.
Okay.
Imagine,
that is a big deal.
Imagine that size of a bomb, Nagasaki-style bomb in Tel Aviv. I mean, Christ, that would
absolutely,
devastate.
that would be. Well, you mean
Israel.
in Tel Aviv, like exploding in? Oh, I see.
Well, yeah, dropped on Tel Aviv. You know what I mean? Imagine
Oh,
that.
from Israel?
No,
think
no,
Israel would
from
do that?
Iran. If Iran would throw something like that over in Tel Aviv, it would devastate the whole of Israel's economy for decades.
Well, yeah, it'd probably. Yes, at the very least, it would. Yeah, that's true.
Marty Feldman, was that Igor? The actor? Young Frankenstein? Sorry, non sequitur again.
Yeah.
Marty Feldman.
I do. Speaking of actors, want to pay some tribute to Chuck Norris.
Chuck Liddell.
Yeah, I was gonna say Chuck
Norris.
Liddell, but Chuck Norris.
Yeah. Death finally, drummed up the courage to ask him if he could join him for tea.
Yeah, he.
Death didn't come for him. He came for death and took his job.
Yeah, I just to be reminded of his movies went and looked at his IMDb page the other day, and yeah, not a lot of them get higher than a 6, which I think is complete horseshit. But Lone Wolf McQuade, awesome Chuck Norris movie.
Audio check. Anything? How's it sound?
That
you're
sounds
good.
good.
You're
That
good.
sounds
You're
good
good.
so far.
Okay, let me put my mic in and tell me what this sounds like now.
Much better.
Okay, that's my Wi-Fi with wired mic.
I'm giving you shit. You're soft, dude. It's
I can
very
turn him up.
clear.
Hold on. Hold on.
Hey, RW, that's a nice hat.
It's soft. You're too low.
Hello. Okay.
You're too low, Welshman. You're too low.
Where'd you get that from?
Okay.
I never seen
look.
you wear that kind of stuff before.
I heard a click.
It's in my chainsaw hat. It's a steel hat.
Nice. All right.
Oh no.
Welsh, what would solve your problem is like a £100 laptop. I could.
How's that?
even,
How
set
100
it up
quid?
for you.
What is 100 quid in US dollars?
120,
Like
115.
120, yeah, 120, 115, something like that.
Why don't
There's no big
buy
deal.
him one? Buy him one, Hafez.
Yeah, crowdsourced.
I can actually get. I've got a laptop here, a tiny one, but it's old though. It's like Windows 10. I can upgrade it. I can upgrade it for you, and just give it. But it is a very, very tiny little 10-inch one. Oh, he's gone.
Well, there's 2 Welshmen here. Now he's back here, so he's experimenting.
Yeah, we're back to where we were. So I'm a loudspeaker on my phone.
It's much louder. I'd say turn him down.
Yes,
Your mic is loud. I like the Delta Force. I mean, obviously for me, the best Chuck Norris movie is The Way of the Dragon with Bruce Lee.
Yeah, that's
that was
a good
like
one.
it was great. But the Delta Force one were good. Texas Walker episodes were pretty decent.
So
missing in
wholesome.
action about
Missing in
POWs
action,
in
yeah,
Vietnam.
yeah, that was good.
How old was Chuck's missus?
17.
No idea.
I don't
She
know.
looked. She looked like, I don't know. She looked young, but she could have been like on Chuck's medicine because he looked young, didn't he, for his age? So
Yeah, but 86, he did all right. He hung in there.
I think my favorite acting he ever did was in The Untouchables. They're all like pinned down and they're all going to die, and just like this, Chuck Norris comes out of nowhere and just not even physically possibly just wipes the whole board all the bad guys around him, and they just like pay a tribute to his badassness, and then he like salutes them
you're
and just
talking about
keep
you want the
walking.
Expendables.
The
not the
Expendables, sorry, yeah.
Untouchables. Yeah, because I was like the Untouchables.
I was thinking of
is
the
an entirely different
Hindi
movie.
version.
Yeah. But yeah, Expendables. Yeah. He was in. I think the third or the fourth. I forgot. I think the third one, second or third one.
They just paid a
Look at
tribute
this.
for like one scene.
This is funny.
Yeah.
Here's Chuck Norris and his son.
Bloody hell! His
That's
son
hilarious.
looks like 20 years old.
Chuck Norris is younger than his.
That's actually his son.
Damn.
What's
That
crazy?
is, nah. That's a paid actor. No way.
He
Son.
didn't he look and move fine up until about 2-3 years ago? He was still really active and stuff. I've seen him promoting some tablets or something.
That's
But-
my understanding.
He seems pretty like active, so he must have like taken a downward spiral the last like 2 years.
Yeah,
Or
Maybe
strange
he
injection.
had maybe see, that's a good question, right? Because from what I'm hearing is that he was literally filming some kind of he made a video that he was I'm gonna live forever or not. I don't know. Not forever, but like, it just basically showed that he was very healthy at 86, right? But then he died the next day in Hawaii. So was it like an accident, or did he have something that we didn't know about? Is my
I
question.
heard medical emergency in Hawaii.
But what does that mean?
I mean, he could
So
have had
he
a
was-
ruptured appendix, and he fucking didn't.
Right, that-
Sometimes just shit
Yeah.
happens, you know.
Yeah.
Yes,
something.
so he was in good health up until like the day of his birth, the day of his death.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's what I'm-
Completely unexpected.
Hmm.
I don't know about this. See, Chuck and Steven Seagal, they knew each other. Steven Seagal is very overweight now, but in their prime, Chuck Norris was a very good kickboxer.
He was like an actual fighter too. Like Seagal was just a joke.
Well,
He's an actor.
Seagal is pretty high level Aikido, but Aikido is one of those things where Aikido is really good against someone else who's only doing Aikido.
So,
Right.
see, but I heard Steven Seagal is basically a bully, but more importantly, he enjoys hurting people when, like, literally breaks their fingers and their hands and stuff. He's supposed to be a right cunt.
By the way, guys,
Free man.
you know,
What he meant to
you
say.
we lost another legend. What was his name? Oh my god! It was another guy who apparently choked out Steven Seagal, and Steven
Yeah.
Seagal soiled himself.
Bernie Sanders.
That's right.
No, damn it! I forgot his name.
So yeah, the guy.
I've heard this story before.
Yeah. And it is true. It is true. He did get choked out and shit his pants.
Gene LaBelle.
Gene LaBelle. That's right, Gene LaBelle. He's a brilliant judo guy and a jiu-jitsu. Later on, he did jiu-jitsu.
Oh yeah,
stuff.
he was a
And
stuntman. Crazy.
Yeah, and a
stuntman.
stuntman. Yeah, he was actually a stuntman for one of the, I think, TV shows with Bruce Lee as well. But yeah, he told the story on Joe Rogan about the fact that him and Steven Seagal got into it, and Steven said, "Oh, you can't choke me out. I can't be choked out." And so Gene took him to the ground, choked him out, and then he soiled himself
Wait, who
while
did?
he was
Oh,
unconscious.
Gene LaBelle, basically on a movie set, Seagal challenged him,
Oh,
and when Seagal said, "All right, let's go," LaBelle immediately
Right.
applied a choke. Seagal lost consciousness, and according to multiple witnesses on hand,
Yeah.
bowel control was lost by Seagal.
yeah, that makes sense. I mean, look at Seagal. I mean, he's got plenty to lose.
I mean, this might have been. There was a time when Seagal was trim and fit. He's-
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did
Oh,
any of
wow.
you hear what I heard? That he was like really bad and horrible to work with, and not a nice person at all.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
so
He actually deliberately hurt stuntmen
I
sometimes.
Yeah,
heard
yeah,
that,
that's right.
and I heard the same about Van Damme. Damn.
wait. I'm sorry. Hold on. Who was the first one you mentioned that deliberately hurt stuntman?
Seagal.
Steven Seagal.
Steve. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
he
heard the
genuinely
same.
actually like hit stuntmen like hard, like he didn't pull his punches.
Yeah.
or-
Well, I heard Bruce Lee did the same, right?
Yeah, but he enjoyed it. That's the impression I got from Steven Scully. He enjoyed hurting and people in the sense that,
Oh, like he was like a sadistic, like he
yeah,
was a piece of shit.
and I was told he wasn't even that good. But the bottom line is that he was a cunt to work with, and yeah, he would hurt people and mean to hurt them
Okay.
and be happy
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense with his personality because Seagal is not the greatest person.
Well, he's still around, but yeah, he's a bit of a dick.
He reminds me of that
He's
basketball player
definitely a bit of a
in a
dick.
weird way. You know that basketball player that had contacts with North Korea? What's his name?
Dennis
Dennis
Rodman.
Rodman.
Yeah.
Yeah, he reminds me of not the same person, but like an idiot.
Yeah,
Oh,
one of the
man.
best players ever in the league.
Well, he was the best rebounder. He got the most rebounds in the league.
Great defense. And
Yeah, he was
rebound.
great defense. Yeah, he was
And he
good
played-
actually.
It was him and Pippen and Jordan together, and they were
Oh
obviously.
man, yeah, that was like
That
oh,
was
dude,
killer,
That was
bro.
that was a good time of basketball. You're right,
Fuck
Steve.
yeah. I mean, he was the D. He just feed it up to Scotty. Scotty give and go to
Yep.
Jordan. Dunk. It was fucking like the triple threat. It was epic.
Do you have a World Series of basketball that is only like Mexico, Canada, and yourself?
No, because
Okay.
Mexico, they're all. What would the whole team be? 5'7"? Sorry. I mean, that shit would not work, bro. Canada,
It always makes me laugh. Is it the hockey that calls it the World Series? Is it the ice hockey?
yeah. Well, hockey actually, a good part of Europe is decent. Czech, Russia. Russia's not Europe, but Germany's got a great hockey culture. Norway.
Is anyone else allowed to join apart from you in Canada?
Oh yeah, in that one, yes. I get your point though, obviously, and we got the World Cup here coming to Massachusetts this summer.
Oh, yeah.
7 games. I'd love to go to one, but it's impossible. The tickets are through the roof. Parking is fucked. It's like 10 times worse than a football game, and yeah.
Do you know what they did?
Go to a sports event in Massachusetts, you have to deal with so much bullshit. I don't know if it's like that where you are, Last Dance, but like parking and fucking walking and getting to the stadium, the cost of food, everything is a challenge. It's not easy, man.
In Cardiff, it's the same, but because in Cardiff we got that 75,000 stadium and the Millennium Stadium, and we have like big things. We have like things that you would know would be the Speedway. We have the monster trucks.
Cool.
In the stadium. MMA. We've not MMA. We've had the WWF in the last year and a half.
Sure.
And what people do, some people do now, and I don't blame them for doing it. And obviously, it's not for all of us. But if the conditions are good, what they generally do is literally just camp out in the nearest park. And literally, by the next morning, I'm walking the dog in the morning, and they're packing up and going home. But it hasn't cost them 150 quid for a shitty room.
Yeah.
And like I said, sometimes if it's the right time of year, if the overnight's 15 degrees, it's not a problem. But yes, like crazy expensive. I mean, the car park, for example, is £2 normally. When O2 are playing or WWE or whatever else turns up, it's £25 to park in the same car park, and they just literally just put the prices up.
It's nuts,
I
dude.
didn't. I don't believe they can do that if the public car park changing its prices.
I don't know.
private car park can, but I would have thought a public car park, they set the fees and that's it. They just
I'm
put.
I'm surprised there's a parking lot run by the town, the government. But
Yeah, we have loads of car parks run by the council, like in the UK.
interesting.
But they just put like big jacks over machines and then just charge you at the door, and it's just like, yo, this looks like a brown envelope setup.
Has anybody here dealt with the TSA personally in the last month? Has everybody has anyone flown in the United States in the last month?
I know people have, but I have not.
No.
Last month.
Okay, I haven't dealt with it personally either. I'm hearing that the lines are out the door to the streets now, and like Elon's offering to pay their paychecks so that they can staff them again or whatever.
With the TSA.
I just don't understand why we're having the TSA a government-run position. Like in Australia, all of the airport security is private corporations.
Well, because of the terrorist threat, I think they consider it a national security thing. Because they could fly a plane into, I don't know if you believe it, the Pentagon. So, that's.
Did they? I'm sorry. Can I ask RW? Because I cannot understand what you're saying. Can I ask you, RW? What would be the equivalent of the TSA in Australia, if any?
There's large security firms that have large contracts. That would probably be the closest.
Would it be private or?
And it's not like they're better or worse. Like I worked for airport security, and I worked with a lot of morons that wouldn't have been able to stop a bomb if they saw it.
What'd you do?
Huh?
What did you do?
I was airport security. I was literally the X-ray technician that looked at people's gear.
I got a funny story.
Okay.
Did you find any dildos, bombs, or guns?
There's one guy came through that had a lot of gear with him. It was not fun searching that bag.
What's the gear?
Sex gear?
Sex gear. Kink gear. All metal and everything. It's like.
Was it like a little too shiny?
It wasn't shiny. It was just, why the fuck are you traveling with that much gear, bro? Like, put it in a check bag. Why do you have to have it in your backpack? Like,
what if you need it on the plane? Come on, man. You gotta.
I don't know. I'm just old fashioned.
So that was in his carry-on?
I was in his carry-on, yeah.
Jeez, that would like maybe scare a plane into hijacking if you start swinging around some fucking dildo on there.
I mean, or like anal beads, like you use it as like a fucking flail.
It's hilarious because they're taking like the nail clippers off the old ladies, but they're letting some guy on a plane with clodhoppers, like
whoopsie daisy.
I had a coworker. He was traveling on business, and he built a special electronic device that he needed on this trip. And it was basically, handmade. He took a floppy disk box, and he taped it shut, and he put a knob on it, and there were like 15 wires coming out of it. It looked like the cartoon version of a bomb. Sure. And I said, "You're not going to get through. You're not going to get through security with that." And
I'm sure he did, because they're not looking for that. They're looking for specific color patterns in materials.
Did he get through?
Yeah. So someone saw it and asked him what it was. He said it's a clock generator for electronics. And they said, okay.
It's a clock generator for electronics.
Wow. Crazy, yo. Yeah. I don't know. There was a guy recently who went off on a plane. He was yelling about like he was pro-Iran and he was going to do the boop boop to the plane, meaning bring it down. And this was when the plane was in the air. Now, I know how to throw a punch and I can square up pretty quickly with somebody. I would have probably smashed that guy's face in. And I'm not kidding. Like, and I'm not trying to like puff up my chest or anything, but I don't expect another person to do it. I'm going to be the one to do it. And not only am I going to hit him till he goes down, I'm going to continue hitting him till people on the plane are crying and screaming and begging me to stop, because of what has happened through history on planes. So why people on this plane allowed this guy to stand there and fucking
Steve, you're a sweetheart. You would never do that.
Spout these things off is like, come on, where's the man? Where's the fucking guy?
What
Where's
was he saying, Steve?
he was screaming about Iran and what he was gonna do to the plane, and that he had a BOMB, and that he was gonna, and that.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Did
I mean,
he
times
say
are
that like
different,
a
right?
sapphire?
I don't know if I remember hearing that, but it was like
Yeah,
he
yeah.
was standing there staring, screaming all this shit. I'm like, all right, now's the time, people. You get
On the plane.
go for it. Start fucking him up. But
Choke him out.
I mean, times are different, right? I mean, like after I'm sorry, Based. By the way, good to see you, man.
You mind?
I guess. Anyways, yeah. So times are different, right? Like if you do that, I don't think that it could be the same. Like for
No.
example, like hijacking a plane is what I'm saying.
exactly after the Richard Reed thing, if it wasn't for him only bringing a pack of matches, which he couldn't get lit, and in his struggle to light the dumb fuse on his shoe bomb or underwear bomb, whatever the fuck it was,
Yeah,
people
yeah.
saw it and held him down and give him a couple whacks, and fuck, if it wasn't that he just had a decent flame, he would have probably taken the plane down,
You know what's funny, Steve? In Australia, for the airport I was working at, they were allowed to have one lighter, but only one lighter. If they had 2 lighters or 3 lighters, you had to take them. And you're like, if they're allowed to have a lighter, one lighter's enough to light a fuse. Like, who's making these rulings?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's to do with the light becoming explosive, isn't it?
Yeah,
I suppose.
it's so the lighter isn't the bomb itself,
Exactly.
an incendiary device.
It's the accelerant inside. Or
Yeah.
whatever.
In the UK, they've loosened restrictions on like liquids and stuff. From the UK, you could only take things out that were 100 mils or less. I believe it was any liquid,
Right.
because there was a case of some radical Islamist, Abdul. He was planning to put or tried to put explosive in an Oasis bottle. Do you get Oasis to drink in America?
No, I never heard of
I
it.
don't remember that.
It's basically it's like a bottle of Coke, and you get that nipple at the bottom where they do. What he was doing, he was syringing the explosive chemical into the bottle. Do you understand what I mean? And then he would
Yeah.
heat up the bottom again and just reseal it. If you get my drift, it makes perfect sense. You definitely can do that, and that was supposed to be going on a plane. It never did. But it was definitely in the plan of doing so. Basically, a Coke bottle empty and then refilled with an accelerant.
And then when
Only
you mix
100
it
mils of accelerant, though.
Well, no, because that was before the ban. With that was the thing. I believe stopped the ban in UK or Europe was that plan of using fluids as a bomb. So that's when the 100 mil will come out.
You're not allowed to take that on your carry-on, but you can pack pure nitroglycerin in your under the plane bag.
Well, what did they use in Lockerbie, The Last Dance?
I thought it was
C4.
Yeah.
Or what was the Czechoslovak?
I thought it was
Semtex.
Oh, Semtex.
So they put it
I
in
don't know. I don't
a boom
remember.
box, basically, I
Yep.
think, right?
Yep.
And
It was a big boom box, and it went boom.
and that was on a simple timer. That was literally like, okay, we don't know even really where the timer's going to go off. We just know it's going to blow up in the air. They had an approximate time, but and it went off, and was successful in killing everybody on board. And
Uh,
that guy, right? Wasn't he riddled
Several on the
with
ground.
cancer? Did they let him go, or did they arrest him when he had cancer? What was it?
I don't know. He was
They let him go.
convicted, and then they did a new trial or something. There was always doubt.
Basically, they let him go, and he survived a
figured,
few
yeah.
more. He was supposed to be like weeks to live, and he still survived a couple more years. So yeah, they released him in the end.
A Lucozade bottle? What is that?
I don't know. Either there's a joke there, or I have no idea what he's talking
No, the look.
Yeah, I
Look,
don't
I mean,
know.
look. What does it say? Because that's a bit like a bottle of Coke. I can't read the messages now.
Can you read if it's on screen like that?
Yeah. I can read that. It
I
was a
don't know what-
Lucas bottle they used. Oh, was it a Lucozade bottle they used? There we are. Same.
I don't know.
Lucozade is a medicine bottle, right? Like it has a fizzy tablet that you dump in the top, and it's like a vitamin C thing.
Yeah,
Is
but we have it as a drink, like a 500 ml bottle, same size as a Coke. So that's what it was. And one of the Oasis bottle, it was a Lucozade bottle, but the same process.
Interesting.
So
Never
then
had
it was-
any of those drinks.
I think
Yeah.
I think technology's improved now because like that has been in the UK for many years, and maybe in Europe, I think. So in the UK, they've just slackened it now. I don't know what the measurements are, but I was listen to on the radio, so they must be able to detect liquid more, effectively now. Liquid, explosives.
I mean, what always crossed my mind, there are things that react with water that are dry. So you can go in and buy the water, but could you carry in the dry if it was somehow mimicking something else? I don't know. Maybe this is a
They're
bad
testing
thing.
bags for chemicals, so if you get flagged, you'll get flagged. But
Right.
I just want everybody here to know that the security that you're going through to get you on the airplane is a false sense of security. Yes, they are helping to stop you from having power banks or lighters or whatever they do, but their ability to stop something bad from happening that's planned well, and I already know the loopholes myself. They'll do it if they want to do it again.
Yeah.
So
The
TSA
security's
being
not
out
that good, is what you're saying.
The loopholes that already exist currently to get from A to B in an airport are amazing. And
Yeah.
it's not common knowledge to commoners, but
What do you mean amazing?
but just once you know what you can get away with, once you work security, and what we're not allowed to stop or do or whatever, it's a little worrisome, concerning.
Can you give me an example?
I'm not going to give examples of those things, but
Well, let me give you an example in Heathrow in London. It was one of the biggest sort of gold robberies for a very long time. I don't think it was the biggest, but it was very big. And what they did, they drove into Heathrow, got their pass, drove in, went to like Swiss, I'm sure it was Swiss Airlines, typically, and they picked up a load of fucking gold and drove out. And they were long gone before they, ever even knew it went missing. And it turns out there was a load of lads that were working in the place anyway, and they'd basically, a bit like RW, knew it from the inside out. And they got done with long audio mics. You know those like audio mics? They were talking about shit in the park. They were, and the police managed to get them on audio talking shit.
You know, what you're describing is almost like a carbon copy of the Lufthansa heist, which is loosely based the movie Goodfellas with Henry Hill.
Right.
They Lufthansa had $1 million or $2 million worth of gold, and they had an inside man who worked there, and they just drove in and drove out with the fucking gold, And then the fucking FBI caught them because they were more or less idiots about how they were showing their newfound wealth and talking about it not being
Yeah.
I told you about those kids that burgled the guy that had a big like crypto wallet, and they took like 4 million, I think it was, or 14 million, and they then stole his car, and then they live streamed their drive home, which turned into a race because obviously people on their live stream, because they were talking about shit on their fucking live stream, and eventually they had a hard stop off the police, and they all got fucking nicked. But basically, they caught themselves by filming themselves.
Not uncommon. Not at all.
It's not these days, isn't it? It's these days. I mean, can you imagine like
Nah, you're
a criminal from 20 years ago? You're in the shit that he is now about people filming their crimes and then posting it online.
Yeah, there's some people that post stuff online intentionally that are like radicals that are recording themselves doing acts. That's pretty much come to an end because I feel like the social media people are too keen to it now. And then there's the people who inadvertently post it online and then don't want to get caught. But like they're both obviously breaking the law. But yeah. Aphid, how the hell are you, bud?
Oh man, I'm great. Yeah, thanks for asking there, Steve. Hope you guys are all doing good.
Yeah, we are doing pretty good. Pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Anything
Yeah, it
to
was
add?
nice. It was nice out. You know, I couldn't resist watching the sunset out there and the sliver moon we got going on that came up shortly after that. So
What was
nice,
the temperature
dude.
today?
Man, right now it's got 75 out there right now.
Wow.
Yeah,
which is
nice.
like the absolute perfect temperature, I think.
Yeah.
And it was like 12 Monday. So, you know, and there's already mosquitoes. So I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, how?
And wasps.
It's been like 3.5 days since it was 12 degrees out there, and there's a mosquito out there. It makes no sense to me.
Did you kill it? Did you
Yeah, I
send it a
did.
message? Good on you.
In fact, there might be a little. No, it was right
We're
here.
getting,
Might be a
we're
little
still
blood.
getting that. We're still getting that winter wind here, dead from the north, straight down, and it is biting. So once that changes consistently, we'll get the better temperatures. But you know, we're still in the 20s at night, 40s,
Yeah.
30s, 40s during the day. So
Well, it was
Four
cold.
lights and low fur in the house.
It was cold till Wednesday. And Wednesday it was like, I don't know, upper 60s.
I
What
think
was
we
your
lost
rent?
all of our blossoms here. All of our peach and plum blossoms got frozen.
zapped. Is that going to
Yeah.
fuck up the crop?
That's shot. Well, those blossoms are the fruit, so it's all gone.
They won't throw second blossoms.
I don't think so.
Dumb trees.
Dumb weather, man.
Yeah. You know what it is, RW? Global warming.
Yeah, it's probably what it is.
It made it colder.
Yeah, so it's warmer somewhere else, so we got there cold.
Right.
It works well with the flat Earth model.
What's
Gentlemen,
70?
have yourselves a wonderful evening. Take care.
Oh,
See you later,
buddy.
Banksy.
You as well, FS.
75 F to C. That would be 23.8 degrees Celsius. There are four lights.
Yeah, but he asked in a real temperature. Now, what constitutes
Like-
real?
Like Calvin.
I think
I think he's jesting.
he is, but I do believe he follows the Celsius.
Mhm.
Well, he's not
Well,
in America.
Fahrenheit's
so
racist, so
aren't we
Possibly.
pretty much the only ones that do it that way?
Yeah. Yes,
know.
and that's all that matters to us, right? Because we are the only ones that are here.
What about
So-
Canada? Are they Celsius or
Well,
Celsius?
Germans made Fahrenheit, so it's odd they don't use it.
Hmm.
And
I
it's
like you
based
said
on
that.
body
Can you
temperature.
say it again?
Fahrenheit.
Oh wow! You know what? Why don't you take your hat off in a certain angle and do that?
9.
That's what I thought.
You got a special way you step.
9.
Quack quack.
Yeah, the countries that use Fahrenheit are the United States, Puerto Rico, Belize, the Bahamas, Cyprus, and the all famous Liberia.
All shithole countries. I mean, not
Yeah.
being funny.
Wait, Steve,
I
can
know-
you say
I know-
can you see Puerto Rico again?
Puerto Rico.
Shithole countries. Why did you copy shithole countries? Did you say
Well-
Liberia or somewhere as well?
Yeah, Liberia, not so good.
I mean, for fuck's sake! I mean, what is it with you? When you talk about temperatures, I haven't got a clue what you're talking about. Honestly,
I know.
you know, in the Fahrenheit, I'm like, what the fuck? Why can't you just use 0 and 100?
Well, it's
Yeah.
never 100. 100 Celsius is like what? Boiling? Like the temperature of boiling water, right?
Oh right, yeah. Well, that's what I mean. You use Celsius? Sorry, I got mixed up with Celsius as well. Well, yeah. Why can't 0 be 0? It's 32 or something, isn't it, with you, or 33?
Yeah. Freezing is 32 here, and boiling is 212. Freezing
there
for
a-
you is 0, and boiling is 100. So the scale is completely fucked.
But
For
we all
both of us,
know.
like, the
But when
numbers
they
don't
say
line up.
but when they say absolute zero, everybody knows what that is.
That's 0 Kelvin.
Yes, but everybody knows that, no matter what, right?
That's like negative 270 or something crazy. But yeah,
Yes, but everybody does know that.
true.
Which is it's a transcending thing, is what I'm saying.
Why do you put
Why
so much
do you-
stock in water, though? You know,
The
Celsius
thing-
is all about
The
water.
thing is,
It
you're
freezes and
influenced.
boils.
You've been influenced by the UK all the way through your history, and yet you spell things like color wrong, and you got like I said, you
We
do
don't
different
see color.
countries.
Welshman.
Well, you don't spell it right.
We don't see it either. We're a raceless country.
Yeah, you can't make cheese. That's another one, isn't it?
Well, we can make cheese real fast.
Well,
You-
we
you-
make
wanna-
pretty good cheddar over here, bro. Just the one that's named after us is not that good.
Well, I mean,
The
if you want a
American
burger,
cheese.
there's no better cheese.
Is it in slices and got 2 bits of plastic wrapped around it?
You don't
No,
even
no,
have to take the
cheddar,
plastic
we got-
off.
You can get good
okay,
old.
Loafer has a good comment.
You can get old cheddar, like good farm cheddar in Vermont. I assume you can in Wisconsin. Like,
That's funny.
What?
Yeah,
and what about
yeah, but
fucking Cheese Whiz?
yeah,
Oh,
but does
God,
it,
that's
do
atrocity.
the supermarkets sell it, or do they just sell the stuff squirty in a bottle?
no, you can get a brand we call Cabot. You can buy in the supermarkets around here. I don't know if you can get them all across the country, but I assume you can.
Yeah, you can.
So that's decent cheese.
Wisconsin, dude.
Cabot's Vermont.
That's not cheese, man. Cheese Whiz is not cheese.
It's my
not
dog's. It's my dog's favorite foods. Cheese.
And that,
He's
that
already-
powdered shit.
Ugh, that's not cheese either.
Kraft.
Kraft
They figured it
macaroni
out,
cheese.
dude.
What did Eastwind says? Negative 40 Celsius and negative 40 Fahrenheit are the same actual temperatures, which just shows you from there the scale gets bizarre because it doesn't go up at the same obvious
No.
rate.
Let me say this: if it's negative 40 outside in either temperature, that sucks.
Yeah,
I've only felt that once in my life.
that's like Siberia territory.
I stripped down to a pair of shorts and went outside in negative 40 in northern Vermont just to stand out there for a minute. And I literally timed a minute. And I did feel like my hands and my feet started to get cold. I could feel the blood rushing like away from the extremities towards the middle. After a minute, maybe 90 seconds, it was
it this cold outside?
well, I was drinking, so it was,
Steve,
no person in their right mind is going to do that experiment sober. So.
Oh God!
Yeah, but Steve,
we all know that's how it works. Come on.
Yeah, but cold doesn't affect chubsters as much as slim ones, does it? So, like me and you,
Welcome back,
Steve,
John.
we should be able to put up with it better.
Can you explain that again?
Well,
He's
yeah,
saying fat people don't get cold as easily.
correct.
I wanted to hear it from him, but all right, that's fine.
I like speaking for other people.
Chubsters.
You want me to repeat Chubsters?
Okay. All right. Hey, by the way, Dance, how are
Yes.
you?
I'm good. How are you?
I haven't heard you speak. It's been a good. It's
I'm
been
just
a good
listening.
It's
Plenty
been
of
good.
plenty of talk.
No, he said.
week.
I
All
heard
right.
you
Yeah.
speak. It's been pretty good.
Here we go.
RW.
There are 4 lights.
Northern China, they get a lot
What's
of
that? Was that hot?
That's not very warm, buddy.
No, it's not.
they get some cold temperatures, and some places over there get a ton of snow, as well as some parts of Japan get absolutely destroyed with snow. It's crazy.
I'd love to see Japan during cherry blossom season, like right now. I'm sure it's stunning.
What is this thing that my wife's putting up?
I remember once I experienced -1 degrees Kelvin in a cold spell.
How cold is that in Fahrenheit?
It's not even possible.
Oh, okay.
0 degrees Kelvin is the coldest. It's the state where no matter has no movement at all.
So zero vibration. And that has
Yeah.
been reached in a laboratory, or that's not even possible to reach?
I don't think it's possible to reach. Get very close though.
That's a Einstein theory, right? Zero movement. The theory that everything would stop.
I don't know. I don't know if it's Einstein or predates him.
I will get immediately copyright striked for that skit, Smoke Wife. Sorry. My wife. I can't play
Oh.
SNL. I tried it once before, and it was the only time I got a legitimate cancellation of the whole pub. They erased it from existence. So
I've seen there's like 2 SNL skits or maybe more than that. They're fantastic. Is that the one with George Washington crossing the Delaware with the
yeah,
that was so good.
it's pretty funny.
Did anyone see the reviews on the Oscars in the week?
No.
I'm sorry. What was that again?
Yeah, did anyone see the reviews on the Oscars? You know.
I'm too straight for that.
Hell no.
They
Not even
said
reviews.
they said there was 1 billion people tuned in to watch, and of all accounts,
bullshit.
Yeah, bullshit.
It was like 13 million in America, which is like down from like I think it was like 40 odd from a couple of years ago. And the actors give it the old classic free plasticine and stop the Iranian Islamic regime. And don't worry about the girls in big scarves across their faces. Don't worry about them. They were all virtue signaling for a fucking Islamic regime.
Welshie, this comment is specifically for you, apparently. So,
can you read the screen, Welshman? It's from
I know.
All right, you know it.
Oh, sorry, I didn't read it though. I was trying to read it.
Oh, sorry. Come on, what the fuck? Here we go.
Welshie, you ready?
Yeah. We had 102 here last year, Cup, last summer, and it wasn't too bad. It was dry.
Currently bolivulating away in the middle Atlantic. Does that make sense?
In the
I don't know what
bleak
he's talking. I don't know who Mike West is or what bloviating is.
Or
as
Lon
long as
MG?
his
Yeah,
Skylink
please tell me that Mike West is currently bloviating. What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like ovulating for men.
I'm gonna look. Is that a word?
Yeah, look it up for me, Steve. Cheers.
Is it like being a bloke, but you're?
Oh yeah, to talk at length. So what he's saying is this guy is streaming from the Mid-Atlantic as long as his Skylink is connected. Okay, I don't know who Mike West is.
Yeah,
Hi, you're welcome, buddy.
He's a YouTuber that does a lot of panels. He does a lot of.
Bill O'Reilly, holy shit, East! I haven't heard of Bill O'Reilly since like 15 years ago. Bill O'Reilly, damn. All right,
He's still on
I mean, is
TV,
that
and
real?
he's real old.
I mean, Bill O'Reilly is a piece of shit, in my opinion. So, I don't know. Damn. How's he
He's
still
always
on
got a new
TV?
book. How many books has that guy wrote? Because every time
God.
I've seen him, he's talking about a new book he just
I
published.
didn't even know he wrote books. I
Oh
thought he
yeah,
was just dead.
I'm gonna see how many books.
Well,
he's
all
done.
right. Anyways, damn, Bill O'Reilly. Damn, that guy is a dick.
Really, you don't like him?
That's it.
I do
He's the
not.
one.
Why would you ever think I like Bill O'Reilly? That guy's a fucking dick.
Nobody said you liked him, but that is one of the funniest
No,
drops
Avid.
ever.
Avid just. I'm
Well, I
telling
mean,
you.
I just I don't know him enough to like hate. Like you seem like you like really hate.
Yeah.
him.
Oh. Okay.
Who's this American politician? Is it Hadler? Hadler? He's got no neck. He's like a big fat midget guy.
Big fat
Nadler?
midget guy. Interesting.
Nadler.
Yeah, Nadler. How the fuck is he still living? I see him. I'm thinking, what the fuck? How is he managing to like wake up in the morning? Do you know what I mean?
It's Folgers in his cup.
39 books Bill O'Reilly's written.
Yeah, that makes no. I mean that makes sense. Bill O'Reilly's a piece of shit. So yeah, that's sorry, I was responding to Four Lights this time, but yeah, I do not like that guy. Anyways,
Yeah, Nadler's a wide dude, man.
I seen some journalists approaching not long ago, and he was talking about Mexican gangs operating, I think it was, and he was like, it was Antifa. And he mentioned Antifa, and he said, it's all a conspiracy. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as Antifa, you know? Okay.
Ladies' man. Ladies'
Nice.
man is what I think of with Nadler.
Ladies, man. I was confused for a second. So, yeah, what a
Antifa
weird
can't be a
fucking
myth.
character.
It can't be a myth anymore, Kaiser, because they officially, the DOJ convicted like 4 or 5 people for Antifa terrorist act against those soldiers in the United States last year.
9 people, I believe.
9 people.
Yep.
Um,
All convicted of terrorism.
really?
Do you know Fred the Bodyguard? The one that goes
Oh, dear
around with
God.
YouTube in
There's
the UK?
Nadler. No.
Chaps-
Can you
I
see
mean,
the
the guy-
screen? Welshman, can you see the screen right now, dude?
Oh yeah. Sort of. Yeah. What the fuck's that? It's like a midget. It's like a midget freight train, isn't it? It's like a shipping container.
Is this real? Like, what the fuck?
Yes, yeah, it is.
She got.
This is
has
silly.
he- is-
It looks
has he-
silly.
Has Big Mike got heels on there or what?
Those are 2 Nadlers right there.
I can't see her. feet.
Damn. It's Mike and what's his name?
Nadler.
Nadler.
Yeah,
Big Mike and Nadler.
there you go.
Just to feed into your corny, childish jokes, it's Nads and Nadler. Okay, I'm sorry.
I mean,
Well, it's Big Mike's Nads.
Yeah, all right. I don't think that, but I'm sorry. I had to think.
fucking East. How many times have you done that? There's no
Kaiser's
way.
got Nadler and the Noodler.
And by the way,
They were sizing up cocks in that photo.
I tell you what was funny. I seen a program the other day, and they were talking about Big Mike, but they were saying on the left wing agenda, and this is outrageous, and it just made it so funny to watch. It made the conspiracy even funnier that they were so offended. How dare they say that to a woman of color and stuff? I was just fucking choking up laughing. It is funny though.
her hips are the same height as his man boobs.
What's that?
Bottle cap has her hips are at the same height as his man boobs. It's a funny comment. Just English bottle caps comment. It's funny.
Mm.
Anyways,
Now that's a real subject that I see. The Michelle Obama thing, I'm not really in agreement with you guys on that, but
That's all right.
what do you mean?
Don't you
agreement on
find
what?
it funny, Steve? Don't you find it funny?
What? That
If
she's
nothing
tall?
else.
Oh, I'm all for cracking jokes. I don't give a shit. Nothing offends me, dude.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
She's
good.
tall. What are we talking about?
Well, I mean, the whole conspiracy theory on Big Mike is hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, I don't buy into it, but it's comical, I suppose. But this right here,
Oh.
this is one thing I'm
Can't-
willing to
can't
say.
joke
Yeah,
about
this
it.
was this
Well,
person is it should not be an admiral. If you know, this
Hey,
Rachel of
Steve, it's okay. It's okay.
yeah,
It's a good
there's
joke.
a photo. No, I
But
want
it
to see the
is-
photo.
it is-
I know the thing he's just mentioned.
Avid's
But
about to
he's
search the picture. Enjoy
Yeah, I
that
mean,
one, buddy.
He's right though. Like it is his hosting, so if he doesn't want to talk about it, it's
no,
okay.
I'm happy to let it. The conversation doesn't bother me. I'm just letting you know my stance on it. I think Michelle Obama is Michelle Obama, and that's who she is and always was. I don't think there's
Yeah.
anything else to it. But I don't
we all-
care if
we all
we
make
talk
jokes.
about it.
You're right. I
Yeah.
mean, you're right. I mean, I agree. I don't think she's a male. I think she's a woman. She's just a masculine looking woman, and the jokes are just easy. Just like Trump is very memeable as well. So let the jokes roll. Let's make fun of Trump and both of them.
I legitimately
All right,
think that Michelle has a penis.
just
Do you really?
Yeah.
Do you
just
really?
Absolutely.
Oh, I want to hear the theories. Why?
just
Uh,
hold on one second here. Steal yourselves. Steal your gaze here. Hold on
Yeah,
now.
steal the gays. Let's do it.
Oh no! Oh
no!
Here it
Why?
is.
You don't have to steal any of them.
Here it is. Make sure you don't.
Nice.
no! Oh my God!
Oh,
Nice.
damn.
I
I
felt
mean,
sad.
how can someone say that thing hasn't got a mental illness? And
Well,
That thing.
Well, here's
how
the
can
thing.
people
Like,
defend? How can people defend that?
here's what I'll tell you. I will defend that person to do that freely as an American. I don't care.
to do what?
We're free to do that. But I don't think that person
Well,
should be
to do what?
in the military or let
Exactly.
alone a fucking admiral in the military. That's
Yeah.
where
Well, hold
big
on. Well,
difference.
to do what though?
It can stock shelves and stuff.
they can do many jobs, But
Well,
I
here's the thing.
Yeah,
I'm like,
look-
to do what?
Yeah, menial jobs.
to do what to the person
see.
every person has a right to dress as a man or a woman. I don't care,
Yeah,
and,
yeah,
and
but
that's
you're
not a judge me
There
to
you
judge a
go.
person
But
for.
we're not going to have a
Yeah.
degenerate with mental disorder representing the country. So ta-da.
Yeah, with fucking war involved and military with huge weapons. Yeah, no, we keep that for people that we're absolutely sure, at least, that they're not, more than likely with mental problems. Of course,
Wally,
it's-
world tour creator. Jesus.
More than likely.
Does
Yeah,
anybody
right.
watch Jeopardy on regularly?
yeah. I've noticed.
Isn't there?
David,
There's
Yeah.
a abnormal number of trans people on that show, and I don't
It's an
necessarily think it's
agenda.
on
It's an
purpose.
agenda, man.
No,
It is
I
on
don't think it is.
purpose.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
Okay, so how many
I think,
trans
but they seem
Wait,
they seem highly intelligent. The ones that are on there.
yeah, but how many trans people there are in America? We're talking in numbers of under 5.
I
Yeah,
just don't think that they're going. Maybe
Okay, so in
that they
in
feel
the
com-
UK,
maybe
it's
they
like
feel comfortable
1%.
going on that show because there was that one that made it really far.
Yeah, but
Maybe they
but
feel
wait, though.
comfortable on that show.
No. Right. So the bottom line is there's a 1% of trans people in the UK, roughly, give or take 0.5%, right? So in America, let's say 5%. And trust me, if they're
No
over,
way. There's no way.
no way. Ratchet down. I'm thinking.
I don't
one of
even
the
think
one-
it's. I even think 1%'s too high.
Yeah.
well, there we go.
We
Okay,
got-
so
let's
So in
just
other
throw a
words,
simple number. We got-
if you're seeing that quiz and there's 100 contestants and there's more than 2 fucking mentally deranged people in skirts on it or something, right? Then yeah, it's been promoted and it's been pushed. And in your case, it sounds like it's mostly 4 or 6
But I
in
think
the
it might
100.
be a. I could be wrong, but I feel like it might be you gotta
It's a
try
big
out to be
agenda,
on
mate. It's a
Jeopardy.
big agenda. This is it. Push
I mean,
it.
it could be. I'm not saying that it totally 100% isn't, but I'm saying it's. I'm not convinced it is. With you just telling me it is.
All right.
Okay,
let me
so
make
for
a quick
everybody
thought.
that's-
Let me go a quick question around the room here. Do you think if somebody is a committed transsexual that they should be allowed to be in the military? Start with last name.
Yes. Not unqualified, yes, but in general, yes.
So I'm talking. This could be anybody from, 4-star, 5-star general down to whatever PFC. You know.
Yes,
You don't think trans should have any effect on that?
No, I mean, I do think military readiness is most important, but the assumption that being trans would hamper that, I don't believe that assumption. It might in some cases, but
Do you believe there's a higher instance of mental health or disorder in trans people as opposed to straight people?
Well, I mean, yes, first of all, they almost always start out with gender dysphoria. So, but I mean, they can be evaluated. You know, everybody should be interviewed and evaluated before they're admitted, just in general. And there's no
Yeah, but
reason.
you know what to do with the application form, don't you? You really do know what to do with that application form when it comes through.
I don't know, but let's stick to our guns here and go to RW. Do you think that that what I described to him would be enough to eliminate them for any military service in perpetuity? And removal.
I don't know how to answer the question. If someone is mentally unstable and that was testable, then that individual shouldn't have anything to do with military.
I'm just saying trans. The mentally unstable thing came in after. Just trans.
Well, I'm interchangeably saying that word.
They're the same. They're connected.
So you're saying that that's an assumption for you of mental instability.
Yes, I don't class that. I would. Each individual would have to be tested somehow to show their mental stability, and if they're not stable, then don't give them a gun or even a potato peeler.
So that adds a good question. Since you admitted you think there is going to be a higher frequency of mental instability there, then would there have to be some higher level of testing for them?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. So you're talking about latent mental health problems that haven't showed up until after they join. I don't know if I would believe that that's going to be true.
Okay.
I would think that any mental health issues would have already surfaced long before they decided to join the military.
If it was highly probable that ginger people, right, would have more mental illness and attempt suicide at I think like it's a 300% increase to the average person, right? So if gingers were partial to a bit of suicide business, right, you would just ban them, wouldn't you, from the thing? But because
you're blanket statementing.
Yeah, okay, I am blanket statement, but all I'm trying to say is, why are you trying to cross bridges and jump over bridges when statistically you know that these people come with loads of baggage?
Even normal human beings have baggage. I would want all individuals.
Yes, but what my point is, my exact point is because you know that these perpetually have much more baggage than the general population, you just wouldn't put your hands on it, and why would you?
All right, so I have a question. Are we still going with the questions, or are we debating this?
Yeah, I mean, Welshman just did his answer, so it's up to you now, Riddle. We'll finish off with Aphid Lip.
Okay. All right. Well, can I ask if you can rephrase not rephrase, but like ask the question again?
Sure. So would being trans exclude you from being allowed to serve in the military? Very simply put.
I would say yes.
Okay.
Do you want to know why, or?
I'm going to guess it's a similar idea to RW's, that the higher level of potential mental issues, but please explain yourself.
No, it's because it's medically prescribed that if you're trans and you're actually trans, then you would have prescription medications, which means you cannot get down the front line, which means you're a liability if you don't have that.
That's only true if you transition.
That's what's called a trans, right? You're trans. He just
Yeah.
asked me if you're trans. So I'm saying I don't believe that.
I
trans should be
guess
on
the
battlefield.
original
The
question was
word trans doesn't mean that you transitioned.
I said
Okay.
transsexual.
Transsexual.
Okay, so then let's clarify what that means then.
Essentially, at its most base form, it would be a person who, in the old lexicon, would be gender bending, like completely living and dressing as the opposite sex.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Living
if you
and
think
dressing-
about it,
you're
if you
saying
think about it,
like
living and dressing in the opposite sex. That's what I would say.
I
so
mean,
that's
if you think
that's
about
a
it, on the
cross-dresser. That's a cross-dresser, not a transgender.
A
Not
cross-dresser, I don't believe, thinks that they're a female. They're just dressing like a female.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
transsexual.
would it change your answer though? Like if somebody that doesn't take pills but dresses and lives as a woman, can they join in the military?
Like Klingon.
It's just
Can they join the military? Well, that's a different question. What do you mean? Well, hold on.
Are they
Let me
allowed? Are they
focus on
allowed to
Steve.
be in the military?
I don't know. What
Okay,
this
all right,
guy
hold
means
on.
by
Are
that.
they allowed?
You're gonna
Has
have to
everyone
explain yourself,
Has everyone
Kaiser.
answered Steve's question? We're moving away from Steve's question.
No, we haven't. We haven't yet. Riddle's answering it, and then Aphidlip's going to answer it. I don't know what this guy means by that. Go ahead, finish up, Riddle. Please.
Yeah. Okay. So I just I want the clarification of what it is. Because okay, so going by your definition, if they're, I'm sorry, I apologize again, Steve. Can you please repeat the premise?
So if somebody
Theophorus.
if somebody thinks themselves as the opposite sex and lives as such without medication, and would they be eligible for military
Wait,
service?
it's changed. It's totally
Okay.
changed that.
Yeah, it is a
That's
different. I
changed.
mean, look. Okay. Then and
Wait there. Let's just say this. Do you think trans should be in the American?
Well, she.
Yes or no? That's it. That's the question.
Easy four lights.
We didn't hear what you said, base.
Yeah,
because
you
went away.
turned your head or something. You got to stay like right on point when you talk.
Okay, right. So you changed the question there, Steve. You put much more into it.
Well, I didn't think about the medical side of it when Riddle brought that up. He's absolutely right. The
The way I answered, your question would have been: are trans people allowed in the U.S. military? My answer to that is no. So, I mean, that's really the question.
Yeah,
Isn't
but
it?
it was based off of the medication. If it's a lifestyle, that's different.
Well, this is
Like, if
bullshit.
it's just- if it's-
There was no medication involved. There was no medication said.
All right.
There was no pre. There was no.
So, then we need to clarify what the definition
Well,
of trans is.
Well,
I
the
wasn't
picture that he
thinking of the
showed of the
medication.
general or whatever, do we know for
Yeah.
sure that guy
Yeah,
is on
that's-
medication?
I don't.
Because I'd call that person, yeah. And the other one that was in there, the bald guy that stole the purse,
Sam
that
Brinton.
guy was on.
Oh,
was he on
that crazy
medication?
guy?
I think
Probably.
both of those people.
I don't think he was. I don't think he was. 'cause
Oh,
he-
you know what? He wasn't. That's why he did that shit. Maybe he needed to be on it. Who knows?
Well, during the week, he was dealing with highly classified.
But he was not in the military anyways. He was not in charge of the military.
He wasn't in charge of it, but he had access to highly secretive stuff from.
Yeah, it
from
was some.
the government, right?
It
And
was
then
some
on the
bogus
weekends-
fucking title.
On the weekends, he was stealing
In charge of
luggage.
nuclear
And-
development regulations.
And the one day, he stole a luggage that was done by a fashion designer.
Yes,
who made
yes.
a one-off.
Who was a black woman from Africa? It's just insane. Yes, that's what he
Yeah,
did. He stole it.
a one-off dress, just one of them.
I think you guys are arguing
I'm excited
semantics,
to
though.
hear. I'm excited to hear Aphidlip's answer to the
anyways,
heavily
all right.
morphed question.
First, I want to say I just did the now this is the definition by Google. It says individuals whose gender identity differs from their assigned sex at birth and who often undergo medical interventions such as hormone therapy or surgery.
But that's not an every time caveat. So often,
Right.
Right. Okay. So what's your answer?
My answer, no, I mean, okay, look, if if they want, but here's the deal: if they were born a man, they have to go in with the men, and there's not going to be no special bathrooms or special treatment. But they know that going in there, that's what's set out there. They have to wear the attire that and if the men have to have short haircuts, then they have to have short haircuts. If they want to throw some rouge on or whatever, then so be it. and they shouldn't get no medical. They shouldn't get
the hazing. The hazing should be the same.
They shouldn't get paid more. I mean, it's going to be the same. It goes
Based-
both ways. Hold on.
Okay,
Or I'll lose
my
I'll lose my train of thought because that's how I am.
I'm sorry.
But like, if there's something that happens to them, then the people that do that to them should be punished accordingly, just like they were doing something, hazing or doing something to a male.
Based.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. So,
But if they want to, if they meet all the requirements, why not? I don't see why. I don't see just because we're worried about how they're going to be treated. They know that there's a chance of that going in there. Or
so there
or
was
that's up
actually
to other people.
so Steve's original question never actually addressed male or female. It was just, could trans people be in the military, right?
Right. And this is based on some sort of thing that Pete Hegseth was. I think it actually is now codified that trans can't be in the military. So I was trying to just more or less get our opinions about that.
It's more risk
Yeah,
than
you know
reward.
what? Yeah, you know what? Trans people can be in the military, just not on the battlefield.
Hey, Sid, as you went through your answer, you started really well, I thought, and it ended very poorly. I was just, I was just trying to.
What was good?
Oh, I'm
Well,
sorry.
you were
Was
saying,
there actually something good?
yeah, you were saying that I'm not going to. We're not going to give an inch, with medical staff or any special measures. I was like, yeah. And I was basically presuming you were going to say, yeah, I don't, and you went, no, it should be allowed as long as they pass things. But in reality, they do suffer from mental illness at a much higher rate than the national average, much higher rate.
That's where I have a problem, because you were saying you used the ginger thing as an example, which was
I know. I was
pathetic. Because if there was if you had, let's say you had statistical proof that gingers had a 300% more chance of suicide, I think you said.
Yeah.
Are you saying that because of that statistic that we should not allow? You were acting like we would. Oh, we would. Of course, we wouldn't let them in. That's ridiculous. There's no way in hell that would be used as an example to keep redheaded people out of the military. That's ridiculous.
These poor people, they're always the cattle of examples.
I was trying to make an example of it now. I was in my head first, but the reality is that if statistically gingers did commit suicide and did perform violent, uncontrolled acts, if this was genetically correct and statistically correct, then they wouldn't bring them into the army. And just so
way in hell that's true.
I know, it's a hypothetical.
I mean, then you would be like, well, like Smoke Steve's got a little bit of red hair in him.
I know
what if they're just kind of red hair?
It's a fucking hypothetical. All right, gingers out there. It's hypothetical. Look, it's a thought experiment. Fuck.
As a paradox, in your particular example, I think it is a fact that military people in general have a higher suicide rate.
That's the point I was going to say.
If you're in the military, you can't be in the military.
Yeah, definitely after you serve in active
Yeah,
combat.
but no one beats the trans for fucking all that shit, do they?
So let me just circle back to Steve's original question, right? Or should trans people be in the military? Now the assumption is what? It's a male.
No,
like male military.
It don't matter.
I mean, like original. See, that's the question. Like, which transition are you going from? If it's a female to male,
I don't care.
Can I baseline
either way?
Can I baseline this? Because I think that the main issue, despite whether they're taking medication or fully transitioned or male or female or whatever, is that they have a mental condition.
Correct.
No matter what they're doing in what direction or how far they've gone, they have a baseline mental issue or they don't. And if they do,
Yeah.
that could be more risk than reward.
Yeah,
I
that's,
mean,
that would
lots
that
of
would
people,
be.
lots of people. We don't keep everybody out because they have, because
Yeah, and I was
what
just
level
gonna-
do you put on?
Look, that would be. Look, you know what? You call me a bigot, but that's what I would do as well. There needs to be a
Statistically.
proper mental evaluation. I'm sorry, like if you
Well,
know,
there
it
is,
depends.
and I'm sure if they pass it, they should be allowed in.
Right, but
don't-
like the argument is like how we evaluate the mental capacity of these soldiers, right? Shoulda, transgender, like now we want to change all this stuff and be so
That-
accepting of too
That
many
is
things.
that is not the argument. The question is
Oh,
is
here we
there
go.
a blanket ban? Do you oppose if there's a blanket ban on trans, then you wouldn't even bother to evaluate them. They would just you're trans.
Well, there
forget
is.
it.
There is
Right.
now. Has to be
Yeah, I
said.
know there is
Well,
now.
then
Yeah.
fine. Well, then what do you mean, blanket? Then define trans.
I don't know how does the military define it. I'm sure I wouldn't trust.
But if there's a blanket
Except
ban on, what do you mean? Is there hold on? Is there a blanket ban on trans
Yes.
Yeah.
Under my
Okay,
understanding,
when-
yeah.
right now? Okay.
Yes.
So what's
Yeah,
the
they
pure
kicked them all
definition?
out.
Wonderful.
Just
So how
coming
is
out
so
with
what's the pure definition of it?
Well, if
I
you go
gave,
to
well, I gave you the definition of the word transsexual.
Let's be
I don't
real
know
here.
how.
There's a
I
lot
don't
of
know how the
controversy.
military defines it.
I'd be okay with it because it's the military. And let's be real here. The military is not the place for philosophy or ideology. Either you are or you're not. That's the unfortunate truth. It's the military. You have to fight. You cannot be compromised in any way, shape, or form. It's unfortunate, but it's true.
so, but you just assume that being trans is equivalent to being
Yes.
compromised
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
based
I
on
do.
your
I do assume that because it's an ideological battle.
Statistically, it's objectively reality. That is
I mean,
literally
people,
reality.
there's all kinds of ideologies present
Oh,
in the
okay.
military.
Yes, but you're more
Every-
likely to suffer from a mental illness if that is what you believe in, and you're more likely to commit suicide than any other group in society.
I also want to challenge this 1% or less than 1% aspect that you guys are saying in society, because literally anytime I go to Walmart, they're there. So either they're collectively in my area, which doesn't make sense, or it's much higher than 1%.
Yes,
Well, you
1%.
look,
I don't
no,
see-
no
I don't
offense,
see- I
RW. You are on a separated area, so you don't know like how much of a cluster of people can be very quickly.
What?
Like,
I
does that
just
make
don't
sense?
think
No?
out of
Like,
out
okay,
of
so what I'm
every
saying is
100
that there's
people,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
David.
No, I'm not gonna go ahead.
Oh, okay. So what I'm saying to RW's point, like you're saying that you see these people, RW, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you were very secluded as well.
Mm-hmm.
So when
I'm
you
in the middle
don't
of
see,
nowhere.
oh, that's great. So
Mhm.
what I'm saying is that I'm in the middle of everything, and I see a lot of that shit, and not as much as that. I mean, I see it every so often. It's not even 1 out of 100.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
It's not even close to that.
No,
So
I mean, how many people do you see in a day? Just you go up to the gas station, you're gonna see a dozen at least.
At least, yeah.
You go into a fast food place, you're gonna see 20 at least.
Yeah.
You go to 3 or 4 of those places a day. I'm not guaranteed to see one trans person when I do my day to day.
Yeah, I get you. So what I'm saying is that like I see hundreds of people because I have to drive into the city, right? So I got to do that, and I see tons of people, and rarely. I mean, I still see it, but like, I mean, I'll see all types of people. But when it comes to trans specifically, very rare. It's very rare.
Okay. Well, anecdotally, it's not very rare for me. Whenever I go to town, it's
All
there
right.
in the middle of nowhere. So anecdotally,
Yeah,
to me, I have trouble believing that it's such a tiny percentile of
The
the
riddle. Sorry.
There's only 2 options, RW. Either you're right and it is unproportionately high where you're at, or the second option is it just stands out in your mind. And when
Yeah,
you see
it
somebody like
stands out.
that, you think about them. When you see you see
because they
dozens
look
of other
weird.
normal people, and they just come in and out of your mind that quick.
All,
But those
all of a
people, they
sudden,
stick with you.
you see a dude who's 6'5" with hairy fucking legs and a fucking
Big Mike.
3D-old mustache coming through, and Aphid goes, "Oh, it's that fucking weirdo." It's a new one. It's a new fucking weirdo. Oh, there we go. And because it sticks out. So now we, Riddle think there's loads around. There's not. It's not that
All
much
right.
of a big problem.
So
I mean,
from
if there's so few people there, if there's so few trans people about, it shouldn't be that big issue.
From
Just
what I
ban
can
it.
find, the military defines it as a person is the sex they were assigned at birth throughout their life, and then they're okay for military service. And that's that. So if you did some things, maybe like, I don't know, whatever, but you still consider yourself a dude, as long as you're fucking never had it on your medical records or any visible, like really visible thing that they would find out in a background check, you're fine. But if you have gender dysphoria on your your medical records, that's a big red flag for the military now. Or if you have at any time changed your sex, and even if you've gone back, that's a huge flag for the military now from their definition.
If
So
you
it
go
doesn't-
in to sign up and you got a skirt on, you better be carrying some bagpipes, or you ain't getting in.
they get all your medical records. And
I mean,
You play the bagpipes, Aphid.
Gender dysphoria is a
You should be their spokesman, the military spokesman.
If you have gender dysphoria on from 2 years before you went, I'm assuming it's, say, a 21-year-old guy and 19, he had it or something. They see that, they're more than likely not going to let that person in without like some really strict waivers.
You know, I have a sub comment to that. I'm not sure how to say it, like additional comment. I don't know. No, it's not like against or let me just say this. I think in the next few years, when I say few, I mean like 10, 20, maybe like the next generation, who knows, that there will be transgenders that are actually patriotic because we allow them to be so. I mean, you can't get this in any other countries. You can't. Now, I'm not saying military, but like, you know, like maybe the things will change and maybe everything will, like the standards will change for the military and what transgender is. I don't know. But I have a feeling that the U.S. is so open. I mean, the West in general, but specifically the U.S., because let's be real here, Europe is just Muslim now. But when it comes to America, is anybody getting pissed off? No. But I do believe that transgenders, the whole idea of that will change. Like our standards right now will be different, is what I'm saying.
The Russians laugh at us when they get shit.
Of course they do, but the Russians are also losing at life.
Well, yeah.
So what? Okay, keep your masculinity. Great. Oh, Russians are fucking awesome. But they're losing. Why do you think they come to the West?
Well, who comes to the West?
People from Russia. Why do you think they're over here?
When we don't, hey, in the UK, we don't get a load of poor Russians come to the UK.
I didn't say the UK. I said the US.
Oh, I thought you said the West. Sorry.
Well, okay, let's be real here. When you say when I say the West, I mean the US. Let's be real. We are the leaders.
I understand that because you think the World Series is the world. I understand the logic, but
well, yeah. I mean, let's be real here. Where else would they go?
Well, yeah, it wouldn't be called the World Series. It should be called the North American Series. It's a continent, you know.
Yeah, you know what? You might have a point there. Maybe it should be.
It should be called gay ball.
Gay ball.
It doesn't have the same ring about it, does it? It sounds bigger if you put down world.
It's a fine name for it. It might not be perfectly descriptive, but it's fine. I mean, we do have players from probably, I'm going to guess, 20 countries in MLB.
Yeah, and you know,
that's not a world. Once again, that would you could count 20 countries in Central America, most probably just alone. But we'll put South and Central together, and that's done. There's your fucking 20 odd plus 20 odd countries. There's
Maybe more.
196 in the world. I would expect in the football or soccer, you would find that there was most will be at least 180 to 190 nationalities in there, or not actually in total, but via their parents, and there's
All
a
right.
lot of players play
Look,
via parents.
That's great, but in all honesty, it is different in North America. We do have that ocean borderline, which is nice so far. It's nice enough.
Yeah, but as I know the West, it would be developed countries.
All right, so I feel like that we should probably move on to South America is also in the West. Yeah, but they're not a Western country, are they?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
developed.
oh, look what happened to Venezuela.
Yeah, I think you missed
bottle cap.
you missed the word developed.
Yeah, I was one off. It's 19 countries right now. So
South America. I mean, So, Cap. Again, I said the West, which is our U.S. and Europe. I said that before. I'll say it again.
Yeah, I know.
South America is not considered the West.
And I said yes. Well, when we describe this, we describe it as developed countries in the West.
Yeah, third world
Developed.
countries are not. Neither are second.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't include South America as a continent.
You know what? What do you guys think?
not
Don't
sure.
care.
Yeah,
Don't
irrelevant.
care. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. All right. Then let's move on.
I mean, he hates that we call the World Series the World Series. It's a thing.
Yeah, it just needs to be factually correct. I understand it does sound better, but it's your ABCs. You got to get that bit right. You know, if it's not the fucking world, then it's the North American series. You know, that's factually what it is. You know?
Would he be happier if we called it the center of the World Series?
I would be happier.
You know what? That would sound. It's like a changing Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. Center of the World Series. Aphid.
Well, it's 2020.
I commend you on that one.
When is the Olympics? Is it next year? This year? It's this
It
year,
really
right?
is silly to call it the World Series when nobody else is invited but American and a couple Canadian teams at most.
Aren't we changing the Olympics to our Olympics?
Let's be real here. I feel like it'd be way more interesting if it was just North American series of a lot of things. Depends on the sport. All right.
Welcome's
Anyways, you know
favorite
what?
sport is American politics.
Oh God, politics.
Yeah, we have the World Cup in 3 months. Cup, yeah, exciting.
I've been trying to get off of that. How about you, Aphid?
What question?
Politics. How about you?
Oh
When it
man,
comes to politics, I'm trying to get off.
Let's get on to nonsense. That's what I'm here
Politics.
for.
I want to complain at some point. I want to complain about Trump's Truth Social post about.
Oh,
That
yeah.
sounds like a good complaint.
Yeah.
All right.
And then I was thinking about it before. I'm not going to say anything about it, but then I was thinking about it. And I'm like, I don't even care about it, and that's so sad that we don't care about it. But anyway, go on.
I have non-political stuff afterward. Go ahead.
So Robert Mueller, the former director of the FBI and special counsel who produced the Mueller report, passed away today or yesterday. I'm not sure.
Last 24 hours.
Last 24 hours. Robert Mueller, who was a proud Marine with many years of valiant service. He served in Vietnam and was injured, I think, more than once. Then he served for many presidents in various capacities. And he passed away. And Trump responded basically saying he was glad that Robert Mueller had died.
He was glad he
Wow.
was dead.
Glad he was dead.
Said that.
Wow.
The president of the United States said this.
Yes.
It's appalling, and that's not even the start of it. It's unbelievable.
All right. Why did
Yeah.
he? Why did he say
No
he
meat?
was? Why did he say he was glad he was dead?
No, I'm not 100%.
Because he couldn't hurt. Because he couldn't hurt anybody
But
else.
Right.
what was he?
Mueller investigation?
What wasn't he implicated in the Russian dossier? And basically setting it up. That's I think I've heard recently. I'm not backing him what he's saying. He should be bigger than that. He should just do the presidential role thing, like Joe did. Just sign the bottom.
Oh, this guy, the Mueller report. He wrote a book. I mean, yeah, you shouldn't say that as a president, but also, you know, okay.
You know, he basically
I guess I'm
cleared
wrong.
Trump in the Mueller report.
Right. So what's your point is that he shouldn't say that as a president, right?
Yeah, he
Nobody
let's
should
be
say it.
clear. He's a combat vet who earned a Bronze Star with a V.
Oh, great.
That is great.
Yeah, that is.
What is a
So
Bronze
that's
Star
not
with a V?
something I mean.
So,
Sky
but
is
now,
just
but if
nothing
you use
but
that,
brother.
okay, but right, but if you like, whether you're on the right or the left, if you use your combat history as a political tool, you will be subjected to scrutiny.
He didn't
He
use
ne-
it
he
as a
never
tool.
Never used it.
He didn't.
He
He,
never
didn't even
used it.
seek
No,
out.
no,
He didn't even
used-
seek out that position. He was appointed, and I feel like he was not wanting to be appointed when it first happened.
I
could be wrong.
heard the same thing. I do believe at the time what you just said there.
Look, let's be real. Like
He'd been
again,
retired for years.
He'd
before
been
that.
retired,
okay.
and he was asked to take. He was asked by
Asked
by Barr.
to do what? By Barr?
Yes, William Barr to be the special
Yeah.
counsel.
Oh, that makes sense. Barr asked him. Okay.
Well, say what you want to say if you have something to say.
I've already said it. Like, so if you're gonna be a politician and you put your history out there, like you are subjected to criticism. I'm sorry, this just is what it is.
He wasn't
Of
a
course.
politician. He was an investigator.
That is
He's
still
never-
part of politics. I'm sorry. You know what? I shouldn't say You're right, Aphid. I should not say politician. I should say if you're gonna.
Yeah, he
involve
wasn't
yourself
an
in politics.
elected official.
Yeah. Okay. So was he an investigator or something? Like,
So wait there.
Yeah, he was the special
this
investigator.
is a long time ago. He's like old and he died.
Yeah, but
Well, it was
no.
like
Unfortunately.
Well,
What I'm saying is that I don't think that Trump, what he said was right. Or I don't know I don't even know what he said. And I agree with you that he shouldn't just
said he
be
was glad
saying
he was
that.
dead. That's all he needed.
Right, yeah. Okay, good. Well, good. Okay, good that you fucking pointed it out. But what I'm saying is that it's good that he well, not that he died, but let's be real here. If you put your hat in the political ring, you will be absolutely scrutinized and brutalized, and it just is what it is, whether you're right or
Well,
wrong.
let's be real
Right.
here. Let's be
He didn't
real.
put
Like
his hat
when
in the
Charlie
political
Kirk
ring.
was killed, people said
Yes.
a lot less about him
Right.
being killed and lost their complete fucking livelihoods for it.
Tons
and-
of hypotheticals
That's
were
not-
thrown around at
that's
that
not
point.
true. What do you mean? A lot less about him and lost their livelihoods. That's not the
people
same.
said-
I'm
No,
sorry,
what
Charlie
I'm
Kirk.
I'm making a comparison between the two things. That Trump didn't try to stay above like that. He goes in and delivers this vile fucking message about somebody who, though he might not like them, really is absolutely pointless and just shows how fucking out of touch he is, and he just doesn't understand. It doesn't care about anything Trump regarding putting this kind of messaging out there and then just leaving it there, and people are like, "What the fuck, dude?" You know, like,
yeah. You know what? That's
I got no
he's
proof.
the president. I mean, he's Donald Trump, the president, not some fucking Joe. You know,
I got no proof to give you a name of anybody for an example, but I guarantee you that there was somebody that on Twitter or Facebook said that I'm glad Charlie Kirk is dead and got fired for it. and the fact that we're equating somebody like that to the president of the United States,
This is what I'm saying.
and trying to rationalize why he said it.
Don't get me wrong.
Is
yeah.
absurd. Is
Okay.
completely that's where we are. That the president of the United States, we're gonna possibly give him a pass or look the other way.
Oh,
when he
what do you
says
mean
something
give him
like
a
this.
pass? Oh, what are you gonna do? Impeach him for using
That's
his
No.
First Amendment rights? Now, don't get me wrong.
no,
I
it's
don't.
not
I don't
about-
agree.
No, but you
Hey, hold on,
saying
hold
that
on.
is almost
I get
giving him a
that.
pass.
No, not at all. Here's what I want to say is he's not right for saying that. However, he has the right to say that.
No, that's what I just said. I just said he's the president. He's not some Joe. He's the fucking president. I mean,
But he is. That's what,
So-
but here's I know. Oh, so you it's just but his, okay. Let me try to. Here's a weird concept. The leader of the free world is able to exercise free speech. It's
Yeah.
unfortunate for both sides. It is, whether you like it or
Yeah.
not. And by the way, I don't agree with everything he says. He's a fucking asshole. He is. I get you. However, he is exercising the First Amendment.
I'm not.
It's
doubting that.
unfortunate, but it's true.
It-
Now,
it's-
I
it's
don't
violent, it's-
agree with it, but I don't agree with like how he handles it. But
I
that is
thought when people did it about Charlie Kirk, it was vile and disgusting, and I think when he did it,
Was
it
he
fucking vile
assassinated?
and disgusting.
well, hold on. Charlie Kirk was assassinated live, and everybody saw it.
Yeah, and this guy died
Is this
like
the same?
as a person with Parkinson's disease in a pathetic, like
Yes,
in
and
a
it is
really
very-
hurting state. So maybe just he was a war hero, and he did his appointed duty. He didn't, in my opinion, he didn't go after Trump in some nefarious manner, but Trump took it
No.
as some kind of a fucking attack because now he can't hurt anyone else, is what he
Yeah,
said.
I don't know.
It's a
One thing I wanted to say about this situation is I think it's a fair argument to, and I'm not saying 100%, but it's a fair argument to say that if anything, Mueller helped Trump win his second term, because I think it definitely helped the existence of Mueller and what he came up with definitely helped Trump turn a lot of people off of the media and Democrats in general. And he used it for that.
Democrats were incensed that Mueller didn't find anything on Trump.
Right.
They were angry at him.
Yeah. So this is kind of the problem, right? Like, yeah, there
Right,
was
the problem
nothing.
with
They
Trump.
didn't. Well, your problem with it, and don't get me
With this
wrong.
particular thing.
Your
This
problem
particular-
is
So
that
you're
he's
admitting
been-
that you're giving it a pass.
What do you mean pass?
Well, you don't have a problem with him saying it.
No, I'm not. What do you mean problem? He's allowed to say it.
I'm just asking you a
course.
question. Do you have a problem with Trump tweeting or whatever he did, True Social?
Oh,
Do you
was
have
it?
a problem
Was it a
with it?
tweet? That's what it was.
I don't know.
Was
I don't know. I'm just asking you a question.
It was a
Try,
truth.
stop
What do they-
skating around the question. Just
No,
answer it.
what do you mean
have a
skate-
problem with Trump?
Obviously
saying what he
not.
said?
It's a First Amendment speech.
Okay,
Now,
so
do
you're
I
giving him
agree
a
with it?
pass.
No. Do I have a problem with it? Maybe.
So
It
that's a
depends on the
definition of giving him
situation.
a pass.
No, it's not.
No.
Why wouldn't it be?
Okay,
No,
let
it's
me
not.
just jump in.
Aphid,
Let
you're
me just
going.
jump in.
No,
Wait,
you're
wait there. Let me
pigeonholing
just jump
me
in.
here.
Let
I
me
think it's the
jump in.
very
Let me
definition of giving him a pass.
let me try and explain.
That's your
it.
opinion.
What he's saying is he has the First Amendment right to say what he wants to say, and he's using that right. He's not
Yes.
agreeing with what he said.
I don't agree. Yeah, you're right.
Agreeing with what he said, but he's saying he has the
No,
right.
I asked him if he had a problem
say
with
it.
what he
It's
said.
not a
He said
free-
no. I do
it's not
See,
a
not
free-
have a problem. with
that's
him.
personal. What do you mean problem? What do you mean problem?
Yeah, okay. I personally am not offended by what he said. I just think it's asinine and ridiculous for a president to act that way. But here's the thing: I'm sadly not surprised by it. So
Hell
I mean,
That's how it goes, dude. It's how it's been going forever. What do you mean? It's the First Amendment. I'm not to you.
The
Steve,
First
I'm sorry.
Amendment is irrelevant in this context. Nobody has
Oh, really?
suggested that it was illegal for what Trump said. That's not the question at all.
Well, it is absolutely
It's
relevant because that
immoral
was
and
my
appalling.
Oh, well, then that's a different story. Do I disagree with it? Yeah, I don't like what he says. No, I don't agree with it, but do I have a problem with it? No.
No, I mean, if he said that about somebody who was a murderer who actually really hurt people, I would have literally no problem with it. He said it because this guy investigated him, and he he didn't like that, so he's going to make this asinine statement about it. It's embarrassing, dude.
Yeah, it's absolutely. I agree with
and I'm
the
not
chat.
saying
It's
I
poor
give a
taste.
shit in the free speech sense. It's fine,
But it's
in the
under
sense
free
of-
speech.
In the sense of decorum and presidency, it's like yikes. But
I say
the
scrutinize
fucking
him.
thing is, again, not surprised, expect it from him. So really,
Right.
it's just another thing.
I mean, are you surprised by this?
No.
I am.
sadly not.
I
No,
always
all
think
right.
I always think there's a bar below which he won't go, and he always proves me wrong.
Right.
Well, your
bars,
problem is expecting anything at all.
I shouldn't have expectations of the president of the United States.
No, you should not. You should
I
have
will
a
always-
nope.
I just
Well-
want Donald to stay with comedy and stick to the comedy because he's good at the comedy. This isn't it. And every time he makes these stupid statements when a political rival or someone dies, or a celebrity dies, he makes stupid statements. I'm sure it just takes tens of
Trump
thousands
says-
of voters away from him because it's like I said, it's pointless to say.
It's pointless. 100% pointless.
I mean,
yeah, Trump-
I would even prefer him to do the Joe Biden just saying, well, at this stage, because even that would be better than just talking the shit like that. Because, I mean, if you've got nothing good to say, don't say it in a way.
It's like he has Tourette's syndrome, except there's a
Really?
tweet in the middle of it. Tourette's, you get these utterances.
Welcome, Carney.
Yeah.
The bizarre part, the most bizarre part to me is the interpretation of his year and a half or however long it was investigation that scaled the earth and back, cleared him of anything and everything that has to do with Russia.
I believe you.
And he should be kissing his feet because if it wasn't for him, there would still be speculation. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure there still is speculation with some people, but
I understand your logic, mate. Logically, he should actually say he's a cunt. He was going to stitch me up. He didn't find fuck all, and he reported it. He didn't find fuck all. So realistically,
he should use him for example, saying, "Look at all this investigation this man did, and he couldn't find anything on me." If he would have said that, so he didn't have to say, "Oh, what the lip service, and what a great man," and we should all cry for him or whatever that everybody else would say. He could say nothing at all. But to say what he said.
Just stick to comedy because I understand. Like a lot of you don't agree with his policies, but his comedy timing when he's funny is hilarious. He is the funny president now.
I've laughed at him. I think Reagan might have been a little better on the jokes, but Reagan was more of a joke teller, and Trump is sort of off the cuff.
I remember Reagan's joke when he mentioned about the age gap between him and his opponent, and he fucking blew him away. Reagan did. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I can't remember the joke, but I do remember that. I remember when he was at after he got shot by John Hinckley. He was at a campaign. That's the right name, right?
Yes.
He was at a campaign
John
rally,
Hinckley
and a couple balloons popped, and Reagan, without missing a beat, said, "You missed," and it was fucking tight, dude. Everybody laughed. Good one-liners from him, and he's the one who came up with the 7 most scariest words ever. I'm here from the government. I'm here to help.
Yeah. Yes. And don't forget the classic "fight, fight, fight."
That's Trump, obviously.
Yeah.
Incarnation's asking if there's people that were arrested over the Mueller report, and then
There
stating
was.
34 people were charged. and
34
20 of
people
them-
were charged. 29 Russian nationals in the United States were charged as a result of the Mueller investigation.
Your statement that he found collusion was false, though.
It clearly shows that there was Russian collusion within the electoral system in the United States. Whether or not it's directly with Trump is a different story together. But like to say that Russia wasn't involved in the
No, that's not what
2016
collusion
election
means.
is like
No, that's not what
false.
collusion means. Collusion refers to working with someone on the Trump team.
It doesn't necessarily need to be specifically with the Trump administration. They could have been colluding with a different party within the government that is independent of
Well,
Trump.
to do
So
any action whatsoever, you got to be colluding with somebody.
The Democrat Party. They were colluding
Right.
with the
I'm
Democrat
colluding with
Party.
David right now.
Yeah, whether
so,
it's
so the
Facebook-
fact that
you
29
could argue
the fact
that he colluded with Facebook to
no, like the fact that there is
fake-
29 people
parade or
charged, like we're talking about like 34 people who were legitimately charged for a crime, right? And 29 of those were Russian nationals. So like clearly, okay, there's something going on with Russia and these Russians meddling in the elections. And I'm not taking any sides on it. I'm just saying from a purely factual standpoint, that Russia is clearly involved in this.
Yeah, Trump had nothing to do with it.
That's
though, did he?
nonsense. Well, that's Russia's job, but I mean,
Apparently, but
you,
obviously,
you know,
didn't-
indicting Russians for doing Russia's work.
Yeah.
You know, who live in
You-
Russia.
you-
it makes no
look,
sense.
the indictment
You've
didn't
got-
pass. I mean, like, what are you talking about? It was clearly factual. If it was clearly factual, they would have prosecuted with something. And
They did
didn't.
prosecute
They
34
can't.
people. They charged 34 people.
Trump?
Dude,
No, I'm talking about Trump.
well, they charged 34. I'm not talking about specifically Trump. I'm just
Oh.
talking about the American government in general, as a whole. There is
Oh,
an
yeah,
apparatus.
yeah.
There is an apparatus within the U.S. government, okay, that
Yeah, yeah.
allowed Russia to collude with the U.S. election. Like
Absolutely.
I'm not going to get into like the results of it, but like there
I
is an overarching issue
Yeah,
where
you're-
Russia can get involved in
confusing
elections and people
I-
get charged with it.
my guess
Cheers,
is that you
Steve.
could probably, if you search hard enough, you could probably do the same thing over again for the next election, which Trump lost, though.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And he did lose that, in my opinion.
You
I think he lost.
can.
So when you if you
You
did that
can, but it
investigation,
didn't. You
you
can, but it
wouldn't
didn't
connect it to
happen.
Trump.
Right?
What do you mean it
can,
didn't
but
happen?
it didn't happen. Right?
But it was
What did-
it was
what did-
Trump's fault. Remember, for years it was Trump's fault. It was Trump's
Yeah, but
Russian
there's
spy.
probably, I'm sure,
He's a spy
sure
for
that there's-
Russia. Putin.
there's foreign
Yellow
entities that
12 of those 29.
try to
12 of those
influence
29
every
people.
election,
So
not just
12 of those
Republicans,
29
Democrats as
people
well.
were like it seems from the is 12 of those 29 that were charged, right? They were charged for specifically, okay, indicted for hacking Democratic Party computers.
I mean,
So,
that's what.
like, at least 12 people were charged for doing it against the Democrats. Just FYI, you know?
Yeah,
Yes. Yeah.
which proves that they were working on both sides. They were working against the Trump regime and maybe the Clinton regime. That's what Russian spies do.
Exactly.
Okay. So it doesn't seem like it was a Democrats colluding with Russia then. So you could pull back that statement. It clearly doesn't seem like the Democrats were colluding with Russia. And I guess it doesn't seem that Trump was colluding with the Russians either. But somebody in the American government at some point was colluding with the Russians.
No,
And those people, more specifically Michael Flynn, Paul Manafort, Rick Gates,
Hold on.
Yeah,
Let's just take a time out real quick.
are so happen to be Trump advisors or really people who were really close to Trump.
So,
Weird
alright.
coincidence, but hey.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Well, who was the first one that brought this? Let's just chill out for a minute. All governments collude with some other government at some point in time, right? So you want to talk about Russians in the U.S., right, Carney? You gonna mute yourself now?
Listen, dude, I'm just reading the report that the DOJ
From where?
released about it, and the names that are associated with the DOJ report. Like, I'm not making any I'm not making any conspiracies. I'm not saying anything apart from just literally reading the names of the people who have been charged and their history with the U.S. government. It all seems to be tied with Trump. But what do I know?
Oh,
So let's go through each one. What do you think Paul Manafort What Russian collusion do you think Paul Manafort was charged with? Nothing. Okay. What Russian collusion do you think Rick Gates was charged with? What Russian collusion do you think Michael Flynn was charged with? And on and on and on. You're claiming that these indictments
were they arrested and charged?
See, this is your flaw. You're saying that because Mueller investigated it in relation to Trump influence, that therefore means that the people that he brought charges against were guilty of Russian collusion, which is not true. Because you actually look at the charges, it's not true.
What are the charges?
Well, Paul Manafort was charged with tax fraud. He pleaded guilty to conspiracy to obstruct justice relating to his lobbying interests for pro-Russian interests in Ukraine, which is pretty milquetoast. Rick Gates pleaded guilty to making false statements to investigators. Michael Flynn pleaded guilty to making false statements to the FBI. Michael Cohen pleaded guilty to lying to Congress. Roger Stone was charged with obstruction of official proceeding and making false statements to Congress about his efforts to contact WikiLeaks.
We should audit the government more often, man. This is fucking great.
Arrested for specifically, let's be specific about it, having conversations with the Russia's ambassador. Like, it's not like he's just talking to random people. Like, he's talking to high-level officials. Like, anyways, I'm just whatever. You guys think what you want. Think what you want, right? Think what you want. Like, the evidence is there. If you want to deny it, it's all good. I get it.
The evidence isn't there. That's what I'm saying. You're trying to bootstrap the fact that Mueller was hired as a special counsel to investigate alleged Trump-Russia dealings, and the fact that he brought indictments is somehow the fact that somehow implies that these indictments were evidence of Russian collusion.
Well, there is evidence of Russian collusion. People have been charged for it. People have been charged for it.
Nobody
is Russian collusion.
Nobody has been charged with Russia collusion.
Yeah, he got, didn't he? I'm pretty sure that there were some trial processes, right? Wasn't the impeachment process as well, just for this Russian collusion bullshit? And guess what? There was acquittal of a lot of it. Like, where has this panned out with Russian collusion? It just hasn't.
There was
Where is it at?
collusion, and when it was released, Trump he would repeat that over and over. No collusion, no collusion.
No, what I'm saying is the accusations that Carney is presenting. And yeah, there were accusations back in the day, right? Now, where did that pan out legally? How'd that happen?
People within the U.S. government were charged for their proximity to the Russian government. Like, I don't know how else to say it. If you want to say, oh, they didn't do collusion because they didn't meet the definition of collusion, then fine, dude. I'll grant that to you in a legal context. They didn't meet the legal definition of collusion, but they still met enough burden to be charged with other stuff, such as interfering with an investigation, such as whatever else that was related to their involvement in a relationship with Russia, given the fact that there is inconceivable evidence that Russia is meddling in the elections, and there are Americans helping Russia doing so. Whether or not those Americans are associated to Trump, whatever, man. Okay.
You think that to this day?
You sound surprised or I don't know, angry or enraged that Russia meddles in U.S. elections.
Every election. I find it funny, right? Like, I find it funny that, like, you're willing to just, like, completely dismiss that, like, Russia's involvement in the 2016 election. Like, they had a very significant involvement. The U.S. government admits it, and a lot of the people who were charged with in relation to that investigation so happened to be Trump people. But, like, look, I guess Trump wasn't involved in it.
Actually, you have no evidence that any real evidence, or you would just say that so-and-so colluded with Russia by doing X, Y, and Z. and you don't say that.
Oh, I'm saying it. I'm saying it. I don't need to go to
Okay.
court. I
Who
don't need
is
to
it
go to
and
court
what
to
is his
say.
client do?
I don't need to go to say. I don't need to go to court to say to a judge that I am confident that people within Trump's administration were having direct talks with Russia to facilitate elections. Like, I don't need to go to a judge and say, "Hey, judge, you have no."
I didn't
I
say
can
you
say
need
this
to go to a
confidently,
judge.
and then I can say this. I can say this
You said
confidently.
nobody said
Right.
you needed to go to a
So,
judge.
so I can say this
I want you to
confidently,
tell
and what I
me.
source confidently are all of the people who have been charged with relation to it, and then I can look at their history and their involvement with the Trump movement and say, yeah, they have some form of association to Trump.
You say that, but you haven't actually done that.
What is Paul Manafort not a Trump associate?
Well, what was his Russian collusion?
People who were like involved with Trump in some way, shape, or another.
What was it? What was the
some way,
collusion?
shape, or another. Some way, shape, or another.
Oh. Well, elaborate, Carney.
He's
What do you-
googling
wasn't
it
it
now.
because he was? Wasn't it because
He's
he didn't
googling it
declare
now.
himself
He's googling it now.
as a
He's got the
foreign
name.
Is
agent?
that
Yeah,
is that all you
basically,
have?
He did lobbying work for Russian companies
Oligarchs.
in Ukraine.
Yes.
Yeah, oligarchs, exactly.
He's furiously googling.
I
It's all
think he
good.
might need it. I mean, he needs the time. I mean,
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with
Yeah,
getting
it's
information.
okay.
on it. Look
I've
forward to
also learned the hard
Sorry, I
way
got some-
where you
Sorry,
cannot.
my internet cut out here. Yeah. Like, listen, like, what do you want me to say? Like, he literally, like Last Dance literally read through what all of these people did, and they are closely associated to Trump, and they were charged as a result of an investigation in Russia's involvement in the election. So, if you want to pin me to the wall, and get semantic about it, and say, oh, they didn't collude, then sure, I'll grant it to you. They didn't collude. Were they having direct talks with Russia? Yeah.
You realise that the majority of this panel are not Trump supporters. You understand this, okay?
I'm saying the
I don't
majority
think
are.
that. I don't think
the
that it had
majority are.
anything to do with the Trump election. What Paul Manafort got in trouble for? It was his dealings before he was even, I think, involved with the Trump
Yeah, but it
administration.
came out as a result of the investigation.
But I
Had
mean, it
Mueller
was his
not,
deal.
had
It was
Mueller
his
not gotten
dealings.
in, had
It was his.
had
Hold on.
Mueller
It was
not-
his dealings. It was his dealings with Russia and not reporting those dealings that got him in trouble. But it wasn't.
Right,
It wasn't
so-
to throw the election. I mean, you're sitting here
So, like-
trying to. The way you're trying to spin this is that there's proof that people associated with Trump were trying to work with Russia to throw the election, and I don't think that there's any proof of that.
Okay.
Just because they dealt with Russia and didn't report some of the stuff that they did doesn't mean it has anything to do with any election. It just means that there was financial transactions that took place that they didn't report. So technically, he's supposed to be I lost the word now. A foreign.
No, I understand. I understand what you mean. Like I understand what you mean. You know, like you don't directly get charged for it. Therefore, you know, you didn't
Trust
revolve.
me,
And
there
it's
was
fine.
nobody.
I'm okay
there
with
was
that. I'm
nobody
okay with that.
sat
Just
down
I'm okay with
at
that.
the
So
time,
long as we extend that same thing to Hunter Biden and his involvement with pro-Ukraine movement, and that Hunter Biden that wasn't doing anything corrupt or doing anything bad for the Biden administration in Ukraine. If we're okay with saying that, then hey, all is fine and fair. All
yeah,
good.
but two wrongs don't make a right. You're disagreeing with people that do that with Hunter Biden, but yet you're sitting here trying to do it to Trump, and your excuse.
I'm not
for
even
doing it
talking
is
about
because,
Trump.
well, hey,
I'm
we gotta
not
put
even talking
ourselves
about
on-
Trump.
I know, but
I'm
you're
talking
saying
about
that we gotta
Trump
put ourselves on
associates who were charged.
That's what
I'm
you're
talking about
calling.
Trump associates or Trump adjacent people who were charged as a result of an investigation in meddling in the elections. That's all I'm talking. I'm not even talking about Trump.
Can I ask you a different
weren't
question,
meddling in the
Carnation?
election. It wasn't
No,
because they were
no.
meddling.
Let
in the
let
election.
Aphid finish.
It wasn't any of what they got in trouble for. It had nothing to do with meddling in the election.
It came as a
what you were all
result
trying
of an investigation that looked into Russian meddling in the
See, now
elections.
if you would have started off where you are now, then I don't think you would have as much pushback. But you didn't. You started off in this other place where there was proof of collusion. That's where you started. And now
We're playing a semantics
now
game
you're-
talking about collusion. I'm
No,
saying,
we're not.
I'm
We're
saying,
talking-
or no, I'm using a word.
your
I'm using a
fault.
word
Look,
that everybody can
you're
understand. But
talking
if
to a
I
guy-
have to play the semantics
I'm
game,
going
I'll
to
play
tell
the
you something.
semantics
You're
game.
arguing with a guy that sat at
Bloody
the
hell.
news every single night and couldn't wait to watch the nightly news to see, what connection they finally made so we could get this motherfucker out of office. And it never came. It never came. We had politicians that sat there and were like, "Oh, it's there. It's there. I promise you, it's there. I've seen it. I've seen it." And it never came about. And now, when it all came out, this guy that just died proved that he couldn't find anything. But you're sitting there still on that train.
Well, first of all, he did find stuff, and his investigation was shut down. He wasn't even able to finish his investigation. He never finished his investigation. The Trump administration forced it to be shut down. So, respectfully, you're wrong on both counts. 34 people were charged as a result of the investigation, and he wasn't able to finish his investigation through its completion.
My question for Incarnation is: in your worldview, do you believe that Trump is a controlled asset of Russia or something, or what is your statement or
on a more conspiratorial standpoint? I think he's was honeypotted, like Melania was like a honeypot or something. If I'm being conspiracy. Oh fuck, I don't know how to say it. But no, I don't think he. I don't think he's an asset per se. I think he's a person that has business dealings in various parts of the world. So the way that he deals with geopolitics is sort of in that vein, if that makes sense.
It's just interesting because you're using Russia as an example when most of the world right now is using Netanyahu as the example of the leaseholder. So I was just curious why you were.
Well, I mean, do we want to have a bigger conspiracy theory? Israel as a country is friends with both Russia and the United States. So it's perfectly plausible that, Israel leveraged Russia to get dirt on Trump to somehow convince him to go to war in Iran. I think that's a little crazy.
All right, hold on. Let's emphasize that. How do you think that Israel leveraged Russia to do that?
Well, if Russia has intel, they exchange information. Like both Russia and Israel are kind of like very good spies. They're good. Both countries are really, really good at spying. Or have spies.
As if the United States didn't have the CIA. As if the United States didn't create Israel.
Why is it that when I'm giving credit to Israel and Russia, you're like, oh, the United States? No, I'm not saying that the United States doesn't have a good intelligence, but Russia and Israel have exceptional intelligence apparatuses.
The reason why is because Israel and the United States are the hand in hand. Let's be real here. And Russia is, let's be real here.
I wouldn't say that Israel and the United States are hand in hand. I think Israel's a little bit more rogue than you want to give them credit for. And Israel is known. Yeah, Israel is known as a country.
Either they're rogue or not. Either they're rogue or not.
Well, listen, Israel is a country that, one, has killed U.S. soldiers, but that, two, has also, while telling the United States that they wouldn't purchase Soviet weapons, also went and purchased Soviet weapons. So, Israel is known to say one thing and do another, in as long as it, meets their idea of, defending Israel, right? They'll do whatever it takes.
Do you think that Israel has more control than we believe?
Over the United States? No, I wouldn't say. They have incredible lobbying power right now, but I don't know how long that lobbying power is going to last after this next war.
What do you mean this next war? Iran or the next one?
Yeah.
What's the next war?
Like Iran, this next current war, this war that's happening.
Oh, the current war. Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. It very much seems to me that Israel is positioning itself as do whatever it takes to secure themselves.
Do you think?
And it doesn't seem to me like they're that worried about global perception at this point.
Okay. Well, do you think that this would be a better benefit for the world or just Israel?
Just Israel.
Oh. How so?
Israel going in and not telling the United States that they're going to go and kill the successions for Khomeini. That just shows you how Israel is a little bit of a rogue state, right?
What do you mean? Can you explain again?
The United States were on board with killing Khomeini, but they were not on board with killing the three next successors of Khomeini. Israel kind of sidestepped the United States on that and went and took out the next three successors for Khomeini. like that wasn't a U.S. approved thing. There was a bombing of an oil field, I think, or somewhere that the U.S.
No,
wasn't
I see. Here's
really
where
approved
here's
of.
where I would question you
So-
on. And by the way, I am also question. I would love to know where you get your information from. Like, what makes you think that this is exactly what it is?
I'm also curious of the source of that
So, like
level of
the
information.
United States, like I'm pretty sure Trump, even in one of his own speech, said, "Yeah, we didn't want, we wanted to take out the first guy, but we didn't expect the 3 other ones to get taken out." Like they weren't planning on the 3 other guys getting taken out, and Trump even admitted.
Okay. Well, again, I will ask you, where do you get this information from?
Okay, here from Trump himself.
From Trump himself. Interesting.
Yeah.
I hear you sipping.
Wow, there you go.
I don't see any sending.
No, chill.
Oh, I am chilling. I think we all are.
Right, interesting. Just looking up a little about some things there. Yeah.
Well, if anybody
RW,
wants to talk, oh, sorry.
RW, you had some other topic matter. Did we cover it?
Yeah, no. So
Wait, Last
X
Dance,
is
you raised your
changing
hand too?
X is changing their platform abilities for people that are paying for their accounts. And
What is it? Who is?
X, Twitter, whatever.
Okay.
They're making it so that people that are paying for their account can turn off the different parts of the world so that they don't see information coming from those places. And I don't think it's rolled out yet, but I was curious to see how that works for the people that are paying for their accounts, because they're not going to get a bunch of spin feed from people pretending to be in the United States at that point that are living in Bangladesh or wherever else. India does a lot of catfishing with information. So I'm really curious to see what
looking
that's like.
forward to that. I will definitely block a lot of regions.
What do you pay a month, Last Dance?
Well,
$8.
$8.
Is there? I'm not a tech guy, but if you used a VPN or something, I mean, wouldn't
Yeah,
it be as
that-
easy as clicking something over to say that you're coming from Ohio when you're really still coming from Bangladesh?
I think
Can
so. So it's not, we'll see how it works out. We'll see.
They're
if
already
they just
flagging
get-
I even have a question about VPNs these days. I mean, they market it as such on YouTube just because of this thing. So how do we even trust VPNs at this point?
X, I don't know the answer
And
to that.
if you
but
use a VPN, then you could be getting blocked from people here when you're saying you're coming from Bangladesh.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't. It's just like we don't know anymore. It's insane.
there is flags on the accounts when it says this account is believed to be using a proxy or a VPN.
Well,
So
it's
Seems like
it's
that was
a
a high percentage.
it's a measure countermeasure game. That if you want to pay for it, there are services that will keep track of VPN exit nodes and IP addresses, and you can subscribe to them, and that'll tell you whether someone is coming from a VPN. Not necessarily where they're originating in, but
there's also
You-
an interesting. Go ahead. Sorry.
I might, if they give it an option, if they ever have that level of intelligence in their system, I would choose to block anybody that comes from a VPN as well.
The White House has registered aliens.gov for a website, and people are speculating that they're preparing to have their own database of declassified UFO disclosure information stuff. So,
Well, one thing for sure is not going to be on aliens.gov, and that's aliens.
Hey, by the way, I'm sorry.
Might have more to do with I don't know what that, but RW, there isn't like. Here's the thing, okay?
tell me how it is, Steve.
Let me make an analogy. If you take a camel and put it in the great white shark habitat, it will drown and die. You follow me? Like, and that we're on the same. These two animals are on the same planet, right?
Yes.
So, like, if you're going to take a living being from our planet and apply our definition of life scientifically to something that's hundreds of millions of miles away, like, who's to say they're carbon-based life forms? Or, I mean, it could be any. Our imagination can't comprehend what life could be elsewhere. So, to imagine that these aliens are some sort of hominid that's like human-like with hands and feet and eyes is, I think it's silly. You know, these things could be, I don't know what the hell they could be.
Even on our own planet, at the bottom of the Mariana Trench is life forms that don't use oxygen, don't have any sunlight, and are under pressure that would kill any of us. And there's life down there. So
right, and they find life in the sulfur vents in the ocean where it's devoid of oxygen.
Right, there's no oxygen. I would certainly say that it's very likely that there is life elsewhere in the universe. Whether there is life that's so advanced that they could come to this planet, I would say no.
That's what I think.
Are we getting extraterrestrial and out of politics, or what are we doing here?
Well, it's kind of a combination of the both.
It's a sidebar. It's a secondary, possibly even a tertiary comment.
That's why I'm convinced, and I'm sure I've said it on here before. But if there is any, like similar humanoid, people that say they seen stuff like that, and that we're to believe them, that it's more plausible that it's time travelers from the future that are so deteriorated by radiation and lack of hair, the big eyes,
space travel and nutrition.
That's a funny but reasonable.
I would have to agree with that. It's very unlikely, but if we're talking
I think
about
it is too. I think it
likeliness, it's more likely that it's people from Earth time traveling back.
That's right.
Than it is somebody from another planet or another solar system.
That would also explain like the government's wish to hush it too, because if they relayed some form of information to us, so could mess everything up if they let out the secret.
Oh man, I got so many. You know what? I agree with the concept. It's there, but what do you?
Right.
Okay, so you think go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'd like you to finish your statement. I don't want to interrupt you. You were speaking.
Okay, so yeah, extraterrestrial things is something, right? So when you're saying that, like the whole, I don't know, do you think of grays? Because I asked like last week, what do you think of aliens? Well, what I think of is grays that turned from people that used to be people.
That makes more sense. Exactly, Riddle. Like in my thought process, in RW, I know you have your ideas about development of things and humankind. This might not gel with what your beliefs are, but
don't worry about me, man.
Assuming from common scientific belief that there was some simple organisms that existed hundreds of millions of years ago or billion years ago or whatever, and they've developed to what we see now as advanced life and humans. Homo sapien, maybe now even in this day and age, 3 homos, homo sapien. But
yeah,
anyways, so
it's an unfortunate modern name.
So to assume that on another place, completely independent of us, this tiny blob of life then developed into something with hands and feet and eyes and a fucking head. It's like, and walks around like bipedal. That you're 100% right. Aphid Lip's idea of the only reasonable explanation for that is they somehow came from here, went somewhere else, and now they're maybe thinking about coming back, or
they're back somehow.
Right, because there's no way that independent life through evolution over millennia would develop into exactly the same thing. I mean, is or maybe
this is ridiculous. Look at RW. He's like,
Hey man, you guys are having a good time. I'm just chilling.
he pretty much looks devoid of anything right
yeah.
now.
Well,
Like,
it's like
Using what we know of physics, everything we know of physics, we could barely maybe get to the next star system, 3.4 light years away or wherever it is. Barely,
I think
maybe.
Alpha
that we know
Centauri,
of.
Alpha
Yeah, I don't know what it
Centauri,
is.
is that right?
that we have public knowledge of. I mean, when the
You
hell
just-
do we ever get disclosed of public? We have the iPhone 20 or whatever the hell it is.
I think it's
Well-
Alpha Centaurion, right? And it's
Anyway, I'm sorry.
Kaiser Cube says 4.3. But
Okay,
the
thank you,
problem
Kaiser.
isn't with technologies with storage of energy.
Proxima Centauri. Holy
We just
shit.
can't. We can't.
It's that. It's time. It's radiation that we have to
Time.
pass through. It's
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know.
I
You
mean,
can
Who knows?
send a
Maybe
robot.
maybe they passed through some nebulas that had radiation that warped the bodies, and who knows?
now I think now we're giving off, stuff that other, systems away could possibly see with their technology. But up until 100 years ago, I don't think there's really any chance of that. So but it's still going to take thousands of years before they, have, because the time travel doesn't, or the speeding up of shooting through space doesn't make a lot of sense, because there's things that you could run into and in an instant just destroy the craft. Even if you figure out some way to travel at an ungodly speed, even the speeds that they travel now are ungodly, but just be able to go light years in an instant, like in Star Wars where they push a button, go hyperspace. There's too much variables in between here and there that still exist no matter how fast you're going, that you would run into.
Oh yeah. Well,
Interesting.
essentially, like, I don't know. Let's say a fast space travel speed would be 20,000 miles an hour.
That's
Yeah.
not going to get you.
That's that's not going to do
lifetime.
much when what is the speed of light? 176,000 miles feet per second. Let's look that up so we don't screw this up.
It's 42 frames per second.
RW, do you think that?
frame rates.
So here's a actually crazy question. Oh, I'm sorry. Afterwards, it is a religious.
186,000 miles per second.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
Yeah, the 20,000
I-
miles
I
an hour
understand.
ain't going
That's
to
my
get you very far.
the fastest
I'll be right
spacecraft
back. I'll be right back. One second.
is, according to Google's AI, is NASA's Parker Solar Probe, and it reaches speeds of 430,000 miles per hour as it gets close enough to the sun after gravity boosts around
Right.
Venus.
How does it not shred apart? That's insane.
Well, there's no matter in space for it to shred it.
But aren't you creating your own gravity when you're traveling at speeds?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. I don't see why we wouldn't, as a humankind, send out Olympus bots or the robot technology that we're working on now. Once we have the technology to send them into space, because we don't have to worry about a lifespan. It's more of a technology span.
That's a kind and generous offer, Loafer Sheffield, but I'm going to decline it.
So at 430,000 miles an hour, it would take approximately 1,600 years to travel 1 light year. So if whatever you pointed out, 4 light years is the distance of a planet, that is somewhere in the vicinity of 7,000 years to travel
Yeah,
at the
right.
current speed.
Right.
We would be, by the time we got there, we would have evolved into something else,
Right.
assuming we could reproduce.
Be like, what
That
did we
would ha-
start this mission for?
It would have
God,
to be.
these people are ugly. Go back. Wait, here's some pictures of us 7,000 years ago. We were good looking.
It would have to be a massive craft that could sustain reproduction and
Right.
life
Yeah.
indefinitely.
Well, once you
Um,
get to the speed, though, you don't need to. There's no more propulsion needed. You're at that speed, and you don't
Yeah,
slow
but
down.
I'm
Correct?
thinking
Am I wrong on that? Right? Don't you just need that initial boost?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm thinking there's going to be some flexible sealants and things of that nature on this craft that are going to need to be replaced, whether it's some kind of seal, some kind of grommet, some O-ring, some thing, some there. And
Well, I don't know.
I mean,
Well, you would still
the
have
stress of
deterioration from
flight, the stress of, although there's a lot less stress
radiation
in,
deterioration. Yeah, for
There's-
sure.
Just one small O-ring can destroy a vessel.
yeah.
Right. And that's exactly right. Materials break down over time, and you don't have any resource gathering along the way. So you have to.
Well, you'd only have breakdown of radiation. So
I
that would be
disagree.
the only thing, I think.
If you're using things within that vessel, if humans are alive and there's
Well,
wear
that's
and
true.
tear.
That's true. Like the motor and stuff like that was inside the
So, I mean, you'd have to create
Oil,
technologies that
stuff.
don't break down, which we don't have.
Well,
41st
once you get that
seconds.
initial thrust,
Yeah.
though, there's nothing that needs to be working besides the interior,
All that
compression
interior
chamber.
stuff that maintains food and water.
So you would
and-
have to you would have to compensate for that somehow.
Well, English Bottle Cap points out if you grew a lot of beans, served beans frequently, you do have a secondary fuel source.
That's true.
using humans as energy sources is very matrix of you.
Every gram of
O-ring
fiber
was
everyone
giant.
consumes could be
Yeah.
another,
Yeah, yeast. Yeah, like yes, simple as that. One O-ring, if it's not sealed together because it's a rubber texture, it should be anyways. It depends on the type of O-ring, right? But if it's not sealed properly, yeah, that could cause destruction of everything. It's really bad. And anyways, I had a
The
question. though.
Millennium Falcon, though, that went through. some shit and
Oh.
kept flying.
Well, it did well for all of us. I'll just say that.
that thing was epic and dope, but like, let's face it, that shape was absolutely fucking foolish.
It was, but
That
it
big
was
round
great. that it goes
body with the two things sticking out of the front.
Yeah, it was.
It was
it
kind of like a
it-
throwback to World War II, the gun turret area.
Sort of, yeah. There you go. It was a gun turret, but it was flying through the air. It looked like an asymmetric frisbee. That it's like a knuckleball frisbee that went through the air straight. It didn't spin. It was so.
All right, look, I want to joke after, but I have one question for RW.
Go
Just
for
for like, okay, this is like the alien stuff, right? Like, do you think
Mhm.
that religion was only meant for just us? Could it be for other?
Do I think that
just for-
follow? So it's based off of the religion, right? And the belief, the worldview. From the biblical worldview, it's a creator. So if the creator creates everything, whatever it creates would be a part of the same system, right?
What do you mean?
Right. I guess the
Well,
question is, was the creator there, like,
yeah, is it just for
like
humanity?
15 billion years ago, RW, or was the creator there like 8,000 years ago, where the New Testament starts for you?
The biblical understanding is that the creator always existed. It's not a concept I understand. We always think of time and beginnings and ends. Something always being is something that's outside of my comprehension.
Fair
I
point.
always felt okay, like when it comes to like even Darwin, like they're reading books of the fucking Darwin or that evolution bullet, whatever it is. But there's nothing that I've seen so far that contradicts why religion wouldn't be a part of other, like could not be a part of aliens as well. Like
I would
there's
think
no
that
like,
any
contradiction
intelligent
yet.
life form has something that is systematic for their existence. So I would think that anything with intelligence would have its own eschatology. So whatever that would be, I don't know.
This
Well,
must be my problem.
would
This is
you-
why I'm so stupid. I'm not a believer.
Well, I mean, would you be opposed to like say an alien coming from another planet and like being, interested in your religion, or what do you think? Like, would they be allowed to do that?
If an alien comes and talks to me,
I mean, they're going to want to eat my head.
If they were,
That's what they're going to want to do.
well, that's not Mars Attacks, dude.
Maybe.
Relax, man.
not much nutrient value in there. Last Dance.
Oh, that's
trying to-
good.
like,
And you
I'm
got a
trying to-
religion too. Maybe I shouldn't have eaten your head. You could have told me about it.
You
I-
know what? You're the first one I'm eating things.
I mean, in theory, the people who wrote the Bible, the scriptures, all of these things would have been hampered by the fact that they were so technologically obviously not advanced. So the concept of any life, I don't know if that was even a consideration of people writing the Bible or the Torah or whatever books back then. But
I-
you
I-
hear
no,
these you hear these
I-
sort of you hear of some cultures that draw some things that we think look like modern spacemen, which again is us applying modern like technology to what they happen to be randomly scribbling on a brick 2,000 years ago or whatever. But I feel like they would not have had the understanding that the possibility did even exist.
I don't look at civilizations from thousands of years ago as retarded. Like,
No, I think they had. I don't either. I think that there was very like they had something that they were just a different breed of humans. They were in many ways better than us, and they were very, I don't know, work oriented. But how would I know? I'm just a modern day stupid person that just asks questions. But like I ask you, RW, because I respect you in this manner. Like, what would this challenge? Like, would this challenge your faith if there was an
it
extraterrestrial?
would challenge my faith because, in my understanding, the Earth is a closed system that is fallen, and other creations. When it talks
No
in
shit.
Job about a world,
Really?
a council of princes, those princes are creations that aren't from the Earth. So my understanding is that they aren't allowed to interact with the Earth because the Earth is of a fallen nature, and it would spread like a virus. So that's the understanding. So if an alien came and talked to me on this Earth, first of all, that would make we would have some very interesting conversations. I would have some very interesting questions.
What would you say?
And I would say, who are you and where did you come from and how did you get here and what do you believe in? Like, there's a basics.
Yeah.
Would you be at that point willing to adapt your religious beliefs?
Why would I need to adapt them?
Well, what I'm asking you is, do you think there's any possibility, because of the naivete of them, to the fact that there may have even been some sort of other possibility of life outside of Earth, that gives sort of some sort of pass for like that if that comes up after the fact, that you use your own judgment to say it doesn't contradict with anything specifically sin-wise. It might contradict with some of the beliefs and principles, but it's not like gaining more knowledge or having more life that exists in the universe would be contradictory to being a good Christian and a good person here on Earth.
I'm not, I mean, it's hypothetical, right? Like, this is all about an alien coming and talking to me. So first of all, if that happens, yes, it's going to affect me. I'm not expecting that to happen.
Brother.
Yeah, I'm not expecting it to happen. If it does happen, I will meet it head on.
Right, but if you had to,
what are you serving? Like onion dip or maybe Doritos? I don't know. What's the thing? Like soda?
I'd probably just give it some whatever's growing outside. I'd prefer that it didn't eat my livestock.
Beef jerky.
Smart man. A watermelon.
Without compensation.
All right. So that being said, so if you were, RW, if you ever saw an extraterrestrial being, not confront you, but like just you meeting them, what would you think it would look like?
Like
in your mind?
I mean, Hollywood has indoctrinated my mind on all that. So like everything I can think of is all skewed by Hollywood. I don't know how to answer that question.
So try your best. Just say it. It's okay.
It would be if it has the ability. I mean, that's so hard of an answer. Does it have a physical form?
Yeah,
like a solid physical form, because that means in order to get here, it has to have technology that can protect that form and travel at ridiculous speeds. And so there's those questions. If it's more of an ethereal form, like a consciousness that can manipulate reality, then that opens up way more possibilities. Like traveling, you can. I mean,
you would have RW. You'd also have to know. You'd have to know the gravity of the place where it lived and where it evolved, so that would give you some knowledge. So if this thing lives in some place that's 1/20th the gravity of Earth, when it's walking around in the Earth, it's going to feel like fucking. It probably can't walk because the pull of gravity will be so great on its body. So it would have to be a similar gravity to Earth for it
to your point, Steve.
Yeah,
sorry.
I mean,
go ahead.
No, for it to.
Are you talking crap in the chat?
Function.
I don't know what they're saying. I'm not looking at the
welcome
chat.
to the party, sister.
But to your point, Steve, maybe they're. I mean, you know what would make sense if they sent drones that were highly advanced and just kind of put things in people's brains, or holographic. You wouldn't know. It kind of makes sense that was what they would do. They're super advanced drones, like who,
There she is.
Does that not make sense? I don't know. Whatever.
Nice to see you, Heather.
Yeah,
Thanks for coming back.
I think Eastwind is correct. If they got here from somewhere
In the way you slice
that
it,
we
they
can't
have
get
to-
there. So they have to be more advanced.
Right.
Yeah, that's not right. That
the
was
hope
never the
is that-
issue. That's obviously what's true. Obviously that's true, East. By the way, East, hop in here.
You hope that they are going to always perpetually stay where they are and be like amoeba or multi-cell organisms that we never have to see. And maybe our like 20th generation from now will get a ship there and say, we found alien life in this petri dish, and never bring it back. And then if they do, it's the fucking Andromeda strain and everyone dies, So like
Glass is half full, you're saying.
Yeah, let's just hope that they're
Look,
all
we haven't slammed
one-celled
into Andromeda
organisms.
yet. It's gonna be way beyond our time. But I mean, maybe we can collaborate with aliens from Andromeda to go to another galaxy. I mean, we're gonna die obviously before then, but maybe there's something there. Who knows?
Yeah, in our lifetime,
We are
we
so
won't see
weak.
much.
Topple, save us, Topple.
Join up.
So the UFO talk must be late. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know what? I'm just trying to change the topic from politics because it makes us hate each other, and I hate
We're
that.
floating around in the nebula.
Really, Kaiser
Who
Q.
hates who?
I didn't see the remake. I loved the book. That was the first sci-fi book I read as a kid, and I was like,
The Andromeda
whoa.
sci-fi.
I never read the book, but I saw the 70s movie, but there's been a remake of it?
The original
Andromeda
book is
strain.
fabulous.
Was
As a
that
kid.
Michael Crichton or Crichton?
Crichton. That was
Wait, the
Farscape.
Andromeda. Wait, I've never heard of this. The Andromeda strain. What the hell?
You mean Michael Crichton from Farscape, or is he an author?
No, he's the one who wrote fucking Jurassic Park and shit, dude.
Okay.
Because
Well,
that's the
I'm
name of the
hoping the
main
first-
character in Farscape, which would be a very excellent
1971?
Easter egg.
The Andromeda. Yeah, you know what? This cover, Andromeda strain, does look like Farscape. It also looks like he's probably ripped off by the what's the one book that was prevalent? Escape the.
The one by Lovecraft? What are you talking about?
No, it was like a Animorphs. They used this
Oh,
cover at first. Remember that shit?
No.
Okay, never mind. Anyways,
They did a
But
pretty
the
good job
Andromeda
making that one too, Kaiser.
Okay, I'm gonna check this out.
The book is good. I liked it as a kid because it went through the simple thing of some alien satellite lands, and then people discover it, and then the strain of this unknown pathogen, whether it be virus or bacteria or whatever, starts spreading through the community, all the way down to the fucking scientists who try to encapsulate it into a laboratory, and it's escaping out as they're trying to lock all the airtight doors. Oh man, it was just great. It was great. I don't think I ever even saw the movie.
Why would the government classify information on aliens and then now be like, oh, never mind, here you go? Like, what's the point? Like, people don't know what to do with information, so they hide information from them. Like, what's the view you guys have on that one?
I think it's contrived. I don't think they ever hid anything because I don't think they ever had shit. I think it's all fucking made up, and there is no fucking saucers. There's nothing.
Okay,
the grays,
glowing orbs that they have video of, that's just fake.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know that it's fake, but you know, I think it's the standard excuse that people roll their eyes at. It's you know, ball lightning or reflections or some sort of phenomenon that is very much earthly origin.
As our technology increases, this imaging that the fighter pilots are sharing, I'm just curious, as that technology increases and our imaging increases, if there's things that exist that are either from this earth and we're just discovering them now, or they're from outside of the earth, we'll have to have more serious conversations about them, because the proof, if it's not AI slop, which is hard to tell, right? It'll be staring us in the face more, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. We would have to analyze every single video as a group now to decipher whether the fuck this is real or not. Because AI is everywhere. It's unfortunate. You're right about that.
I've not seen anything, including the stuff by pilots and military pilots, that seems very very convincing.
Okay.
One of the most convincing ones, and I'll bring this one up because when I brought it up, I'm going to say, if you guys can believe it, 6 to 6.5 years ago, with our buddy Hayden Hewitt, we were having this very conversation, and I mentioned the pill. It's a black pill type aircraft that was spotted by a few fighter pilots and logged on video and radar. And when I mentioned the pill, he said, smoke Steve. That one I will say is interesting. And then he kind of basically downplayed what I said and moved on to his own subject matter. As you all remember, he was very good at that. He still is. I'm sure I'd love to have that fucker join us and berate me some more. But it's been years. But that one video, I think I always noticed was something unusual. If it's real, then it is unexplainable. And anyone wants to find it, it's readily available on probably YouTube. The pill or the black pill UFO video.
There's a content creator called Strange Normal, and he's Bible based, and he presents the footage and data that's being released and relating it to the Bible and saying that fallen angels are going to they're basically angels. These sightings and these orbs and everything are angels, and it relates it to deception in the end of time. And going back to one of Riddle's questions of like, what would you talk about if this alien thing comes up to me and starts talking to me about the Bible and stuff and how I have it wrong? First of all, of all things that you're going to talk to me about, you're going to try and explain to me that Jesus isn't real or something? Don't you want to talk about bending light or making
That-
ice cream out of stones, or
So that would be interesting, because why would that alien talk to you about what you're doing wrong religiously?
right. I'm just saying, like, so in a hypothetical, I have to see if in my lifetime something is going to come up to me that's otherworldly and talk to me. Depending on what they want to talk to me about, I'm going to be
Okay.
skeptical.
So do you think that? Okay. So it depends on how they approach you.
What's their goal? What's their purpose? If their purpose is to fix my understanding of things
make contact,
religiously,
right? And everything. Okay, so if it's to make contact, it would be like to slowly understand each other. That would be my assumption, right?
No, they're going to try and convert you
into
Oh, really?
into their religion, right? Because it's just
Well,
like
so
religion
you
on
have-
Earth.
nice.
Right? But isn't it? Oh, isn't that just quite the human mentality about it? You never know. Suppose that it's just other humans coming back to us. Who knows? Maybe they're trying to be better humans. That who knows? We don't know. They're alien entities. They're extraterrestrials. We don't know.
I've heard stories from some farmers that some of these angels are into anally probing.
I've heard that too.
Those aren't the kingdom.
So
of
there is an
heaven.
upside.
RW, are you hoping
Sounds like Dance is okay with it.
I'm not hoping for those angels. No.
Are you hoping it's more like Gabriel or Michael?
Last Dance is
If it's an angel of light that wants to hang out, I'm fine with that.
Oops.
Either one.
Either one. Okay.
Gabriel, I believe that Michael is actually Jesus before he came to Earth. His name literally means "he who is what God is." So,
Heavy.
Would you be? What if somebody here was an alien?
well, they've hit it well, or we're all so weird that it's hard to tell.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
That would be interesting, right?
those are your fingers, right? Last Dance.
Yeah.
Okay.
The ones that come out of my back.
Yeah.
Who on the panel is most likely?
You
imposter
fucking
alien?
you technology lady freak.
Obviously, clearly aphid.
Yeah, the signals you're sending out from your garage right now are through the
I
roof.
mean,
So
Yeah,
We
right.
have identified the most technologically advanced human.
It's my basement, not my garage.
Aphid Lip's gonna be like, hold on, I got a delivery, and the fucking UFO is gonna be there handing him
Bibbidi
blueprints.
bobbidi boop.
The next, I don't know what cheap iPhone that you're gonna find. I don't know.
Right. Oh man, I don't know if I had this conversation with you guys, but we my son had to take these SATs or something a couple weekends ago. Was it last weekend? It was such a nightmare. And we didn't have a device that was like new and fresh enough, And this came about the night before his test. And it was like 11 o'clock at night. We're all like going down for bed. And keep in mind, we have been over this trying to, do early prep for this situation. And it was, I know, he's a typical teenager, like didn't want to have nothing to do with it, And it came in
When did the moment of panic come for him? How long before the test?
It was like 10:30 at night, and then we had to get up at like
God.
6:30 to make the trip to be at the location
mystery.
for him to take it. And
Classic
we
teenager.
came down in my basement and we started going through all my shit. And none of it was new enough to handle like a simple app that we had to download or some type of website that would hold a charge for long enough.
I could have mailed you that old. I could have mailed you that old HP, bro.
I
If you told me
know.
2 weeks ago, the one that I poured half a beer into.
Yeah, right. We
But
ended
you
up
could
with
have
a
fixed it and
solution.
probably cheap money too.
We ended up with a solution, but it did not come from back here.
Okay, so
All this
yeah,
shit is
okay,
too
test
My
it.
cave, Eastwind.
to
Mine.
do anything but play a picture or a video.
All right, good enough. I'm glad he made the test and Godspeed.
did.
Good luck. Again.
I don't think we've gotten the results of said test, but
It's all right. Don't worry.
he was
about it.
able to finish them, and he felt confident in what he had done.
don't
Did
worry,
you-
no one ever asked to see them anyway.
Mm.
He'll just
Did
move
you
on for
take
the rest
the
of his life, and I've taken it.
I
I took the
did not take any you know, extra
Standardized
tests that I
testing.
didn't have to take.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
took
I
a
did.
I went to ITT Tech, which I don't think is even around anymore. But you older
That was
guys,
a decent technical college, though.
it was. I went for computer aided drafting, and so I had to take a test to get, you know, to go into that. But it was like your basic like IQ type test, like an unfolded box, and you pick, or they'd show you like a box, and you pick the unfolded 4 different versions that made up that said box.
Do you feel
stuff
it was
like
a
that.
fair test?
I mean, I aced it, so
Do you feel it?
I had no problem.
It's not my.
Hey,
do
it's
you
right.
feel it- It's not my
Fair,
question.
well, I mean, what
Do you
do you mean? Fair test
do
to
you
get
feel
into
like it was a
ITT
fair
Tech?
test?
Hi, sweetheart.
I don't see why they have a test at all, to be honest with you. Why they should take everybody's money. It's ITT Tech, you know. It wasn't Harvard.
Wasn't
Yeah.
MIT.
I mean,
MIT would be.
I don't even know if that test result like I have a hard time believing that somebody can take that test and that ITT Tech was like, oh, you didn't do
I
good
don't.
enough. We're not
Yeah,
going to take your money. So I
Yeah,
don't
your
think
money's no good here.
I don't think that test was worth anything.
I
They
bet you
probably
could have
tell
got
everybody that takes it, oh, you aced it.
I bet you could have got into MIT, bro.
You could join any of our.
What they do is it goes on your secret record. So, you know, your instructors look at it and then they look at you and then they look at your work. And if it's what they expect, they don't say anything. If it's better than expected, you know, they make a note of that saying this guy may achieve better. And if it's
Is that
worse
true?
than expected, then they'll yell at you.
Is that true, or are you just pulling
No,
that out of
I'm
your
making
ass?
it up.
Oh,
It
okay.
smells a little stinky, Aphid.
Because I remember there was a teacher, and I'll never forget. It was worth the tuition because it has stuck with me the rest of my life. I was in a situation. And I'll just briefly explain it. We
Is
had
there poop involved?
it was the equivalent of a science project. Basically, you didn't have to do it. It was an additional thing that you could do for extra credit points. And you were supposed to team up with somebody and build out of toothpicks. I think it was toothpicks, architectural project and submit it. And I went to a guy that was in my class's house. We teamed up, and we did this project together. Well, he was so unhappy with it after I left that the next 48 hours he spent building this amazing, this amazing structure. And I argued my case that that's not fair, that I don't get the credit for it because we both designed something and nobody could see the project that we designed to not give me a fair grade on the project. So I should share the credit that he got because that was, and I won, and I pleaded my case, and they gave me the credit, the equal credit for the thing. And the teacher said to me, he said to me, "You're gonna do whatever you can in life, the least amount of work to get the most amount of profit out of it." And that stuck with me the rest of my life. And that one thing that one person said to me has influenced my choices in life more than any single thing that I can ever remember happening.
In what way?
I almost don't want to
by Ren
become what he's saying,
So
so
you-
it has pushed me in life to do more.
So
because
you
I think of that when
okay.
I try to
And
skate the edges.
let's just not forget that ITT, very technologically advanced, for profit school, and the ITT stood for.
What did it stand for?
There it is in the chat. I will flash it on the screen. Telephone and telegraph.
Is that right?
Yeah, I do remember that.
I mean, comical, kind of probably why they went down, but what was the title of the major? Technical drafting?
The computer aided draft, CAD. I have
and that's a specific type of printer, right? The big fucking giant.
It's the way almost everything is done. I don't even think
Why,
they call it
why,
CAD
is,
anymore.
why,
Probably.
why does it remind me of the whole commercial with Mike Tyson with Seal with
it's
Seal
just drafting. It's
Yeah,
drafting on a computer instead of
Oh,
using
okay.
a
What's the
mechanical
big
pencil.
giant one that the architects use to
All right. You know what?
CAD.
CAD? Same thing.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
computer.
just different versions.
create-
They're like
computer
probably
graphics.
on, like the iPhone, they're on 17 these days. Back then it was like
I mean
5.
CAD. I mean
I see.
CAD.
It was DOS.
CAD
It was a
like
DOS
CAD
based
design?
program.
It was cool. I
Or
knew
I'm
some
talking
architect
shit.
parties back in the day. They had the big giant printer with the rolls of paper. It was cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Epic.
Which I
Me too.
used, which I indirectly use a version of that to cut vinyl now.
Yeah,
It's the same
yeah.
thing.
AutoCAD, SolidWorks. So, Kaiser, I'm sorry. You know what?
Instead of a pen drawn on paper, I have a knife that cuts through vinyl.
Yeah.
Aphid, as an artist, have you ever messed around with vector? What it's called, vector graph?
Oh yeah, that's all I use.
That's awesome. I didn't even know how that worked, but there's this guy that just showed himself zooming in or out of an image that he made.
It's infinite. It's infinite.
That's so cool, and it's all based on an equation that's like a XY space reference, and
Basically,
that's
yes,
so cool.
correct.
Yeah, I've never messed around with it, but if I ever were to draw, I mean, because I'm a guy that messed around with Paint, MS Paint, man. That's not even close.
Hold that thought.
Oh, he's
Wait,
probably got a
He's
3-year
gonna bust
project.
out some shit. I gotta get some beers. I don't want to miss the show though, so stall him a little. Stall him
All
a
right.
little.
No, I'll stall you. So you didn't have any
Don't
MS
stall
Paint,
me.
or you
Stall
direct-
him.
Who the fuck I'm stalling? I don't care. Whatever.
All right, you're stalling Aphid. We're told to
19
stall you, Aphid.
Like 1940s. I'm stalling it right now. All right. Here we are.
All right, goose step away, man.
All right.
Yeah, vector
Well,
graphics
that's
is
Hitler,
just
but
the outline of each individual color. Where if you have a bitmapped image, you have, if you zoom way up in on it, no matter how high resolution it is, you get to a point where it's a bunch of squares.
Yeah, the
that
pixels.
make up the image. Yeah, pixel. Depending
So
on the height of the either resolution that determines how many pixels per square inch.
Right,
there are.
and they're saying that in this,
Vector is infinite.
yeah, so you can take an image and manipulate it, and you could blow it up to a billboard size, and it would keep its perfect
Exactly.
size, shape, whatever drawing it was.
Right. Because it's like the letter O is 2 vector circles, one on top of the other, that is cut through the bigger one behind it. So there's no, you zoom up in on a JPEG image, and you'll see stair stepping around the corners.
That's right. That's right.
Where
which is
that's not
detrimental.
the case, because vector graphic is so many points around that circle that it's just drawn a curved line to each one of those next points. So no matter how
when you create your decals, are you using vector graphics to blow it up to size?
it does, I don't have to. But
Okay.
if I do, then it's much better.
Yeah, okay. Because I remember I was working on a project a couple years ago where I was trying to create symbols for people. And when I went to blow it up, I had to fill in all those stepping because all the pixels like blew up too. And so I had to go back in and do all this handwork. And if I would have known about the stupid vector shit, I would have been wasting my time.
Right. And I enjoy the mental process of, when you have like a zero, for example, you have 2 circles, one that's cut through a bigger circle, but then you get to a multicolored thing, and everything starts out with the last thing. The biggest thing is going to be the farthest thing back. Well, you could have something with 1,000 different layers to it, and each layer is on top of the other. So when you're designing and doing stuff like that, there's a lot of sending backwards and bringing forwards to manipulate the drawing that you're doing.
Okay, yeah. So my question was like the RW mentioned vectors. I was curious about how that works within what you're talking about.
It's called like Endless Paper is one of them. It's an application for a tablet I think they're only on tablets and phones. Maybe it's on a computer, but
is this like an artist like drawing thing, or
were you going to show an example, Aphid?
No. Well, I don't really have an example. if you've done any kind of graphics, I'm sure you've heard of Adobe Photoshop before.
Yes,
Dude,
but like
I'll
okay.
tell you one thing. That Adobe, those fucking updates back in the day, I wanted to throw that Adobe out the fucking
Probably use
window.
calculus to keep the curves on the line.
Photoshop is
yeah,
is
okay,
a
that's fine, but
JPEG image,
calculated, right?
and Illustrator is a vector program.
It's like you're gonna make your own calculus.
But
Right,
I'm
too.
thinking of Adobe Reader, right?
Yes,
So
you are.
what? Okay,
Or
sorry, I'm
Flash.
talking.
Adobe
You know
Flash
what?
is what you're thinking of.
I apologize.
God, I hate that.
I'm gonna head out.
I'll see you, Riddle.
I
Take it easy.
it's been good to see you guys, and I love you guys. And have a good
Oh
night.
man, I'm
Oh.
imagining you right now holding up this in the screen, which I
Tell
usually
them
want to
all
punch.
about-
I usually want to punch the person that does that in the face, but in this
Tell
instance,
No.
I want to hug you, Riddle.
No, you don't. I know you don't. But
I do.
Okay. Well, I love you guys either way, and I'll see you guys soon. And
All
you
right,
guys
see
have
you.
a wonderful
See you, buddy.
weekend. Bye.
See ya.
Yeah, I'm trying to leave. Just can't leave.
Yeah, I'll probably get my oldest son has an old MacBook, and he's really teaching himself an amazing amount of how to use all the GarageBand and the video makers and all this and that. So I do want to get him like Endless Paper in his hands so I can kind of see what he just naturally does. Not instruct any of it, but just experiential learning and see what happens.
Oh man, you got to get him a little bit of music lessons. I wish, oh gosh, if I was your neighbor, I'd give that boy some guitar lessons or bass lessons or piano lessons. But
he does piano,
so he has an understanding of music and form of notes and all of that. That's good.
I don't know what level of it. So my mom is good at piano, and she's motivated to teach him. They put the notes on the keys, so like each key has like its note, what it looks like on paper, which really helped a lot. And they're advancing up to harder and harder books. But if they can learn how to play like a video game song, they're all for it. They'll sit there and teach themselves how to do the whole thing. If you try to give them like Beethoven or something, they're like, nope, hard pass. So as long as you give them what they're interested in, they teach themselves.
Yeah. Save the Beethoven when they're advanced, and then when they hear the Beethoven, then they'll say like, wow, I want to learn that. But it takes you have to be obviously pretty far on in your musical ability to play a lot of Beethoven. Although you can play simple Beethoven, like, I'll do just a real quick one here.
Rush E.
No.
Bum, 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 bum.
I don't know about that. I don't know, man. I'll try to get him to do that on the banjo.
I mean, it's
That's
a
what a
song.
nice treat, Smoke Steve. Thank you.
A little bit of your release from Smoke Steve.
I mean, I'm a little buzzed, but
You're good.
it's a song. gotta
I
fix
enjoy
the audio,
enjoy
'cause
the
right now
Beethoven for sure.
probably sounds like. And yes, that is the only Beethoven track. That's what he called it. Next track, Knights.
I saved this in MP3 format for you all before I came out.
Next song, the only one that he ever made that had a woman's name in it, which is pretty fucking cool, and it is a good one.
What's it
That
called?
was his side piece.
For Elise.
Do you guys think that the youngest generation is going to know instruments like the generations before it, or do you think that AI music is going to destroy their will to learn how to make it themselves?
I do.
You do
I think
what?
there's enough of a little pocket in there to keep it going. And I've seen some of these kids coming up, and they are absolutely fabulous players. And I'll even add this, RW. What this video game culture has done is it has streamlined the music. So it seems like some of the kids who've taken on music have really focused on the learning aspect of it, because there's so much computers involved with learning music now that it seems like the tech kid can now play guitar and use technology to learn guitar faster or maybe more efficiently. But I think it's a loss and a win, because it isn't like it used to be when it was an organic thing for learning music, but it's also a win for the technical players who are getting really good really young, which we're seeing right now. It's an incredible thing.
Yeah,
Incredible.
I've seen the. Go ahead.
There's some 20, like 18, 19, 20 somethings that are playing things that have never been played before, or breaking boundaries, which is pretty wild.
Yeah, I think as long as there is a market for humans playing, then there will be people who learn to play because they will have heard humans play and they will say, I want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And so that will continue. I worry that people won't go out anymore eventually.
Mm-hmm.
So they won't go to music venues in particular. So they won't hear live performances anymore. And they won't develop a love for it.
Right.
They won't. So they won't.
That's already trending now.
Yeah,
I
that's
believe
what
that's already trending. Yeah.
It's concerned.
I mean, you're talking about kids that are young adults now. I'm thinking about the ones that are my kids' age. I'm motivating them towards playing music and being creative and stuff. I'm curious what other households are doing. I just know that technology is changing our culture. I know for a fact that it's changing our trending. I mean, Last Dance was talking about people being willing to stay in more and watch on their own devices. And I know that the ability to make music without knowing how to do any of it is also something that could stop people from ever learning how to actually do it. So I don't know. I'm just curious to see what happens in the next 10 years with technology and with the interest of the youth.
I think that it might hurt the numbers, but I think that there's always going to be a thirst for creativity that transcends money or fame. Like I think a lot of people are creative not for any outside purposes but their own pleasure. And I think that I don't see that ceasing to exist. Or I'd like to think it won't.
If our society is trending towards more downtime and less labor, then that would give them more opportunities to be creative. So we'll have to see where that goes.
I don't see that. I see people are more active now. I think people are looking for the adventure. That's why you see, unfortunately, in a lot of places around the planet where there are things that are popular, whether it be a vacation spot or a trendy restaurant, that you end up having huge lines and a huge influx of people because people are looking for adventure and travel. Unfortunately, they're all looking in the same place, so they're morons when it comes to traveling, because who's going to that fucking place that everybody else does? It's
RW.
Go ahead.
So I thought RW by downtime you meant not spending less time at work because AI has made everything more efficient, so you don't need to spend as much time at work. So you have more free time and therefore more time to explore your creative side.
Correct.
Well, then downtime would equate to somebody being fired.
No.
Well,
My
just
point
means
was Go ahead.
Yeah. It just means that when, what was 40-hour work week was normal, over time with technology, you will, a 25-hour work week may become normal.
You're talking about an employee going from 40 hours to 25 hours. So
Over
that and now they're going to, what are you saying? In some kind of strange culture, they're going to get paid for 40 hours and only work 25?
Well,
then
they'll get
No,
paid.
but naturally the prices of goods would go
Right.
down because there's not
And-
enough money to pay for those goods.
And they're gonna go on these extravagant vacations in their quote unquote downtime when they're not working and still getting paid for it.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
We'll see.
No, that's not
You're
what. That's
probably
not
right,
what.
Smoke Steve.
That's true. I don't believe that. That's. I think that we'll probably stay on the same 40 week, and the strong will survive. There'll be a bigger divide between the upper class and middle class or lower class.
No,
more
they'll
than
just
likely.
load the person who has more downtime on their job with more work. I mean, you just say, okay. So
I
we
don't. This whole fear that I still struggle to believe that this whole AI, is going to put everybody out of work and we're all going to be poor. That's not going to, if it puts us all out of work, I think we'll still have comparable or closer to comparable than you're thinking lifestyles than.
Well, let's look at technology that we already have, and so not so much like the robots that are coming online and the AI. Let's look at agriculture. 100 years ago, the technology that they had means that a lot of people had to labor to create a certain amount of food. Now they can have a tractor drive itself around a massive field to create massive amounts of food. And so people aren't doing that. If we trend that into the future, yes, corporations can still make you work 40 hours a week doing even more because you can get more done. Or society's going to push back on that and work less and still want to be paid enough to have the lifestyle that they want. There's already debates happening where younger generations are trying to push for a new type of work-life ratio. So I'm kind of trending it out. I'm game theorying it out and stating that I believe there will be more downtime.
Well, with
So
that,
then
with
the
that
companies
logic,
wouldn't the companies RW that want to really advance quickly only hire people who are conducive to taking on more work and leave these schleps in the fucking dust who are like saying they want more downtime? Obviously, there's going to be a class of people who are motivated to advance, and those are going to be the ones who are, employees who get rich and who maybe even start their own companies. And then these people who are quote unquote, want downtime or work less are going to be the same shitbags who forever get nothing, so it's the same system we have now. It's just, 30 years from now or whatever, but it's nothing has changed. Motivation and self advancement will get you further in life, and being a shitbag and not really wanting to work gets you nothing. And that's how it is now. So it's the same fucking thing, dude.
I want to hear Aphid's point. My only rebuttal to that is that even now, people that do nothing have more than people that did nothing in the past.
Marginally, but I would only agree with that on like a marginal level. Aphid,
Okay.
my whole and this is I'm gonna just throw it out there that I'm just an idiot that has simple thoughts, but I just feel like that everything works itself out, and if it's a lot cheaper to produce certain goods, then those prices come down. And if we need more energy or more resources to make this AI happen, then we're going to need more people, mining precious metals or who knows what technology might figure out how to break down iron compositions and that interaction is going to give us energy or something. We have no idea what the future holds, and we'll need more people to do that work. So things will change just like they always have, but it doesn't make any sense to have technology put everybody out of business so they don't have money to fund the technology
Right.
that's putting them out of business. It just
Right.
doesn't work like that.
It just can't work. It's like
No.
there's no way. It's like putting water in a pool and having it all stay on one side.
Right.
It just
Right.
can't
That's
work
exactly
that way.
right.
Unless the ground's not level.
I mean, you could arguably one thing that could happen
out.
is CEOs and the high, there could be more of a divide possibly between the workers that do the less work that supposedly we're going to need because technology is going to put all those people out of work. That gap could widen even more as it seems like that's kind of the trend that statistically as technology has come on.
Here's my question. What does a government do with humans if it doesn't need them to labor? If it gets to a point where technology is doing the work, and yes, humans will have to service the technology and there still be human jobs.
Well, who funds the technology though?
Whoever's benefiting from it, most likely.
I think
That
that
doesn't make any
humans will
sense. So
always
they're
work.
going to pay for their own technology to put that's the whole purpose of having people to do the work for you in the first place. It doesn't make sense.
I think whatever technology can do, people, and I don't care whether it's the horse and buggy, the tractor, or modern AI, people that will become the base in which entrepreneurs and creatives and labor will build higher things on top of it. And then, maybe that base will itself become automated, and that'll make it a new base to build on top of. But you can't have a system where everybody is making stuff, but nobody is rich enough to buy anything.
Right.
It just then there are people who are making stuff won't make stuff.
Yeah.
So it all grows together.
Okay.
Yeah, not just the purpose of a CEO is not just to make product. It's to make profit off of that product.
Right.
Well, if you eliminate the profit, there's no need to make the product.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Sorry, I was just responding to Paul real fast.
Oh.
So you guys remember when Klaus Schwab, our favorite villain, was telling people, like, talking about universal incomes and these grandiose ideas of a society that is given money because it's not needed. I don't know if it's actually possible to create that system if technology can do all the work. I don't know what humans in society do if they actually aren't needed to create food and energy and products. Then at that point they're just consuming. They're doing whatever they want and consuming. How do they have the money to pay for these things? I don't know the answer to that question. But if they're not needed, what do you do with them?
I would argue that society can never get to that point.
Okay.
You can't have a market exist where there's no consumers to pay. You won't have any entrepreneurs interested in introducing improvements and revolutions if there's no remuneration for them, because nobody makes any money or does anything in which they can supply the entrepreneur. So it's kind of like the evolution of a moth and a flower. Over time, the flower may get a deeper, its flower may have a deeper, you have to go deeper in the flower to get the pollen, but it won't. The moth that gets the pollen will also have to evolve to get bigger at the same time. You can't have one evolve. It won't without the other one also evolving.
In another way, if in the past I owned 1 and B owned 10, and now owns 2 and B owns 100. That proportionally there is a massive difference, but in fact, A has doubled ownership. I think I'm too tired to understand, buddy. Sorry.
I think he's saying that if you don't look at B, if you just look from A's point of view, A is twice as wealthy as he was.
Okay.
Period. It's only when A realizes that B is 100 times wealthier that A might get upset. There's a psychology of wealth that is at play that we see a lot now.
I guess I'm throwing out curiosities because I can see a trend in the youth not wanting to do as much. Yes, there's still energetic people out there that want to do more, but a society that's entitled is something I'm seeing happening. If I'm wrong, okay, I'm wrong. In a society that's entitled with technology that can do the work for them, what happens to that society? You're saying that it's not possible. It would not be able to function. So
yeah, I'm saying
we almost don't want to release technology because then it allows for that crumbling of society, or what? I don't understand.
I don't think this is going to change your mind, RW, but it might comfort you a little bit to know that the generation before you thought exactly the same thing about your generation.
Mm-hmm.
And so on and so forth as generations go by. So
is my generation more entitled than your generation, or is it not?
More entitled?
Yeah.
I don't know if one's better than the other. There's
I
pluses
mean,
and
not
minuses.
so much better, but just entitled. Like, does my generation expect more for less than your generation?
Expect or entitled, I mean, the definitions are different. So yes, your generation does expect more. Are they entitled to more? Hell to the fucking no, bro. We're all the same. We're all literally identical. Age is irrelevant.
Well,
So,
unfortunately,
yes, it seems like the younger generations do expect more. Aphid Lipko.
Well, on your deathbed, did you enjoy your life better than the generation before or after you? I mean, I guess that's what it comes down to. And I guess
you could
there's
never
really
know.
no way. Yeah,
You
there's
didn't-
no way to gauge that. The generations before us probably worked harder than we had to. I know when I was a kid, like we complain about not having enough for this or not having enough for that, but the most money that we put out the door is for all the different streaming devices that we have, cell phone coverage. Like a home phone was really insignificant of the budget as what technology and what we pay for phones is now.
Everyone has their own $1,000 phone instead of.
So
one
we didn't
wall.
have those things a generation ago. Now we have them, and we just we take that for granted. But so does that make life more enjoyable? I don't know. I can't say that.
So I'm not wondering about these things for like a judgment of who's better than another person. I'm thinking more from what happens to a society that is expecting more than they deserve and isn't willing and will fight to do nothing. If we get to a point where people know the technology exists and want a socialist society and free handouts, it makes sense that in a democratic system they will vote to have what they want. So if I'm wrong and we're just going to continue and each generation will kind of turn into the last with time, and okay, but I feel we're on a brink of technology changing society. We're kind of watching it in real time, but as enough of it releases, I do believe there's going to be societal shift, and I'm just trying to figure out what that will be. I do believe it will shift somehow.
See, I feel like life is changing at a much slower pace than.
And real quick to you, Eastwind here. Don't hold your breath. It might still happen.
You never know.
Might get a little touch of that. I don't know, but
Yeah, I don't think we're becoming more peaceful as time goes on, just in general.
What were you saying, David?
I don't remember. Do you remember?
You don't think something about society changing? You don't think that
Oh,
society?
yeah, I think we've slowed down. I think we've leveled off as far as technology and just huge changes in I think that the communication with each other and the rapidness of that, now we can talk to each other instantly. So I just think it's kind of, I mean, AI seems like a huge deal, which it is. Probably the biggest deal we've had in a while since the internet, I would say.
What about autonomous robots? If they're literally on the verge of rolling out.
I mean, until that is playing, a part in our, there's lots of, what was, you could use Elon Musk. What was he talking about? Putting the computers in all in our
Neuralink.
brains, so, there's a lot of things that are on the cusp of happening,
Right.
and until it happens, that's when you got to start judging it.
All of those technologies are progressing. And
But I mean, the like when Henry Ford, did the what do you call it, the production line, that's a huge
right.
shift. All of us having electricity in our houses, that's unbelievably more life changing than even AI is.
The assembly
And I
factory
could go on and
example.
on, the pasteurization, penicillin, there's so many of them, and now I think that, like AI, like I'm saying, and I could be wrong, I'm just throwing this out there, just thinking off the cuff.
What else
But
is there?
since the web, I can't think of a more altering, life-changing thing that's happened.
What else?
And that was
Any other
what,
stuff?
30 years ago?
Anything else?
No.
A little more.
Well, there must be some other stuff.
Well, my girlfriend's wanting company.
Nice.
Oh, snuggle time.
Exactly.
That's what we want to think about.
Holy cow.
Last
Yeah.
Dance doing some snuggle time.
Yep. Old geezers doing their thing.
Enjoy it. Keep that.
All right,
spring.
guys. Great talking to you. This is actually my favorite part of the show, to be honest.
What, when you leave?
No, but it's just you guys on.
Oh, okay.
All right. Have a
See
great
you.
week, guys.
See you, Last Dance. Always good
Take
to
it
see you,
easy.
buddy.
Bye-bye.
All right, buddy. Get some. Get some.
I'll probably shut down here soon also because my brain's just not working anymore.
Well, I haven't seen
Come on,
Skeleton.
hey, R-Dubs, can't you grab a beer? It's midnight.
I can't. I'm not drinking today. I did it. I'm good. I'm good.
If
Take
you
a break.
drink all fucking week, then my show comes up, which actually has pub in the name, and you're like, no, not a beer. No,
Oh,
no.
bro, we hung out last night. I don't want to hear it.
Oh, fucking beer drinker.
I'm guessing,
Dude.
At least Smoke Steve's got subbed Scum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I noticed that.
I'm a mod over there.
Okay, well, I noticed he's
Use it
been
wisely.
putting some because I'm subbed on my Aphidlip account, but not my personal account. But anyway, so I only notice it on the weekends. But he's got like videos of his band, I guess old videos of his band playing.
Yeah,
He pumped out like
And so I was
20 of
hoping
those
I'd see
things.
him tonight because he put a bunch of them out. So I guess he's okay with me talking about it because he put them
Oh
out.
hell yeah, he loves it.
Yeah.
And
So which
he-
one is he in the band? Because you can tell it's from a long time ago.
I can tell you which one he is, but
Okay. Fair enough. Say no
and
more.
one of them he's playing bass. I saw that.
Okay.
Dark
I kind of
hair.
thought that's who it was, but I can't tell from the distance. I can't tell which one's him. Plus, the years time has went by.
Sometimes it's singing, sometimes it's bass, sometimes it's guitar.
He
I
was
actually
definitely-
was like I was enjoying the.
Yeah, it's punk. It's
yeah,
punky
it's definitely
shit, dude.
yeah, right.
I mean,
Kind of a
he's-
heavier like helmet kind of drum and guitar a little bit. I can see
yeah,
some
it's sort of
influence.
like you can just tell it's anti fucking culture, and that's I think why he calls himself anti-court, because he fucking he goes against the societal norms, and
Right,
that's
right.
why
Good for
I
him.
like him. That's why I always liked punk. You know, I was
Yeah.
never a punk rocker, but like when I first started listening to music, and I discovered, you know, Never Mind the Bollocks, We're the Sex Pistols, I was
Yeah.
like, whoa, holy shit, fuck yeah. And then they play a song that says, God save the Queen, I ain't no human being. You know, I'm like, yeah, they're fucking anti. I thought that was great. And that's how I look at our boy Anti, you know?
Well, I just know him as coming on here occasionally, and I saw his show like one time because there's no record. He doesn't keep the recording, so you can't see what goes on. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
it was like the
dope.
middle of the night after the pub one night. I couldn't go to sleep, and I was on that account that I was subbed to him, and I, you know, came downstairs to smoke a cigarette, and I was like, "Holy shit, that dude's live!" So I'll check it out. You know, just a bunch of people drunk hanging out. 3
Yeah.
o'clock in the morning, you know.
Yeah, it's been pretty.
But you
pretty
don't
kosher
see
for a
that
while.
because you don't save his recordings.
Yeah,
You'd
that's
have
right.
to
Fine,
set it
if
up
that's his
yourself,
choice.
buddy. You
What's
could
that?
do it. You could be the unappointed archivist and save all of his recordings. You know?
Right.
But
Oh, I'm
he
sure he'd
doesn't-
appreciate that.
he would probably think it was hilarious because he doesn't even think about it, you know?
He has all that. They're all private. He doesn't delete them.
I don't know. Does he?
It's just not posted publicly. Once the live's over, it goes to the private.
Yeah, I don't remember how that works. It's been
Yeah.
so long since I've done a show.
Yeah, it
Like
seems
YouTube,
like
at least.
YouTube gives you an unlimited amount of space.
It's
Yeah.
unbelievable how much data is on YouTube. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I've used it to transfer video files to other people. Just do it private.
hmm
And I think all of my pubs are still on there.
Yeah, they are. And
That's-
the Hayden's ones before you took over are still there.
That's like over 5 to 6 years of 3 hours
Dude,
per week.
Totally.
It's
Yeah.
probably, I
It's
don't know, 8 or 9,000 hours of pubs.
Do you ever go back? Do you guys ever go back and look into the past and just?
No, but I don't. Well, very occasionally, if there's, and it's just recent future or recent history.
Mhm.
But I
Well-
will say, and I don't want to get into this too much. I shouldn't even be bringing it up. But there was somebody that was researching my my past and was like, dude, you know, if I wanted to look at, you know, there's so many hours of you, you know, talking.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
that there was no possible way one person could go through and, you know, but got enough of just skimming through that they could figure out what kind of person I was.
You can, you can use ChatGPT now to scrub the transcripts and pick out individual people and then summarize everything they've said.
Oh,
It's
really?
crazy. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
How long has that been able to do that?
I mean,
Couple months.
Jeff from
Oh,
Club
okay.
Exile was doing it. Yeah, so I don't know how long it's been a thing. I didn't even know it was a thing, and I wouldn't even do it because after we're done here, it's over.
Right.
You know, I'm not gonna compile it.
Well,
unless I need to.
which you have admitted to as well. You go back and see, you know, in the recent history, you know, what if something transpired and you wanted to
Understand it. Yeah.
see it again. Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I appreciate having found the pub because it's given me an opportunity to become better at communication. And when there are communication breakdown, the pub is a great place to figure out how it went down and why and all that. So for people that don't care about that, you know, whatever. But I really enjoy communication. I think it's a very important talent to have.
Oh, for
and
sure.
I think spreading it is kind of
It's
one of
better,
my
and it's
things.
better to have like you know, alternate viewpoints on things. And
So real quick, the English bottle cap. So add 6 months to whenever Hayden started it, and that was probably around the time of it. My dates are never good, bro.
what the you took over? Was it 6 months after he started?
Yeah, more or less. I'm just a ballpark here.
That's probably pretty fairly close. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because first he was like every night, or it was almost every night
it was the prohibition
during
pub.
lockdown.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it became like a once a week thing. But I don't remember, and I was thinking of this earlier because it came up because somebody brought up the dog, the Nazi salute dog thing from what was that guy's name? It doesn't matter. You guys know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Anyway, I remember learning about that on Hayden's Trigger Warning show, and but I don't remember if there was any Trigger Warning shows done after he had started the pub, which I don't think there was, but maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't remember.
Well, he did. Yeah, he did.
There was shows after the pub started.
He did one that was about the guy who was like a military veteran, and he. You remember that one?
There were several of them because I remember he made fun of that chick that stood out on the balcony during lockdown and was doing the Frozen 2 song.
Yes, exactly.
He did it several times, so there was more than one show because I remember that was. I would like to. You said earlier that you would like to see. He is a very enjoyable person to shoot the shit with.
He's fun. He's
sure.
a good guy.
Did you notice when we were hanging out last night, I made a drunk prediction that came true for the pub?
What was that?
That a certain individual was going to show up.
Who was it?
It was only for a moment in the very beginning, but they showed up.
Who?
McRandy.
In the chat, but he never picked up on cam.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying it's been a while, and I figured he'd be around, and poof.
Okay, fair. But when he said his computer was fixed, I was getting ready for Chaos Central. I was like, all right, here we go.
Yeah, I figured he was. I saw that because I came on in the beginning of the pub to see.
I thought it was like Battle Royale, but then he just left.
I'd like to see the old coot.
Exactly.
RW, I got more experience with that dude than I do with you. That's how much history I have with him.
I bet. I mean, teach their own. He's a very entertaining character. He would have. I'm curious how he would have done with Incarnation, but it would have been good to have him on the stream.
They'd be brothers in arms.
Maybe
he has
friendly fire, man.
Go forward into the battle, arm in arm.
I don't know how to put it, but he has more ingredients in his recipe than Incarnation does.
More ingredients in his recipe. He's more animated in different ways. Is that what that
there's
means?
just I don't know. There's more. I don't want to. It sounds like I'm shitting on Incarnation.
It does.
But there's more. There's more to McGrande, and and maybe that just plays into my history with him. But
somehow Just Evo seems to know him pretty well. That's an apt description.
Yes. Is that? Do you think that's really just? Put that back up there. Look at that.
Yeah, I do.
Look at that. Do you think that's really? Is Just Devo? Is that really you?
That's your. I can tell.
Oh,
that's his real. No, I'm just. It's an assumption, but I do believe that is
you. Just Devo.
That's his thing.
I think that's the live leak. Just Devo, bro.
Well, I know, but I mean, I'm just. Yes, that's impressive, dude. I like it.
There's a guy at the park yesterday when we took the boys there that had a beard down to his belly, like skinny little guy.
Belly?
And his beard, I'm like, I so much respect for you and your beard. I can't.
Yeah.
Just gives me the shits. I can't. After a while, I start over. I just can't do it.
I mean, you instantly get cred if that's what you got going on.
Yeah.
RW, maybe go ahead and get yourself maybe a couple 100 pounds of grain and corn and some yeast and mash and make yourself some moonshine. You got the beard now. You kind of have the look.
I don't want to go to prison. Otherwise, I don't have to travel very far to stumble upon the mash and the cooking.
Right. Yeah. Extra 20 or $20. I don't know. What does it go for? 25 bucks?
They usually sell if they're trying to rip you off, it's 25, but you can usually get 20 to 25 bucks for a mason jar, which would be
what proof is that running at?
fucking a lot. It's
Like-
it's strong.
Like usually probably 95 to 105, maybe. That's pretty damn high for drinkable stuff.
I don't know what the proof is, but I stay away from it. I went there.
100 proof, you're fucking burning your face off.
Yeah, and when I start drinking, I'll drink a whole freaking liter of it. So
Wow.
yeah, it's not a good combination. I felt like I was having a heart attack the day afterwards. Like this beer hangover is one thing, but a moonshine hangover is not good.
No. You have just a taste of the shine when you're drinking the beer.
Yeah, no, I'm an alcoholic. I go all in.
Jeez.
Are you
Are
an
you still
alcoholic?
thinking about what's up?
Are you an alcoholic?
Oh yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Take it easy.
I wouldn't pen you
Healthy.
as an alcoholic.
I stay away from it
Well, if
because
you have
it
any
messes
self
me up.
control whatsoever, I wouldn't consider you an alcoholic.
Well, as soon as I start drinking, I'll usually drink every last bit of it.
Yeah, but
So
you
that-
don't have to do it every night.
I have control over not doing it every night, mostly because
Yeah.
it's too much of a cost on my body. But
Well, for me, that crosses the line of not being an alcoholic.
Good night.
okay, see you, Casey. Yeah,
So-
no,
Guilty.
I found myself, and I don't want to get into it. If it was just you three, I would have no problem. Would have no problem talking to you, but openly.
Mhm.
But anyway, I found myself into a heavy gun store that sells nothing but pretty tactical shit today. Which
Yeah,
is
yeah.
pretty interesting. to
That's
say
awesome.
the least.
that's expensive stuff, man.
It was unbelievable, and it was just a hole in the wall place that you would,
Oh,
from the
man.
outside, you would never expect what you were walking into when you walk into that place.
I just get
Holy shit! The weaponry that they had in this place was unfucking believable.
the ammo is so expensive that I don't get into guns. Like I have my guns for hunting and protection or whatever, but I'm not throwing bullets down range all day long because it's too expensive.
Oh
Did
my
you
God.
grab yourself a little Turkish 9mm? If it looked little for
No,
the job?
I was hoping to, and I didn't. I didn't feel comfortable with. Well, there was no possible. I would have to talk to you personally, but it
Mhm.
didn't happen. So
What is the law for your state? How hard is it to get pistols and rifles and stuff
It's a
like that?
I'm
constitutional
pretty
carry
sure
state.
in our state it's as lenient as it is.
As
It's
lenient as it gets?
constitutional
Okay.
carry, RW. He can go in
Okay,
as an adult with a driver's license.
that's
Yeah, I don't think
awesome.
I had to. I think I could have walked out of there today with whatever the fuck he had on his walls, which was a shitload.
Hey, let me
Unbelievable.
just tell you
Racks
this
of
much.
shit, man.
Aphid, if you're looking for a good brand, I've only heard this from secondhand information. I don't have any myself. But the brand would be Canik. Canik.
Okay.
Not familiar.
Check them out. They're all right.
Well, this shit, there was some stuff he had in there that you couldn't hold like in your hands. You know what I'm saying?
You don't
Like-
want any of that. That
no,
stuff's
no, I
fun.
know.
That stuff's fun, but it's not practical. You want
No,
yourself a
well, it was a
tiny
machine.
little.
It was more. I think it was more of a machine shop because the one old
know.
boy was
Sounds like-
explaining to me that they take a lot of illegal stuff and turn it illegal by cutting it and machining it to make it so it's from fully automatic to not fully automatic is I think what their specialty was. If that makes sense to you whatsoever.
Right. They're taking something that's fully automatic and making it legal by
Yeah.
making it
That's what he
Hmm.
said that their specialty was.
right.
Learning more about.
But I mean
Well, that's
that
not the place you want to go for purchase.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. But there was a reason why I was there besides that.
yeah. I wouldn't want to have any firearm that's known to be fully automatic because even if it's legal now and only semi-automatic or single action, that doesn't mean that whoever is going to see that and make any judgment call or whatever is going to know that that's the case. So I'm not comfortable with those setups.
Yeah,
But then again,
Crazy though. I was fucking crazy though. Like I went in there. I took my son because I didn't know if he was going to be allowed in there because it's not like a place that advertises or anything like that. and there's 8.5 by 11 pieces of paper on the front of it describing certain things, and I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know if like it might be a place where only over 21 people can go into. And he's like, really? And I'm like, I don't know. There's like stuff mounted on the front.
Go ahead, Eastwind, please cash them in. I'll take it.
But it did nothing said anything about age, and they were very friendly to us. It was mostly old people in there, but even the people that weren't, the people that were shopping in there, couldn't have been more friendly to us and like open with telling us any information we wanted to hear.
That sounds like our local shop.
It was a neat experience.
As far as I know, the age restriction is in purchasing, so you're welcome to bring, well-behaved minor or unlicensed person into a store, and they could look around. Like a dude with a gun license can bring his best buddy in, who they could be 60 years old and look, and that's the same as a guy with his underage, as long as they're well-behaved and not
right.
I think it's fine.
My 95-year-old grandfather went to the local gun shop the other day and traded in an old crappy pistol for a new pistol to shoot starlings that are killing his
gun. He changed in an old wheel gun.
He has a 22 Ruger revolver, and he uses it to end starlings because the starlings decimate the purple martins that try and establish, and he's all about getting these purple martins going. He's trying to get purple martins for like 20 years, and he almost got them established like a year ago, and a snake came and ate them all. So are
those the ones that you build like the hotel for them to live in? Yes. Yeah.
They're like a big fat barn swallow.
They're beautiful.
I had some neighbors that had those big
huge
hotel-looking things on their property.
They're like the dodo birds of the swallow world. They without major care, they don't survive.
Yeah, they love the communal things with all the gourds.
Yeah, they had a lot of gourds too, those people.
They're very friendly too, like they're very human friendly. So like once you establish a colony, you can just hang out with them, and it's pretty cool.
Do you guys have hummingbirds in your neck of
the
woods?
Yeah.
Once the season starts next season, we'll have about 3 or 4 glass feeders up on the back porch.
Yeah.
And they'll just be like, up to 20 of them. Just like humming around. It feels like you're inside of a helicopter. It's that loud.
Yeah, and they make noises at each other and everything, and
they're always cursing each other out.
Very territorial, it seems.
Oh yeah,
very fun. Very fun though.
RW, you might be getting close to having the first stragglers show up.
Yeah, it'll be the beginning of next month that we'll put a single standout, because there is a scout that comes really early.
I learned something interesting about hummingbirds this week, and I'm totally guilty of it. Is if they're, and this is only in the state of Missouri, so I don't know what it is like for your guys' where you guys live, but if there's a nest, even if it's in like a pot or something that you don't want them in or something, it's illegal to disturb that nest in any way.
A hummingbird nest?
Yes.
I've never come across one.
That's what I came across the internet this week, was in the state of Missouri.
That's all. That's the migratory and non-migratory.
Well, I did see that as well. It was talking because it was going through all the different. There was barn owls. There was a thing with them too.
Yeah.
But it was migratory. There was something about migratory birds, but specifically, it pointed out and this was more of a entertaining type of a article than it was anything else.
Well, what was the species? You mentioned barn owl. That's a specific species.
Yes.
You've only mentioned hummingbirds. You haven't mentioned the actual species you're talking.
Like ruby.
Well, it was the topic was animals that are illegal to remove or disturb from your property.
Like the damn Canada geese.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no way those things can be
endangered
anymore.
No,
there's so
no
many
way.
of them.
They suck.
They do suck, and they shit everywhere.
Yes, they do.
Their shit is full of that bird flu. They're all
Is it really?
yeah.
I
They're
didn't
just
know.
their whole
Let's stop
flock.
eating it.
They're all walking
Yeah,
bird
they
flu.
look so
That's what Canada
tasty.
geese are. They're a giant fucking bird
Green
flu.
corals.
That's all they do. Bird flu.
Yeah, and they're little bitches. Like if you come close to them, they start hissing at you.
Oh,
Yeah, if you have ducks established in the
won't
pond, they'll
fucking-
try and
they
kill the
won't-
ducks.
They
I'll
won't get
kill
out of the road. They're like, motherfucker, I'm a endangered species. You can't do shit to me. I'm gonna walk
run 'em
across.
down, bro. Run
You're
'em
gonna have
down.
to stop. And
Well, I'm
wait.
gonna have to write to Trump and see if he can change those laws because he doesn't like Canada right now
Well,
anyway.
there's
So maybe
yeah. If there's one good thing he could do, maybe it's that.
he'll just name them Trump geese though, and then they'll still be protected.
He'd be like, I'll give it to my good friend RW.
Yeah,
He doesn't like the Canada geese.
they're America geese now.
But
Neither
anyway,
do
I
Neither
have
do
two,
I.
I have two hummingbird nests
That was
hanging,
my Trump.
hanging
Cool,
over
man.
in the other part of my basement that we because
What
they
do you
come back
have?
hummingbird nest.
Oh,
I've
Because
never
they're so
found one, dude.
cool.
That's
They're
got to be
so
rare.
cool. And I didn't take them, because they come back to the supposedly, and I believe it, they forever mate and they come back to the same tree every year. Which
Wrong.
in this case,
Ooh,
well, in this case, I don't know if they're the same two, but they picked the same tree, and we took the nest down at the end of the season after they, went home.
all right.
Some-
I'm going to urinate and grab some alcohol, but let's
Okay.
keep this conversation going.
All right, all
I
right.
know you two enjoy each other's company. Keep,
All right.
keep that going.
so
You're gonna have to, because I wish I was following them out there, but I'm not gonna leave you here alone.
no, you're good, man. When you have a bunch of hummingbirds flying all around you, they get comfortable with you. One of the coolest things was I was sitting on the back porch and they're all flying around, and one of their single feathers landed on my arm. And these feathers
Really?
are like ridiculously
Oh, I bet,
tiny,
yeah.
and they're like a dragon scale. Like there's all different colors, and
Yes.
it was really, really cool. It was like a very serene moment in nature. Like you're one with nature in that small
Right.
moment. You come out of your brain bubble of politics and warfare,
Yeah,
and you're
sure.
just like, oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. Appreciate the finer things in life is what you're doing.
Yeah, but it is true. Like they literally sit there and curse at each other all day long. And
Yes. Yes.
joust, and
And you
it's like,
can
why are
see
you guys so angry? Oh, you're hyped up on sugar. I got it.
we feed them ourselves, but we've never, like my mom, she gets more of a community going. And I've been to places where it's like nonstop. At my mom's, it's pretty, frequent that you're gonna experience them, but I've been to places where it's nonstop. It's like they're always active and they're always, where they have 6 feeders up, and I don't care how many feeders we put up. It's not gonna. I feel like it takes years to kind of build that up. I could be wrong. I don't know. Maybe it's just
Yeah, the last year was, I don't know what happened. I think that the hummingbird community got a hit because we had really big numbers, and then we were down to like 1/3 that amount.
oh
And I know that we had a bunch of, that was the year that the storm took out Tennessee.
yeah.
So I was wondering if like they literally got
And
kind of
North Carolina,
board wiped.
the one that like was it a year and a half ago or so that
Yeah,
hit North Carolina so bad,
yeah.
because that's where
So-
you're at, right? North Carolina.
Yeah. And I mean, so it took out, it did massive damage to large areas of the Southwest.
Right.
And I'm just curious if since that's where the hummingbirds were coming from,
Southwest or
killed 'em.
southeast?
it did a lot of damage to the Southwest. That dumped a
Southwest.
bunch of water.
Part of your state,
The
not the Southwest part of the United States.
I'm pretty sure that storm did a bunch of damage all along the south of the United States.
Well, yeah, but it would be southeast.
The hummingbirds come
No.
from the southeast. I
Maybe
thought they
I'm-
come through. I
maybe
thought they
I'm
come from
misunderstanding.
Texas. They come
You're
up,
talking
up
about the damage
across
that
the
was
Gulf.
done to the United States, like North Carolina, Tennessee. That's southeast part of the United States.
Yes, but
Okay.
I believe that the storm did damage to the southwest also, where the hummingbirds come from.
Oh,
So I was wondering if there was damage done to their community. That's all.
to
Because
me, Southwest seems like Nevada or.
like Texas, because I'm pretty sure that they come across the Gulf of America
I don't know
up
where they
into Texas.
Every year they go to Mexico. I'm pretty sure.
Them and the monarch butterflies are just incredible. The journey that they go on for their lifetime.
I have a bunch of milkweed that I've stationed this year that I've kept, and I'm trying to get a buildup of butterflies. So I have a bunch of butterfly bushes, and we have some other snow in the mountain type bushes here and there. And we're trying to really build up the butterfly numbers, because when you stand next to a butterfly bush and like you stand still, and then all of a sudden you're just like surrounded by butterflies, it's just beautiful. Like they're a really cool insect. The only thing I don't like is those European hornets that hunt them, that are the size of like your finger. They'll sit there and grab them and then bite their wings off, stab them to death with their ass, and eat them.
Are they black with yellow stripes?
They are red and yellow.
Oh,
and black.
Because we have things called cicada killers, which are like the body is like your thumb.
It's huge, yeah. And these suckers they travel in pairs or more. So if you kill one, you better be on point, ready for the other one, because he's coming for you.
You think Smoke Steve's coming back?
If he went outside to the, I don't know.
Because it seems like I got peace so much worse than I did when he left.
Just go, man. I'll talk to the chat. Go
Right?
get it done.
I'm going. I gotta go. I'm getting to the point where I can't stand up straight if I don't go now. I think I hear him coming.
Is that true, cup of tea? That sounds trolly. I wish I had the power of the hummingbird.
All right, you guys made it.
Yeah, he almost made it the whole time, but he's now peeing outside.
No kidding.
Or I don't know exactly where he's peeing, but he is urinating.
I found some booze.
Damn.
Mama Juana Spicy.
Juana.
That's from a foreign country. Foreign country, yeah.
Okay.
I'll put it over there for now because I don't really need it. But what was the conversation like around here?
We were just enjoying butterflies and hummingbirds, and where they come from and what they eat and stuff like that.
Oh, that's really
moments of serenity in nature, because nature's beautiful sometimes.
Fair enough.
And we were talking about the big ass hornets that will attack you.
Nope, those don't really exist anymore. Murder hornets?
They're like murder hornets, but they're not. They're a European format. They're still huge and they still suck.
Yeah, all we have up here comparable to that are what we call cicada killers. You have those down there?
Cicada killers? I got to look up a picture of it.
Begins with the C.
I'm not familiar with these ones.
Oh, those are badass, dude.
They're about the size of a good.
That's what I was telling him while you were urinating.
I found a bottle of booze too, man.
Yeah, I was thinking, because Mrs. Lip told me that you found a bottle of booze, and I was thinking, that's a great idea for you to. It always means that you're gonna stay alert and with it for a long period of time after you start.
I took a gummy earlier too.
It's great. Well, before you fade away to oblivion, I have a thing to ask you guys your opinion on something.
Wait a second, Aphid, we're at 4 hours 52 minutes here. I'm not fading, bro. All right, what's our opinion? Go.
Okay, so you guys know what a yucca plant is, a very resilient, plant that is almost impossible to kill with even gasoline. Mrs. Lip thinks my occasional, probably Saturday only after late night, urination onto this said yucca is killing the yucca.
Do you want to keep the yucca?
Well, yeah, I got no problem with the yucca.
I don't think you can kill it with urine, dude. That's a
I
very
don't
hardy
think
plant.
so either. So I disagreed with her, and I just wanted a little backup here and
Well,
see
let's
what you
see.
guys thought.
Well, first of all, have you ever backed into a yucca plant?
I've experienced yuccas in every form.
Okay, so if you've ever been stabbed by a yucca, you have more than enough rights to take a leak on it.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I planted yucca on the eastern shore at Chincoteague, and I just chopped it up recently and threw it away, and I still haven't got rid of it. So you can't once it establishes, I don't think you can kill that plant.
No, if it's dying of some sort, it's not because of my one or two possible.
Hold on.
I've never
Yes.
even seen a diseased yucca.
Hold on. Here we go. Let me get my glasses. My old man glasses.
That's it,
Yeah,
right? in
dude,
your
I
eyeball.
just gave up on putting them on and off. I'm just like,
Yes,
fuck, I'm
yes,
gonna
a
wear 'em.
yucca plant will likely die from continual undiluted human urination every night. While human
Every
urine
night.
contains beneficial nutrients like nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, applying it at full strength and
Oh,
high
geez,
frequency
here he is.
causes severe damage through several mechanisms. Mechanism 1, nitrogen burn and toxicity. Mechanism 2, overwatering and root rot from the bacteria of the urine. Mechanism 3, salt accumulation because of all your fucking salty foods. pH imbalance. Now, the answer is, aphid lip, you need to dilute your urine 10-1 with water.
I guarantee that he's drank so much beer that it's diluted.
Mix
I've
it
been pissing
around
on this
with
yucca.
your. It says specifically,
Years.
mix the urine with your bare hand.
The
And
increase of my urine on this yucca has not changed in the
What
past.
You have
AI
to-
are you using?
you have to dunk your hand into the urine and throw it at it,
Okay.
and that's the
Like a
best way to
christening?
walk.
Well, I'll
That's a
tell
christening.
her if she wants to save the yucca, she's got to go through these.
But here's the bottom line: is if you redirect your urinations, you should be fine.
All it has to do is rain like one time, and you can probably piss on that thing for another month straight.
Now, I remember there was a couple years ago, well, not a couple, it's probably been. Actually, I made a live leak video about doing it, so it's got to be at least 6+ years ago. But I had a ground hornet infestation, and ground hornets, if you can close off the hole, but they'll just escape and get in a different location in your backyard and do.
That's
the
why you
same
pour
thing over.
gasoline down there with a screen.
That's right.
Take
That's
that
what I
picture
did, and it's right next to this yucca.
It likes fire. Yucca
And
loves
that
fire.
gasoline had no impact on the health of the yucca plant
It
whatsoever.
probably grew its thorns probably an inch thicker from
Yeah.
drinking up that gasoline.
So my 1 or 2 pisses a week on this yucca, I fail to think has more of an impact than that gasoline did on that yucca.
Well, we can't win this battle for you, but just as a gardener that's experienced yucca my whole life, if you do manage to kill that thing with your urine, please share that with the group.
Do you want me to bottle it up and ship it to you so you can
No.
once and for all take care of these invasive species that you want off your property?
There's out of my back door here where I take a leak at night especially when I'm doing a lot of drinking. There's a sorrel plant, which is like it's just a broadleaf weed, and I'm like, I'm gonna kill this thing with my pee. It didn't kill it at all. In fact, it's very well established.
Right.
RW, can I make a point that I've noticed?
Sure.
You haven't had a good amount of water.
I drank like half of this Stanley Cup. That's about it. This whole session.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going no booze, you should be offsetting it with heavy water. Flush the kidneys, flush the liver, so the next time you do hit the bottle, it's cleaner. Do you think that way?
I mean, I'm more like a camel, so I suck at drinking water, but I'll make cold
brewed hibiscus tea. I got a big bag of that, and I'll drink like 2 liters of that in a day. But I'm not really good at when I'm working. I just get into it and I go. I don't drink water like I should. But I don't seem to dehydrate and have issues like other people. Is it healthy? Probably not. But can I get away with it? Absolutely.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Every time I get sick, though, I always think of Smoke Steve because his answer to whatever you're sick with is flushing that body with water.
I agree. I don't disagree. And if you enjoy it that much, you can do enemas too and flush yourself from both directions.
You don't have to. If it goes in the top, it goes in. It's the same thing. It's all the same. Just flush the system. It doesn't hurt.
You don't like flushing the back door? You're not a backdoor flusher?
Negative.
It's all good.
I wouldn't know the reason for it, so
Well, I think that Americans at least once in their life should do that so that they can clean out whatever horrid concoctions of food they've been eating their whole life that's been stuck in that canal. It's another healthy option every once in a while.
Here on the pub, we even talk about anus.
That's right. And all the things you can do with it.
Doing a healthy flush is significantly beneficial for those that need it. I've experienced it, not myself,
Jesus,
but in my family.
Hallelujah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, do we continue the talk here, fellas?
Did you say cock, or we're talking about anus?
I don't know.
It's probably a good time. It's probably a good time to end her.
5 hours and 10 seconds. You ready for it? And 5.
Sir,
4.
Play a little bit of music.
2,
that is the question.
1. 5 hours, everybody. We've hit 5 hours.
All right, sayonara, sweethearts.
Good seeing you guys.
Good man. Thanks for hosting again. Hey Phil, talk to you later, man.
All right, man. See you guys.
Enjoy. All right. So here we stand. It's been great to have everybody. I will not be playing a song. I am feeling, unless we get a comment that says play a song in the next 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. We just got a P. And now an L. And it seemed like the time was Pally a song. Blue was closest. What would the song be? Well, let's recite some great lyrics for you here. Let's see if I can find some It's not that easy to pull off, trust me. I have a lot of things to cover here, there, and everywhere else. And that'll be it for the pub tonight. I'm failing at the music thing. It's just not happening. No Easy E lyrics. No, it was going to be something completely different. But anyways, enjoy the night. see if you can find Scum if he goes live. I'll probably be there. You all have been wonderful. I love everyone. Keep the peace. World peace. Love you. Smoke Steve. Out.